Welcome to Sparrow's Realm.
Cluck cluck, the noisy rooster crows hit the eardrums. Liu opened her sour eyes, slowly got up from the ground, sat down, raised her hand, and carefully touched her tingling forehead. Hiss dash, she didn't dare to use lich force at all, like a dragonfly touching water, gently and quickly. It actually hurt so lich. Liu hurriedly withdrew his hand to check, and sure enough, there was blood stains on his fingertips. However, forehead bleeding is no longer the most serious problem. The most serious thing is, what about her hands? Where did her well-maintained white tender hands go? Now these hands are not only dirty but also a few sizes smaller. Whose ones are they? A rather bad feeling came out. Liu hurriedly touched her face, and patted her chest as if she was carrying 2 poached eggs, and her heart was like ashes. The sound of the rooster crowing was louder, mixed with the movement of flapping its wings. Liu turned her neck stiffly and looked at the emaciated figure not far away with a numb face. The man turned his back to her. She couldn't see his face, but looking at his stature, he was definitely not an adult man. The boy was competing with an old reed hen, but the hen was obviously no match for him, and he had grabbed both wings and dragged it out of the chicken coop. The poor old Luhua hen screamed even louder. The boy squatted down, pressed the old hen to the ground, lifted a short but thick wooden stick, and hit the hen's head hard. Boom! The head of the old hen of Luhua was smashed. Liu was stunned by the scene in front of him. Where did she seem to have seen such a simple and rude way of killing chickens? In fact, she not only saw it, but was very impressed. The young man carried his chicken feet and turned around. Under his long messy hair, there was no expression on his pale and bloodless face. He looked at her, his clean and clear eyes were cold, and his expression was calm, and he saw that she was a little frightened, and his whole body was cold. Frankly speaking, Liu even felt that in the eyes of this young man, she was a dead person. Liu can basically be regarded as frightened and stupid, staring blankly at the delicate and beautiful face with eyebrows and eyes. His eyes froze on a red mole on his forehead, and it took a long time for him to react. After reacting, her heart became even more panicked. Seemingly she already knew what was going on. The young man was holding a hen in his left hand and a wooden stick in his right hand, and walked slowly towards Liu. Liu's eyes widened, her eyes swept over the young man's clear eyebrows. She didn't have time to appreciate it. She slid all the way, staring at the headless reed hen. A drop of another drop. The blood stains draw a winding red line on the ground. Liu was instantly frightened, and a flattering flower bloomed on her face, full of desire to survive. Little brother, she shivered, her eyes wide open were full of innocence, and her immature voice was so sweet and greasy that even she felt sticky. Are you hungry? What is that? The chicken soup I stewed is delicious. This chicken, just leave it to me if you don't think it's enough. When you finish the chicken, how about I give you the next bowl of chicken noodle soup? Hitting a hen with a stick, this should be the plot in a book. This book is called The Legend of Hao Yue, and it is a great heroine. In the book, the heroine Min Hao Yue has a white moonlight and a cinnabar mole next to her. Bai Yue Guang is like a cloud and a cinnabar mole. Gentleman's period. She loves both, but what she loves most is power and the world. Behind a successful woman, there will always be a group of excellent men to love and protect, just like the wind and the gentleman's period. The two of them are good and evil, white and black, incompatible, but they have been using their own way to help Min Hao Yue achieve their wishes. At this moment, in this small farmhouse courtyard, this young man with a little red mole on his forehead seems to be the biggest villain in the legend of Hao Yue, the cinnabar mole in Min Hao Yue's heart, the gentleman's period. In the book, the 12-year-old Junzi Qi had to be left behind after finally escaping because of a sudden disaster at home. He passed through Huapu village, and when he was hungry in his stomach, he happened to hear a few roosters crowing, so he entered the yard of the farmer's house. And then there was a tragedy caused by a chicken. Junzi Qi grew up under the strict teachings of his father since he was a child. He knew a lot, but he didn't know anything about life skills, and the old hen he cooked for the first time became his nightmare in the end, and since then, he has not eaten any meat, and can only be vegetarian every day. And Liu is obviously dressed as another character in the tragedy, a small farmer village girl, a trot trick who received a boxed lunch in just 3 seconds after appearing in the book. I don't know if it should be regarded as an honor. Her trotting role seems to be a blood one by the gentleman. As for why she traveled into the book, come on, is it time to think about this kind of thing? Back to the point, in this situation, it is absolutely impossible to run away, and it will 100% provoke Mao Junzi. Maybe in the end it will not just be a matter of knocking a stick to death, maybe he will be tortured to death by how he will be tortured. So, in addition to lying down and enjoying no, it is to recognize the reality, give up resistance, and use gentleness and thoughtfulness to influence this villain, forgiving you for not being able to come up with a second better strategy in this extremely short period of time. Fortunately, reality proved that her choice was right. At least, for the time being. After all, the gentleman's period is just bad, not stupid. Of course he will weigh and judge how to do it is the most beneficial for him. Taking care of the stove fire is a boring job. Liu occasionally throws 1 or 2 thin firewood into the stove sugar, and most of the time, her attention stays on the gentleman's body. A 12-year-old boy with a face like a bright moon and delicate eyebrows and eyes. He sat on the pony, quietly looking at the sky in a daze. His eyes were like bright stars reflected in the clear and cold lake, and the corners of his mouth naturally raised slightly, although there was almost no expression of emotion on his face, but no matter from that angle, he seemed to be smiling shallowly. Pretty. It's really good looking. But no matter how good looking a person is, Liu didn't dare to look at it more, and quickly looked away and glanced at the flower garden next to the fence in the yard. There is a small short patch of grass in the flower garden. The grass is full of flowers, pink and white 4-petaled flowers, and the stamens in the middle look like small golden pom-poms. The rich fragrance wafted out of the casserole, and Liu hurriedly cheered up, lifted the lid of the pot and looked inside. A layer of golden oil beads floated on the light honey-colored soup, and the mellow taste gushed out the moment the lid was lifted, floating all over the room. Find 2 bowls and a plate from the cupboard. Liu first put some chicken soup in a small bowl, sprinkled some salt, put it on the stove to dry, and then fished the whole hen out of the casserole with chopsticks. The chicken soup is simmered for a long time, and the chopsticks can easily poke into the chicken. Obviously, the gentleman's period is a mouthful, and he can wait patiently for so long, and Liu is worried that he will not be able to wait and is nervous. Liu put the whole chicken that had been stewed into the big soup bowl, completely original. The last small plate is used to hold the seasoning, and the ingredients are not enough to prepare her exclusive recipe, but with the craftsmanship of her food blogger, no matter how simple the seasoning is, after her careful preparation, the taste will not be too bad. After running twice in a row, Liu transferred all the chicken soup and chicken to the boxy small wooden table in the yard, and finally brought out a plate of fried golden steamed buns. Little brother, I just didn't find flour at home. I can't make chicken soup noodles, so I had to fry the ready-made steamed buns wrapped in egg liquid, which is also very fragrant. You can try it. She had a well-behaved sweet smile on her face, and she was cautious when she spoke, and she didn't dare to dismiss the danger alarm at will before the gentleman period left. Junzi Qi stood up from the pony, and there were several cut wounds on the black embroidered dark pattern, but he didn't seem to know the pain at all, and his emaciated figure was still straight. If you don't speak, then it's better to assume that he is the default. Liu breathed a sigh of relief quietly, and quickly tied the pony to the side of the small wooden table for him. Junzi is a particular person, and he still remembers to scoop a ladle of water from the water tank in the corner of the yard and wash his hands, and then come to the small wooden table and sit down. Let's eat the chicken legs first. Lightly dipped the torn chicken thighs in the seasoning plate twice, and sent them to the gentleman's period. Liu deliberately looked at the wounds on his body, with concern in his eyes. There is no soy sauce and chili peppers, but the taste should be quite good. Junzi Qi didn't even look at the chicken leg, and his indifferent gaze always stayed on Liu's face. 3 seconds later, Liu understood, took a big bite on the chicken leg, squinted his eyes and looked satisfied. So fragrant. Unfortunately, just like this, Junzi still didn't believe her. Liu hurriedly swallowed the chicken in his mouth, picked up the small blue lace bowl containing chicken soup in front of him, and drank the chicken soup boldly. The chicken soup is still a little hot. Pour it in one bite, and it hurts from the neck to the stomach. I accidentally drank it all. Liu didn't dare to show it, endured the discomfort, and put down the soup bowl with a smile. Little brother, let me help you serve another bowl, right? The cold gaze turned on Liu's face, and Junzi Qi pushed the soup bowl away expressionlessly, and tore a chicken wing to eat. The posture of eating is quite gentle, but despite the deliberate hiding, you can still see that you are more or less eager. He had just taken a bite when Liu saw him frown, and then the chicken wing that had been bitten down also went to the seasoning plate and rolled around, and when he took a second bite, his frowning brows relaxed, and he even licked his peach petal-like lips unsatisfied. Liu is complacent about her craftsmanship, but she only dares to steal fun in her heart, and she still looks ignorant on the surface. The chicken leg that had already been bitten in his hand, Junzi would definitely not eat it again. Liu took another bite, blinked, and swallowed it. Xiang, but it is still a little too light, so the happiness of eating is slightly insufficient, but her preferences are not important. As long as it suits his taste, it can make him eat and drink enough, and don't have any bad thoughts. Liu brought a small blue lace bowl to Junzi Qi again to serve soup. The soup bowl was not big, and the chicken soup contained in it, Junyuhing, was not too hot, and he drank it in a few sips. After running back to the kitchen to add 3 bowls in a row, Liu simply brought the casserole containing chicken soup to the table outside, and sent the salt jar, while she herself took the remaining half chicken leg and hid back in the kitchen. It was too tense to stay around the gentleman. She was afraid that her little heart would not be able to stand it, so she could hide for a while. The teenager in the yard is very eye-catching, but in the original work, the Junzi period when he grows up is still a supervillain who is definitely not mixed with the slightest bit of water. He is good at strategy, scheming, and can do whatever it takes to achieve his goals, even killing people, if anyone blocks Min Haoyue's way, even if it is an old, weak woman and child. He has never shown mercy. In his eyes, there are only 2 kinds of people. One is Min Haoyue, the person he lists abide by the agreement and protect the person who takes care of him all the time. The other is someone other than Min Haoyue, who is only worthy of being used by him. It stands to reason that such a big devil should be hateful, but he has a beautiful face that is enough to fascinate all women, and with an arrogant and cold temperament, it is even more fascinating. Although the gentleman in the book has done all the bad things, he has done every bad thing frankly, as if he is afraid that others will not know that he did it, and he never disdains to engage in those obscene and insidious despicable methods behind his back. However, even if a good-looking skin has an advantage, it is not a reason for him to do whatever he wants. Even though he gave everything to Min Haoyue according to the agreement, it was just to help her fulfill her wish, but in the end, the bad things he had done became the reason for Min Haoyue to spit on him after all, and even his death was because of Min Haoyue's sentence of justice in heaven and earth, a glass of poisoned wine. Liu is a layman. In the face of the temptation of beauty, he is also not online, hiding in the kitchen, biting a chicken leg. He can't help but poke his head and look outside the yard. Junzi had just finished eating a chicken wing, and his face suddenly looked bad. Liu suddenly chuckled in her heart and began to be nervous. Could it be that there was something wrong with the pot of chicken soup? She hid in the kitchen, and saw Junzi Qi slowly holding the corner of the table, her lips pursed tighter and tighter, and the fine beads of sweat on her forehead ran down her sideburns, and her face became paler and paler. No, even if you eat a bad stomach, you won't sweat from the pain, so is it because of the injury in his stomach? Liu nibbled on another chicken leg with lingering fears, secretly cheering for the gentleman's period. Hold on, don't go crazy. Isn't it just a stomach ache? Endure it, and it's over indeed. The gentleman's period is tolerable. After a while, Liu saw that he was obvious, breathed a long sigh of relief, and then started eating again. The gentleman's period was probably so hungry that he ate a pot of chicken soup and a plate of fried steamed buns. In order to brush more favorability, Liu also deliberately beat some jujubes from the jujube trees in the yard, cleaned them, and brought them to Junzi Qi with a simple shallow saucer. Junzi's indifferent gaze swept over the red jujubes, got up, and copied the short stick that was always at hand. Liu couldn't help but think of the scene where the chicken head was knocked flat. When she thought of that scene, and her scalp began to tingle, and her scalp began to tremble uncontrollably, and she instantly withdrew far away, clinging to the brick wall behind her, and widened her eyes in horror. No, I don't want to eat dates, I'll find you something else. Her voice became more and more trembling, and she was almost about to cry in the end. Besides, you don't have any injuries on your body, you keep me, I can still take care of you, I will get you whatever you want, please don't kill me. Junzi Qi's expression was dull, His eyes were desolate. He looked at Liu quietly, the hand holding the short stick, and his thumb slowly rubbed it on the stick. The atmosphere was so oppressive that it was impossible to breathe. So what does it mean that he doesn't speak now? Liu paused, feeling that he must have not grasped the key point yet. After taking a few deep breaths, she slowed down a little, and a flash of inspiration flashed in her mind, and she immediately changed into a particularly honest and sincere look. Raising 3 fingers to the sky, she swore an oath seriously. I swear, I will never tell anyone anything that happens today. If I break my oath, I will have nightmares every night when I sleep. Everything I eat is bitter, and this torture has lasted for 100 years. Gentleman's period. The gentleman's period is gone, like a wind that comes and goes without a trace. Liu was only a little later than him, left the courtyard gate, and walked in the opposite direction with his head down. She always felt very uneasy in her heart, and she didn't want to attract too much attention, so although she wished she could insert a pair of wings and fly out immediately, she didn't even dare to run, so she could only walk as fast as possible. Oh big girl, what's wrong with your head? The oncoming ant snorted, almost frightening Liu's 3 souls to lose their souls, and stood in place as if they were nailed. The ant was wearing a coarse cloth blue printed dress, a cloth scarf with the same blue floral tie on her head, and a bamboo basket on her left arm, and half of the hoe handle was exposed in the basket. It's just that her figure is a little too rounded, but her chubby face looks kind, which is easy to make people feel good. Before Liu could react, the fat ant strode over a few times, holding her head and rubbing it. Oh, where are you knocking? Such a big mouth, you can't do it without applying medicine. The little girl's family is most afraid of scars on her face. Liu frowned, her brain, which didn't hurt at all, hurt again by the fat ant and pinched again. She tried to say something, but before she could say a syllable, she was sprayed by the ant with a decimal point on her face. Big girl, your parents haven't come back yet? This Liu couldn't say anything when she thought about it this time, and in the original work, it seemed that she really didn't mention the matter of her original parents. The fat ant looked at Liu with an embarrassed face. Oh, forget it, go home with your aunt. There is ointment at my aunt's house. After applying it, just guarantee you for 3 days. No, I'm going to nothing. No, what's polite to my aunt? Let's go and go home with my aunt. Liu's small arms and calves, whereas the opponent of the fat ant, like a chick, was carried home by the fat ant. When she came to the door of the fat ant's house, Liu raised her eyes and saw 3 large tiled houses 100 meters away. Well, dare to be a neighbor. Although the fat ant looked like she was not very flexible, she didn't expect that she was a master who worked very simply and quickly. As soon as he entered the yard, he pressed Liu on the pony, went back to the house and came out in a circle, and stuffed a bronze mirror into Liu's hand. Look, what is the knock on your head? Liu was a little stunned while holding the bronze mirror. The injury was on her head, but why did the fat ant look more anxious than her? The fat ant went to the kitchen to fetch water again. Liu sighed, raised the bronze mirror, lifted the flowing sea that had been glued together, and took a look. Some of the blood stains had solidified on his forehead, but he could still see the wound. It was a thin wound, almost half the length of a finger, not like it was knocked out by a stick, but like it hit something and knocked out, and it was not as serious as she imagined. That is, it could be done by rubbing some disinfectant. Although it hurts, it looks okay. Liu looked left and right in the mirror, littering softly. The fat ant came out of the kitchen with a level, heard it, and immediately shouted again, what's the matter, my silly girl? If this is a scar and a broken appearance, do you want to marry in the future? Even if she doesn't have scars or broken appearances, she doesn't want to get married. But now is obviously not the time to talk about this kind of thing, so Liu shut up. Interestingly, the fat ant works quickly and doesn't stop talking. After the wound was treated, Liu had basically grasped the situation of her original parents. At present, the original mother took her 4-year-old son back to her parents' house to take care of the original sick grandmother. The original father is a fruit seller, and these days it happens to be the time when he goes to the orchard to harvest fruit, so only the original body is alone at home to watch the house. In fact, it's better not to know anything. Now that she knows this, Liu will inevitably feel uncomfortable in her heart, and she always feels as if she has stolen something from others, which is particularly uneasy. After taking care of the wound, the fat ant picked a few more greens and a few mushrooms and stuffed them into Li Yu's hand, and then sent her home, and before leaving, she didn't forget to talk about it, so that if Li Yu had anything else, remember to go to her house first. Li Yu stood alone in the yard, looking at the sky, looking at the earth, and looking at the sparrows chirping on the branches, and after a long time, she sighed. No way, she's just too kind. The original family had 3 green brick and large tile houses, which were quite new, neat and beautiful. The yard is also quite large, with a chicken shed, duck house, pig pen and horse shed, as well as a date tree, a pear tree, and 2 flower gardens. One flower bed near the fence was already full of flowers and plants, and the other flower bed was close to the tiled house, and the soil in the flower bed looked like it had been turned over not long ago, but nothing had been planted in it for the time being. Li Yu put all the vegetables and mushrooms sent by the fat ant into the kitchen, washed her hands, and then entered the house, exerting the spirit of exploration that can only be found when playing games, and found a pack of broken silver, plus 5 or 6 strings of copper coins. She doesn't know what the purchasing power of these broken silver and copper plates is altogether, but the original parents are not at home, and they will definitely prepare enough living expenses for the original body, so with these broken silver and copper plates, in the short term, she should not have to worry about filling her stomach. So what should she do next? Junzi Qi's father taught him when he was young, "I'd rather let the people of the world down to let me down." Of course, he himself really implemented this concept perfectly, so the gentleman period will have the opportunity to escape today, just because his father has lost too many people and too many enemies. When the hatred value accumulates to a certain extent, it directly caused the tragedy of the Jun family, and he was the only one who could escape. The fact that the Jun family was exterminated had a great impact on the gentleman's period, and from then on, he was like a colorful poisonous snake, even if this poisonous snake was not yet an adult, but if he was accidentally bitten, he would see blood and seal his throat. The afternoon sun contains a touch of warm color, shining warmly on the body. Li Yu sat on the pony in the yard, holding her cheeks, her eyes empty, and she kept recalling the plot in the book in her heart, which was particularly sad. At this moment, a very difficult question was in front of her. The trauma plaster sent by the fat ant and some food, should she personally send it to Junzi Qi, or should she wait for Junzi Qi to appear by herself? Send, it feels a bit like throwing yourself into a trap. It's really hard to say what kind of attitude Junki will have after seeing her. Don't send it. According to the plot in the original work, tonight, at midnight, Junki will come back to the village, and when that time, it will become a dark moon and high wind killing night, and there will be no corpse talk in the middle of the night. God knows if she still has a chance to stop all this. Although saving a person's life is better than building a 7th level pagoda, she really didn't think much about it at first, succumbing to the selfish side of human nature, not wanting to care about anything, just running away from the village. But after meeting the fat ant, her conscience did not allow her to do this, and even inexplicably developed a sense of mission. Perhaps, her arrival in this place at this moment meant that she had to do something. In the future, Li Yu can't control that far, but in front of her, she wants to do her best to ensure their safety for the people in this village, and even for the gentleman's period. She has a slightly naive idea. If she can give him a lot of kindness, then in the future, will he be able to deal with old, weak, women and children like her? Will he be able to a little soft-hearted? Li Yu remembers that it was mentioned in the original book that before the gentleman slaughtered the village, he briefly stayed in a thatched hut outside the village, in the mountain nest, for most of the night. The charcoal burner originally lived in the hut, and later the charcoal burner died of illness in the hut, and it took several days to be discovered. If you want to find a gentleman, you must have a reasonable reason. Li Yu specially prepared a basket of delicious things, hoping that Junki could see the food and not do anything terrible to her. It's a pity that by the time she was ready to eat, it was dark, but as long as she found the gentleman's period before midnight, maybe her plan could still be successfully achieved. The mountain road after dark is very difficult to walk, and for Li Yu, this road is even more difficult. The lantern made of paper was too unreliable, and as soon as I entered the mountain, a gust of evil wind blew, and the lantern was completely scrapped, not to mention, and almost ignited a mountain fire. Fortunately, she also brought a fire filled with her to illuminate, but fortunately, the moon had already climbed into the sky, and the moonlight was fresh and bright, and with the company of these two light sources, she could continue to pretend to have the courage to drill into the mountain nest when it was dark. His knees suddenly went weak, and Liu fell again. Since entering the mountain, this is already the third time, okay? Liu cursed fiercely in her heart and tripped to her tree roots, and once again got up in embarrassment, using her hands and feet. The autumn wind blows the leaves, bringing bursts of chill. Liu casually patted the dirt on her knees and looked up at the dark woods in front of her. In the evening, she used a handful of jujubes to get from the mouths of several village children, and the charcoal burner's hut was not difficult to find, as long as you walked along the path up the mountain to halfway up the mountain, and then followed another fork in the road to the diagonal you could see it. She had just turned into a fork in the road, and under the clear moonlight, it seemed that a small black hut could already be seen in the shadow of the shadows of the trees in front of her. Liu took a deep breath and continued to walk forward with courage. Don't tell her that the gentleman's period is in the house, she is now full of thoughts, all of them are charcoal-burning old men who died of illness in the hut. Don't tell her that there is no Apiao in this world, just because she has actually penetrated into a book now and has become another small village girl who should have died. Her faith has long been hopelessly crooked. The closer she got to the thatched hut, the more Liu's legs trembled, and her hands were shaking, she couldn't hold the fire fold with just one hand. She had to hold the fire fold with both hands tightly together now, so that the fire fold, which was not much bigger than a finger, would stay honestly in her palm. Liu hung the bamboo basket he was carrying in his right hand on his left arm, raised his hand to knock on the door, but the crooked finger was facing the dilapidated wooden door for a long time, but he couldn't knock on it. In fact, the fear of the unknown in the dark was about to push her to the brink of collapse. Squeak! The wooden door opened. A pale face under the disheveled hair appeared in the darkness. Liu's scream was completely comparable to the sound of a dolphin. Ghost. After being frightened, Liu immediately broke out with a strong aggression. However, this aggression lasted very short-lived, and it disappeared after she threw the fire fold in her hand at the pale face, as if she threw it not at the fire fold, but with her own little courage. With no courage left, how could she still stand at the door of the legendary haunted house? The bamboo basket was gone. Liu turned her head and ran away. If someone helped her pinch the watch at this time, she might be able to create a new world record. This is Liu's fourth fall tonight. But she was sure that this time it was definitely not her own accident, but someone pulled her foot very hard, which hurt very lich. So the question arises again, who is it that pulled her foot? Liu lay in the grass, clasped the grass roots tightly with both hands, buried her head in the grass, and did not dare to look up. She was so scared. I'm afraid to raise my head and see something that should never be seen by a living person. There was a rustling sound in the grass, and Liu felt that something had come to her side. Wait a minute. If it is a walk, then it's not Apiao, it's a person? Reason told her that now she should look up. But her neck kept calling for her, and she was so stiff that she couldn't move. You follow me. The cold tone was like a basin of cold water poured down on the head. Although the 12-year-old boy's voice is a little hoarse, it is undeniable that his voice is still quite good. Liu lay on the ground, her head still buried in the grass, like a timid ostrich, and shouted angrily, I am here to bring you food and trauma medicine. The surrounding air seemed to stand still for 2 seconds. But soon, Liu heard the sound of rustling in the grass again, and then, the invisible pressure on her body disappeared in an instant. Liu hurriedly got up, turned his head and saw that the young man in black clothes and black hair was almost one with the night, walking towards the hut. The cold night wind drilled into her pores from all directions. Liu shivered, hugged her arms, and hurriedly followed. After taking a few steps forward, she looked back. Where she just fell, there was nothing. So what exactly grabbed her foot just now? The hair on his body stood up, and Liu quickened his pace and approached Junzi Qi's side. The autumn wind brought a thick cloud, hiding half of the bright moon in the night sky, and the surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and the dark hut seemed to have turned into a black hole. However, the gentleman period looked like he didn't care. His steps were steady, and he stepped into the darkness with one foot. The inside and outside of the hut made Liu feel scared, so she instinctively wanted to get close to Junzi Qi's side, although he was a bad person. But he was a person who could breathe and have a body temperature like her, and she almost stepped on the footprints that Junzi Qi had just walked step by step to follow into the house. The hut was darker than she imagined, and there was a particularly strange and unpleasant smell. Maybe something was rotten, or there was too much mold in the house, which was obviously unbearable for the pampered gentleman's period, and perhaps it was precisely because of this that he would enter the village again at midnight, and he thought that the villagers were in the way, so he simply occupied the entire village. Liu took another step in, and the feeling of discomfort became more and more obvious. Although it was cold outside the house, it was dry and comfortable coolness, unlike this hut, which had a cold humidity. Liu was only wearing a lotus-colored coarse cloth skirt, and after shivering, she subconsciously reached out and hooked Junzi Qi's arm, and then firmly hugged her into her arms. His clothes were also cold, but under the thin fabric, his body temperature was surprisingly high. Junzi Qi was obviously shocked by Liu's actions, and when he looked sideways at her, the corners of his lips pursed unhappily, and a trace of imperceptible evil energy surged in his dark eyes, and he raised his hand to grab Liu's neck, and his fingers became tighter and tighter. In the darkness, Liu had no choice but to raise his head. He could only see a little outline of the gentleman's period. With a bitter little face, his hands broke the wrist of the gentleman's period hard, and shouted as if he was going out, "You have a fever, it list be a wound infection, I have medicine, I specially brought medicine." Junzi Qi raised his eyebrows slightly, did not speak, let go of Liu's neck, and pushed her into the distance. Liu took a few steps back one after another, almost falling, almost using the strength to breathe. Fortunately, her head had not yet become confused due to lack of oxygen, so she hurriedly bent over, lowered her head, and looked for it on the ground. "Where's the fire fold? Can you still light it? Let me see your injury." The gentleman was still silent, standing in place without moving, and watching coldly. Liu could feel that he was looking at her, and he felt a little guilty. After all, it was she who just saw him as a piao, and she was the one who threw the fire fold at his face, and she even went to hug his arm, and he just pinched her neck for a while, and he didn't let her play on the spot, which can be regarded as the best result. It is a pity that there is no spark on the ground at all, and Liu can only give up looking helplessly. The fire fold list had been completely trampled on by the gentleman's period, and even if it was found, it would be useless. What should I do? Or go outside the house? It's brighter outside. I brought you food, you eat some first, and then fill your stomach, come down the mountain with me and come to my house to live. Liu's original plan was to raise Junzi in the mountain nest and not ask him to harm the people in the village, but she missed that the conditions of the small hut on the mountain were so poor, so the original plan obviously didn't work. She could only temporarily adopt a backup plan. As for how to explain to her original parents, who were likely to come back suddenly regardless of him, no matter how bad it is, it can't be worse than the situation in Tutsuan. "Ah, by the way," Liu suddenly remembered, "I left the food outside." She hurriedly ran to the door, picked up the small bamboo basket that had been thrown on the ground, and lifted the blue floral cloth covering it. "It's still hot, little brother, come over and eat." Junzi Qi stood in the darkness, looking out the house with indifferent eyes. Under the moonlight, the girl's handsome face was green and immature, and her body under the lotus-colored coarse cotton skirt was thin and weak. He was silent and slowly came from the darkness to the moonlight. Liu slowly smiled, her smile was sweet and cute, and she went to a bright place in the moonlight and sat on the ground. "Stew a duck and fry some greens." She took out a water hyacinth from the bamboo basket and shook it at Junzi Qi as if inviting credit. "The soup is in it, let's drink a little first." Junzi Qi came over and sat down cross-legged. Liu carefully and thoughtfully peeled off the lotus leaves to reveal the crispy duck that had been stewed inside, and the fried vegetables with mushrooms were served in a small bowl, with a pair of wooden chopsticks resting on the side of the bowl. The original body raised a total of 2 chickens and 2 ducks, and half of them were killed in one day. It can be said that in order to satisfy the gentleman period as much as possible, Liu really broke his heart. But as the saying goes, if you keep the Green Mountains without firewood, as long as you coax the gentleman's period well, save your life, save the village, and how many chickens and ducks you want to raise in the future, it is not a problem. According to the old rules, Liu tore a piece of duck breast and stuffed it into her mouth, picked another green vegetable to eat, and when she was about to drink soup again, the water hyacinth used to hold the soup was snatched away by Junzi Qi. Frankly speaking, after walking for so long, she was tired and thirsty, and she still wanted to drink a sip of soup. Especially when watching Junzi Qi drink several sips one after another, and then lick his lips with satisfaction, Liu really couldn't hold back and swallowed and foamed hard. However, the appetite of the gentleman period does not seem to be as good as during the day. The duck meat eats the soup and drinks, but the mushrooms and greens do not move. Liu obediently and sensibly cleaned up the small bamboo basket. Let's go down the mountain now. This house seems to be a little wrong, it can't be inhabited. Junzi Qi glanced at her lightly, his dark pupils were like black holes, which could swallow people's souls. Liu was stunned for a moment, but soon slowly curled up the corners of her lips. She thought that Junzi List had planned to accept her suggestion. But the gentleman period regained his indifferent aura again, took steps, slowly walked towards the small hut, and sank into the darkness again. The curvature of the corners of Liu's mouth stiffened. It's still too early to be 100% sure whether her plan is really successful. But what should I do? She doesn't want to stay in that room for a long time at all. It turns out that it doesn't matter whether Liu wants to or whether he wants to or not. Gentlemen hope to be willing to go. Throughout the night, Liu was in a state of fear, and she didn't even dare to close her eyes. Because as long as she closes her eyes, she can't help but wonder if there will be something around her that shouldn't appear when she can't see. Junzi was different from what was said in the original work, and after midnight, he didn't see him get up from bed. The sky began to brighten, and the birds in the woods woke up, chirping nonstop. Liu, who had been holding on all night without closing her eyes, finally couldn't hold on. Her eyelids became heavier and heavier, and after a few drooping times, she closed completely, and slowly, her neck began to shake. The head slammed a little, and Liu woke up instantly. She sat on the edge of the wooden door, and when she raised her eyes, she could see a wooden bed on the opposite side, against the earthen wall. Last night, Junzi Qi slept there, miserable. However, at this moment, the bed was empty. Liu was immediately flustered. What's wrong with this person? He is so rebellious. He doesn't want to ask him to go down the mountain, but he wants to sneak away by himself. Liu hurriedly got up and squatted on the cold ground all night. Her waist and legs were almost exhausted, and her stomach was swollen as if it was about to explode. No, how to chase people like this? You still have to solve personal problems first. There is no toilet in the hut, and obviously this matter has to be solved outside. Liu pounded his waist, rubbed his knees, limped out of the house, looked left and right, didn't find a suitable place, and went around to the back of the hut again. But it turned out that there was a sheep intestine trail behind the hut. The trail was not long, and you could see the end at a glance, and Liu saw the figure of the gentleman at the end of the sheep intestine trail. It turns out that he didn't go down the mountain? Emergency no. 1 has been eliminated, but there is also emergency no. 2. Liu could only go back to the front of the hut, and even deliberately walked a little farther away. After solving her personal problems, Liu embarked on the sheep intestine trail. From a distance, she saw Junzi Qi squatting next to a small ditch, carefully observing his movements, and she didn't know whether she was washing her face or drinking water. Liu didn't have any particularly bad thoughts, but some thoughts came out of her head without knowing how. If you just wash your face, it shouldn't be a big problem, but it's really hard to say what kind of consequences there will be after drinking unboiled gutter water. As for the gentleman's period now, with injuries, I don't know if the heat on my body has subsided, and my resistance will definitely plummet. Will he get sick and die from drinking this water? After he died, would those who would be killed by him in the future survive? This thought was just a flash, and Liu herself couldn't help but think that this idea was really ridiculous. It is said that good people do not live long and leave 1,000 years of disaster. The gentleman's period is the biggest villain in the original work. How many people want to kill him but fail, and in the end he was killed? How could such a person hang up because he drank some raw water? So she planned to remind her, just to brush her favorability, but she raised her breath and was about to shout when the gentleman by the ditch suddenly took off his clothes. Li Yu's eyes were stunned, and the voice that reached her mouth was hurriedly swallowed back by her, almost choking her to death. Li Yu raised her foot high and put it down gently, moving closer to the front like a thief, but for the sake of caution, she still didn't dare to get too close, and when she could see it more clearly, she shrank to the back of a straight green pine. Declare in advance she didn't want to peek at the gentleman's bath, she just wanted to secretly see how the injuries on his body were going, as the saying goes, knowing oneself and knowing one's opponent in 100 battles. From Li Yu's point of view, you can see the side face of the small half of the gentleman's period, which is particularly unclear, but the outline of his upper body, how to say, when wearing clothes, it looks quite thin, but I didn't expect that after taking off my clothes, it was actually quite strong. This is just the most intuitive evaluation. Li Yu won't have any special thoughts about a 12-year-old boy, so she quickly frowned and concentrated. Junzi Qi was wiping the wound on his abdomen with a wet handkerchief, and Li Yu vaguely saw that the plain white handkerchief was stained with a little scarlet color. But she clearly remembered that the blood stains on the black strong clothes of the gentleman period yesterday were solidified, which at least showed that at that time, the blood on his wound had stopped, right? So what now? Is the wound cracked again? Li Yu nodded subconsciously, understanding that a new plan had begun to brew. Afraid that she would be discovered by Junzi Qi for too long, Li Yu shrank back and quietly turned around, planning to come from where she would go, but when the corner of her eyes swept to Junzi Qi's back, her heart suddenly seemed to be knocked by something. Li Yu hurriedly flashed back to the back of the green pine and took a closer look. His forehead dripped with a god. As far as the back of the gentleman's period is concerned, can there still be a slightly better skin on it? Why are they all injured? But it's not a new injury, so it should have nothing to do with the tragedy of the Jun family. The one by one, horizontal and vertical, all over his back, all of them are old injuries. Li Yu's knowledge in this area is limited, that is, he can't see how these injuries were caused, and he can't tell whether these injuries were formed at one time or have been beaten multiple times. But one thing, Li Yu is indeed very clear. She began to feel compassion. Maybe it's a bit ridiculous, Junzi is the villain in the future. But before he did those things, Junzi Qi was probably like a rebellious little boy in Li Yu's eyes, just like a stinky brother. If she was nice to him when she was by his side, would he change his ways? Will it turn back a little on the right path? Junzi Qi shook his clothes and put them back on. Li Yu, who was hiding behind Qingsong and peeking, hadn't been caught yet, but she was already panicked as if she had been caught. Fortunately, she had enough ability to remain calm in the face of danger, so she immediately turned her head and ran away, and after running out a few meters, she turned back again, looking around and pretending to be calm in the direction of the small ditch. Little brother, so you are here. There was an imperceptible panic in Li Yu's tone, but her voice was clear and crisp, unique to a girl, and the tail sound was soft because of a guilty conscience, but it was surprisingly particularly beautiful. Junzi Qi turned around, his condensed eyebrows and eyes lightly swept in the direction of Li Yu. There were still a few crystal water droplets hanging on the neck that had just been scrubbed. His face was a little paler than yesterday, and there were a few cracks on his lips, and the bottom of his eyes was blue and black. Obviously he hadn't been able to rest well all night. But he has become this miserable, but he is still good looking, and he is a little pitiful, which makes people want to be nice to him. Li Yu's face was full of embarrassed smiles. She endured a guilty conscience, cheeky, and stammered, I've been looking for you for a long time. What are you doing here? It's okay to wash your face, but you can't drink this water, you will get sick. Junzi Qi quickly tightened his clothes. The eyes in his eyes were alienated and cold, and he walked forward expressionlessly around her. Li Yu shrank his neck behind him and stuck out his tongue, and in the blink of an eye, he put his hands to his mouth and shouted calmly, Little brother, the trauma medicine is in the bamboo basket, so wipe it a little, otherwise you will be the one who suffers. I'll wash up here first, and we'll go down the mountain together later. Junzi Qi's footsteps paused, his body leaned slightly to the side, and his eyes glanced at Li Yu with a heavy light. There was a fine cold light in his dark eyes. And there was still no expression on his face, but Li Yu clearly saw the corners of his mouth twitching slightly, and he snorted softly like an arrogant peacock. Stinky brother, Liu called him in his heart, but his face was full of flattering smiles, and he looked at him calmly. The two confronted each other for a while, and Junzi Qi turned around and left indifferently, and his straight back disappeared behind the small hut in an instant. Liu walked quickly to the edge of the small ditch and washed her hands first. In the early morning of early autumn, although the water in the ditch is clear and clean, the temperature is a bit low. Recalling the scene she secretly saw before, Liu sighed faintly. Sure enough, my heart is still too soft, but I still have to be careful while littering. She scooped up a handful of water and hit her face, and the feeling of being cold made her squint her eyes unconsciously. In fact, after getting used to it, this cool feeling is still good. Liu simply leaned down and splashed a few more times of water, intending to make the skin cleaner and fresher. Pulling her sleeve to wipe the water droplets on her face, she lowered her head, and a small village girl was reflected on the water. Anyway, it is also a trot trick that has had the opportunity to appear in the original work, ignoring the slender wound on the forehead, although the appearance of the small village girl cannot be compared with the gentleman's period, but it is also delicate and pretty, and it is a bit beautiful, especially the pair of smart eyes, black and bright, as good as black agate. The original work did not explicitly mention the age of the original body, but Liu estimated that her current body was probably about the same age as the current gentleman's period. She has no objection to this face, but the future development prospects of these two poached eggs seem not very optimistic. It seems that they have to start raising them well from now on. Liu washed her face and returned to the small hut. Junzi lay flat on the bed, his eyes were closed, his hands folded on his abdomen, and he didn't know if it was because of his relatively shallow breath, so there was almost no ups and downs in his heart. Suddenly I was a little curious. I don't know if the appearance of the charcoal burner lying on this small wooden bed when he died of illness was exactly the same as that of the gentleman. Liu's eyes jumped out of the corner of her eye, and she caught a glimpse of a half-palm-sized clam shell lying on the ground next to the bed. Walking over to pick up the clam shell, Liu silently curled the corners of his lips. He used the trauma medicine in the clam shell, and it was used up, and finally he knew it hurt. Fool. But why bother, since you have to use it sooner or later? It is better to use it early than to use it late. Stinky brother. Little brother, I'm fine. Let's go down the mountain now. When we go back, I'll make some porridge for you. Junzi could sleep peacefully lying on such a crumbling wooden bed. His eyes were closed, his lips were pursed, and he had no intention of paying attention to people at all. Liu didn't dare to bother him too much, let alone ask him if the injury on his body made him uncomfortable, and after waiting for a while, he could only speak again. Then you can sleep for a while, and when you wake up, let's go. The gentleman fell asleep, and Liu became idle. She didn't want to stay in that room full of listy smell and humidity. Just when she was washing her face in the small ditch, she found that there were a lot of green-shelled shrimp as long as an index finger in the ditch, so she planned to simply get some to boil in water and steam them with garlic, and the taste should be good. But the question is, what do you use to catch it? Liu didn't have the strength to run back and forth up and down the mountain looking for tools for shrimp fishing, so she searched in the small hut. Not bad, she found a dustpan with a small hole in the corner of the small hut. The small hole in the dustpan is not a big problem, but there is too much dust and there are a lot of cobwebs stuck to it. Liu carried the dustpan with one hand, his arm was far away, and he trotted all the way to the door before he dared to knock the dustpan against the wall. Knock on it, and it's dusty. After knocking several times, the dust on it was almost cleared, but there was nothing I could do about the spider web. Forget it, let's take it into the water and wash it. Liu walked forward without raising his head, and did not forget to shout into the house, little brother, I'm going to catch some shrimp to eat, you lie down and rest, don't run around. There was no movement in the room. Liu was basically used to this mode of getting along, and went directly to the edge of the ditch with a dustpan. Take off your shoes and socks, roll up your trousers, stand in the water, and immediately a chill jumped directly from your little toes to the top of your head, and Liu was stimulated to hiss. Fortunately, it is not winter, otherwise the taste is extremely sour. Liu took the dustpan and pushed it forward along the edge of the small ditch, pushing it back and forth, and the green-shelled shrimp were stupidly shoveled up by her with a dustpan. But after shoveling up, those shrimp were not happy, they were all alive, and at least half of the 10 jumped back into the ditch. Later, Liu learned to be smart, shoveling a dustpan and falling on the lid next to the ditch, jumping as they went. Anyway, she didn't want to jump back into the water again. When the lid was full of shrimp, Liu couldn't stand the cold, so she came out of the small ditch, wiped her little feet, put down her trouser legs, and put on her shoes and socks. Pick up all the dying green-shelled shrimp back into the dustpan, and the weight is really a lot. Liu walked back slowly with the dustpan, and when she returned to the small hut, Junzi was still lying honestly on the dirty bed. Her posture was still the same as before, but her eyes were open, and she looked at the roof with a few holes with an indifferent expression. Liu subconsciously twitched the corners of his mouth. If his previous appearance could be regarded as walking peacefully, then he would be dead now. Coughing softly, Liu lowered her head and opened her mouth while picking out the green shrimp. "Little brother, how is your rest? Can you leave now? It's not good for your health to stay here, and it's best to find a doctor to take a look at your current condition, right? Everything at the moment is different from the original work, but Liu doesn't dare to take it lightly, and still works hard to brush his favorability." Junzi Qi sat up slowly, expressionless and indifferent. Liu hurriedly stepped aside, and her heart quietly lifted. But Junzi sat still, as if his thoughts were empty, and he didn't know what he was doing. Liu didn't dare to urge him, so she patiently stood aside, secretly looking at the strap wrapped around his waist. When she saw him yesterday, the strap was still just a belt, and the length should not be short, and it went around his slender waist several times. But now, the belt was wrapped around his body, binding all the wounds on his abdomen. After a while, Junzi finally broke free from his state of distraction, left the wooden bed, stood up, spread his legs, and walked past Liu with an indifferent expression. The clear and translucent gaze followed the emaciated back all the way to the outside of the house, and Liu seemed to suddenly wake up from a dream, and hurriedly lifted the small bamboo basket and chased after it. Down. Junzi Qi walked in front with a tall figure, and Liu followed behind with a small bamboo basket on her shoulder, and the closer she got to the village, the more panicked she felt in her heart. So, when the two of them finally returned to the village, Liu didn't care if he would annoy Junzi, so he rushed forward, held his arm firmly, and pulled hard in the direction of the original house. Junzi Qi's body was pulled away by her, and he glanced at her coldly, but he still didn't make any move that worried Liu. Back home, Liu directly led Junzi Qi into the house on the east side. There were actually some girlish things in the room, and there was undisguised disgust on the cold face of the gentleman. "Little brother, lie down and rest for a while, and I'll go prepare something for you." Liu decisively disconnected, and while slipping out, he made some excuses at will. Boil water on the stove, wash the rice and throw it into the casserole to boil, and Liu followed and touched the room on the west side. The house in the west was lived by the original parents with their youngest son. Liu ran in and turned over the latest clothes, and sent them to the front of the gentleman. "Little brother, the hot water will be good later, you can scrub and change into clean clothes, you should feel more comfortable. In early autumn, it still feels a little hot during the day, all the way down the mountain. Liu has a thin layer of sweat on her body, she wants to wash later, not to mention that Junzi Qi is still injured, of course he should be more clean than her." The indifferent gaze looked over, and Junzi looked at the stack of blue clothes that Liu was holding in his hand, without saying a word, and his expression was dull. "If you don't speak, don't refuse, then consider him acquiescence." Liu put her clothes next to the bed and ran into the kitchen to get busy. She caught so many shrimp in the morning, and she had already arranged them clearly. Divided into 3 parts, 1 shrimp slippery to make soup, 1 part boiled, and 1 garlic steamed, light and delicious, enough for her to eat for a day. The water on the stove quickly boiled, and Liu mixed half a basin of warm water for Junzi Qi to send to the room. "The porridge is almost ready, you wash it first, change your clothes and come out to eat," Liu said as she retreated to the door and closed the door. "Little brother, give me the clothes you changed, I'll help you wash it, the sun outside is so good, maybe it can be dried at night." The house was quite quiet. Liu stood at the door with her head down, not daring to glance at the crack of the door. After a while, there was a sound of rustling in the room. Liu blinked her eyes, and her forehead loosened. This has just started undressing? Soon, a hand stretched out from the crack of the door, holding a crumpled black shirt in his hand. Liu took the clothes frankly, and quickly took them back with his hand. But she still saw the slender fingers and the thin calluses in her palms. The door slammed and was pushed up hard. Liu subconsciously took a step back, shook off the clothes in his hand and saw that there was only a coat and a belt. Gee, I'm too wary. The little guy who is only 12 years old seems to have a lot of material to steal from others. There were dry blood stains on the coat and belt, and although the blood stains were not very obvious on the black wood, there were still hard lumps that could be felt. Liu put all the coat and belt into the wooden basin to soak, and went back to the kitchen to pick up the shrimp line. I only picked a dozen or so, and a person slowly swayed out of the house on the east side. Liu looked up and was stunned. Junqi's chest and shoulders were unobstructed, and the navy blue coat was wrapped around his waist and abdomen. His waist was too thin, and the coat was too long, and after 2 circles, the rest of the part was dragged behind him. Liu saw it out of the corner of his eye. Knowing that he will definitely be disgusted by half-old clothes, but he won't make such a strange look. Junzi slowly sat down on the pony next to the small table, sitting upright, obviously waiting to eat. Liu shook her head speechlessly, lifted the lid of the casserole, picked up the soup spoon and stirred the rice porridge, and the faint aroma of rice wafted away. She served him a bowl of white porridge with some brown sugar in it. The porridge bowl was put down on the table in front of Junzi Qi, and his dark eyes seemed to be blowing a cold wind, which made people feel cold. What's wrong? What's wrong? Liu wrung the rag in her hand, apprehensively. Junzi didn't speak, and glanced coldly into the kitchen. Liu understood in seconds and hurriedly explained, shrimp is a hair thing, it's best not to eat it with injuries on your body. And wasn't it still hot last night, so you should eat something light. The cold eyes turned to Liu, and Junzi looked at her like that, making her ankles tremble. Liu's expression changed instantly, and she became particularly solemn and serious. I thought about it again, although shrimp is a hair thing, but you need more nutrition now, so not only should you eat, but you should also eat more to promote wound healing. Before she finished speaking, she ran into the kitchen with a smoke, shivering. On the first day when Junzi Qi moved in, Liu took out the power of the flood and served him properly. There is never any special reaction in the gentleman's period, and it feels cold. In this way, the description of him in the original book is quite appropriate. He is a poisonous snake with a gorgeous and beautiful appearance but cold and cold. Of course, Liu didn't need any reaction from Junzi. She was even happy for him to continue to maintain it like this, stay honestly, eat and drink when he should eat, and then get out of the way early after recovering from his injuries. Just don't cause trouble in this village. Liu had a dream. Very scary dream. The dream exudes the smell of moxibustion everywhere, green leaves, bright red flowers, dexterous birds, chirping insects, and is full of vitality. She stood in the middle of the village, but her body fell into the cold like an ice cave, and her heart seemed to have a hole leaking air. Blood was flowing from her forehead, and bright red blood slid down her brow bone, sticking to her eyelashes and turning everything she saw in her left eye scarlet. But what she saw in her right eye was that Junzi Qi's body was pitch black, his clothes were black, his hair was black, his eyes were black, and even his face and hands were black, and he seemed to be wrapped in black asphalt. She saw him wandering around the village like a walking corpse, shuttling through the yards of each household, and every time he entered a yard, there would inevitably be a heart-wrenching scream. Those screaming sounds turned into steel needles, flying out from all directions, from every yard, and stabbing into the bullseye. Her body. Liu's eyes widened, unable to make a sound. Although she was in pain, she couldn't make the slightest sound. Her feet took root on the ground, making her unable to escape. She could only be nailed to the center of the village as a target. Junzi walked out of the last yard, holding a wooden stick dripping with blood in his hand, followed by countless things that don't know what, twisted those things are struggling, roaring. Liu heard clearly, they were shouting for help, who could come to save them, hoarse and thrilling. Liu was so frightened that she couldn't speak. Junzi Qi walked up to her with heavy steps, his face completely covered with asphalt was terrifying and disgusting, Liu stared at the position of his eyes, shaking like a sieve, and his teeth rattled, which was the only sound she could make now. The wooden stick is raised high. There was a loud noise, as if a bronze bell was stuffed into his head, and the bronze bell was being beaten hard with a scream. Liu sat up in horror. Not only was her forehead covered with cold sweat, but she was even soaked all over. Quickly lifting the quilt, Liu ran out of bed barefoot, rushed to the table, picked up the cold water kettle, and poured it violently. "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid, don't be afraid," she patted her heart gently, breathed heavily, and tried to adjust her emotions. "It's just a nightmare, it's just a dream," she comforted herself, took another sip while holding the kettle, wiped the sweat from her neck with lingering fears, and then put down the kettle and breathed a long sigh of relief. Liu glanced out the window. It's not dawn yet. But, is it really okay? How could it be okay? Getting back into the bed, she felt uneasy, as if there were 100 rabbits beating in her chest, and the quilt was also soaked with sweat, and it was particularly uncomfortable to wrap herself in it. After tossing and turning for a while, Liu lifted the quilt hard, jumped out of bed, and changed into a dry dress as quickly as possible. The previous dream may just be something she thinks about day and night, but what if that dream is a omen? What if something bad really happens? Cold. In order to strangle the just-in-case in the cradle, Liu decided to continue to plate him with a cheeky face. The early autumn morning is beautiful, the air is fresh, the breeze brings coolness and comfort, the big rooster in the yard has just lit up its throat, and the pink and white flowers in the flower garden are topped with crystal dewdrops. Liu has carefully prepared a breakfast. The door of the house on the east side is closed. I don't know if the gentleman's period is up now. Liu secretly put her ear to the door to listen to the movement in the room, and the side room was quiet. Looking up at the sky, it was still early, and Liu decided to wait. The sun slowly climbed up to the blue sky like an orange snail, and when it was almost noon, Liu couldn't wait. Before, she was worried that Junzi Qi would get up and didn't dare to disturb him, but now she couldn't help but think, Junzi Qi had already left while she was sleeping? What is the situation? I still have to go into the house to see it. Knocked lightly on the wooden door, and there was no response in the room. Liu took a deep breath, her tone was soft. "Little brother, it's already noon, breakfast has been warm in the steamer, you can eat it when you get up." The room was still quiet. Is it really no longer there? Liu put her hand on the door. Then I'll come in. Carefully pushing open the door, Liu stood at the door and stretched her neck to look inside. On the shelf bed, before the summer curtain could be removed, the figure of the gentleman period was hidden behind the curtain, lying straight. Well, others are still there. Liu had a strange feeling in her heart. She couldn't tell whether she was disappointed or relieved, and she didn't think much about it. Coming to the bed lightly, she was just about to call him again, but suddenly felt that something was wrong with today's gentleman's period. When I first met him, his lips were the color of peach petals, but now all those beautiful colors have faded. He was originally fair-skinned, but now he was no longer normally white, but pale, revealing a serious pathology. He must be very uncomfortable, otherwise he would not have frowned in his sleep. Now Liu's brows furrowed, and she hurriedly went to test the temperature of the forehead of the gentleman. Under the palm of your hand, it is hot. Junzi Qi suddenly opened his eyes, and his beautiful peach blossom eyes were bloodshot. Liu was not frightened by his eyes. His palm left his forehead, pursed the corners of his lips and pondered slightly for a moment, and then pulled his collar again. Junzi Qi waved her wrist away, his expression cold and disgusted. Liu bullied him for not being in good health now, and immediately followed with his other hand, pulling the clothes on his chest very firmly. A hint of murderous intent flashed in Junzi Qi's eyes, and he raised his hand to pinch Liu's neck. Hey, suffer a loss and be fooled once. Liu tilted her head, her soft little hand sent it into his palm, her fingers interlocked, held it tightly, and said helplessly, "Little brother, don't you stop moving, haven't you noticed that the wound has deteriorated? If you are not honest, you will really die." The girl's hand was small and soft, perhaps because his palm was too hot, so it seemed that her fingertips were very cold. Junzi Qi was stunned for a moment, his dark eyes touched the palm that was tightly clasped by Liu, and his arm immediately shrank back, Because of the anger in his heart, a faint blush appeared on his pale cheeks at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Yu didn't expect him to be so angry that he blushed, and thought that this kid was embarrassed. So in comparison, she felt much calmer than this kid. Blushing and blushing, if she hadn't held his hand just now, her neck would have suffered again. Junzi didn't have too much strength to resist, so Li Yu still completed what she wanted to do. After examining the wound, gently pulling up the collar for him, Li Yu straightened up and looked at the sick and weak boy in front of him condescendingly, with a look of weakness on her face. Of course, her tone was still gentle. She had to act when she should act, and she had to pretend when she should pretend. No way, this time you can't let your temper come here, you must go to the doctor. Junzi wanted to get up, but as soon as he lifted his head, he lay back weakly. I can't move, and when I move, it feels as if my soul is about to float away. Anger, grievances, and a rush of anger came up. Once and again, what did he do wrong? His eyes were a little sore, and Junzi raised his hand with difficulty, covering his eyes with the back of his hand. Li Yu stood silently in place, looking at the corners of his lips pursed together. She didn't know whether to laugh or be angry. Why did you go earlier? I had already told him that I had to see the doctor, but I didn't listen. I didn't wear clothes well, and I refused to eat light things, and now I know it's uncomfortable. It's late. Raising his neck and blinking, Li Yu sighed faintly, bent down, supported Junzi Qi's shoulders, and took the boss's strength to lift him up. Get up, your injury really can't be dragged on any longer. Junzi deliberately resisted, biting his lip and pushing Li Yu, who was drilling into his arms, outward. However, his strength is not as great as Li Yu's now. Not only did he fail to push Li Yu out, but she grabbed his arm and pulled him to her back. Li Yu wanted to try to see if he could memorize the gentleman's period, but as soon as his hot body lay on her back, he was depressed, low, and snorted. Oh, Li Yu hurriedly changed his strategy. His body tilted under the crook of the gentleman's arm, stuck out the tip of his tongue, and hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I forgot about the injury on your stomach. Junzi Qi took a deep breath, staring at the hippie smiling face with his arms bent down, and his eyebrows were full of irritable and impatient looks. Li Yu cheekily pretended not to see it. The fat ant's trauma plaster was bought from the barefoot doctor in the village, but his ointment is obviously useless for your injuries, so I'm afraid we still have to go to the town for a walk. It just so happens that there is an ox cart at the fat ant's house next door, and she is also very nice, so there will be no problem in asking her to take us to the town. As she spoke, she stood up with difficulty, holding Junzi Qi's waist with her left hand, and pulling Junzi Qi's wrist on her shoulder with her right hand. Because she was too hard, she gritted her teeth a little when she said this. Junzi Qi was much taller than Li Yu, and when she pulled him like this, he had to bend down slightly to lean over her, still pulling the wound, but it was definitely easier than before. So, in the face of Li Yu's persistence, he finally chose to remain silent again. Little brother, can you use a little more force? Hey, I'm overwhelmed by you. There was a distance of about 100 or 200 meters from the original home to the fat ant's house, and in a series of nagging, Li Yu finally got the gentleman's period to the door of the fat ant's house next door. Fortunately, the fat ant was at home at the moment, and she was quite surprised to see Li Yu carrying a teenager over for help. Li Yu lied that Junzi Qi was her cousin, and when she came here in the middle of the night yesterday, she encountered a robber on the way, and she suffered a little injury. Oh hey, this made the fat ant so excited, and kept counting what the adults in both of their families were eating. How could they still let a child walk on the road in the middle of the night? After counting and counting, the fat ant immediately called her man back from the vegetable field, put on the ox cart, and sent Li Yu and Junzi Qi to the town. Li Yu also wanted to pay some car fare, but the fat ant didn't want to live or die, but wrapped 2 cakes for Li Yu to take on the road to eat. Sitting on the ox cart and shaking, Li Yu's heart was warm, and it was not in vain that she had worked so hard for this village these days. When I went to the medical center in the town, I almost spent most of the broken silver in Li Yu's purse. The body is important, so this money must not be saved, and at the moment there is only a little more careful calculation, and when the gentleman's period is sent away safely, it is easy to say what will happen in the future. The moon rises on the willow tips. Liu rubbed her eyes and yawned as she came out of the house on the west side. During the day, the doctor specially explained that he had to pay special attention to it these days. For this reason, Liu has been holding back and refusing to sleep, planning to wait until Junzi is asleep before going in to look at him quietly, but he didn't expect to fall asleep without paying attention. But fortunately he wanted to go to the toilet in the middle of the night and woke up again, otherwise this night, Junzi Qi would have no one to care about him. Tiptoe opened the door, Liu tiptoed and quietly walked to the bed. An oil lamp was burning in the room, and the light was dim and depressing. Junzi lay upright on the bed, the quilt was lifted to his waist, his pale cheeks were abnormally red, and even his lips were a little red and purple. Liu had never seen anyone sick like this, so she hurriedly reached out to test his body temperature, and it was surprisingly hot. She looked down at him, her eyes dark. The hand on his forehead slowly held his cheek again. Handsome face, beautiful eyebrows and eyes, a small half of his face buried between the black hair, looking weak and helpless. Regardless of what kind of person he will become in the future, in front of him, he is actually just a lonely teenager who suffered a great misfortune not long ago, lost all his relatives, and was seriously ill and injured. Faintly, she sighed, poor Grozy. There was like a flame burning in his belly, even the breath was hot. The gentleman pushed away the bedding on his body unbearably, but the next moment he began to feel cold again, and the cold made his teeth tremble. Like waking up from a dream, countless painful memories emerged in my mind. The riding whip hit his back again and again, numb in pain, and his father's cold and familiar voice was in his ears. Do you still want her? Do you still want to? In the next moment, the screams of countless people sounded in his ears, the light of swords and swords, blood and flesh flew, a sea of fire, and his father, who had always been cold and powerful, would actually be afraid, and the face that was extremely similar to him became fragmented and drowned in the sea of blood. A slender lancet split through the churning sea of blood, stabbed straight into the wound in his abdomen, and cut off the flesh and blood on the wound. A sun suddenly fell in front of me. In the sun, there is a well-behaved and docile smiling face of a girl. Her lips were moving, but he didn't hear a sound. But he knew what she was saying, don't endure so hard, if it hurts too lich, even boys can shed tears. There was a warm touch on his cheeks, and after the warmth, it became cool and comfortable again, and Junzi Qi frowned, struggling, freed from the chaotic dream. He wanted to open his eyes, but only half of them were lifted, and a warm cloth suddenly covered them. The cloth gently wiped his forehead, until the warm feeling gradually disappeared. The cloth was removed, and a dim candlelight appeared in his eyes again. Hey, are you awake? The faint gaze turned in the direction of the sound. Liu lay on the edge of the bed, looking at him with crooked eyebrows and smiling. Junzi Qi moved his lips, but he couldn't open his mouth. Hey, wait a moment, don't force it, you have to drink some water first. Liu hurriedly threw the cloth into the basin and ran to pour a bowl of warm water to come back. He was indeed thirsty, and he propped his elbows on the edge of the bed and wanted to sit up. Lie down obediently. Liu easily pressed the weak gentleman's period back. The doctor said, you have to lie down on the bed for a few days and not move around. Junzi Qi frowned slightly, although his pale face was still expressionless. Eyes, he was still cold and fierce. Liu couldn't help but snicker in his heart. It turned out that he would also be afraid. Licking her lips, she began to bitterly, little brother, you are a boy. I originally thought you were very bold, when you were in the medical center, when the doctor cut your wound with a knife to drain the pus, didn't you still snort without snorting? Why are you suddenly scared now? Blinking his dark eyes, Liu raised his eyebrows and squeezed out a puzzled look. But what are you afraid of? Do you feel too thin to be seen? At this point, the corners of her eyebrows quietly stained with a smile. The problem is that I already saw it when I was in the medical center. Hey, you shouldn't have forgotten it, right? Junzi's face instantly turned red. Are you a woman? Of course I'm not. Liu blinked her eyes innocently. I'm just a 12-year-old girl, and I can't be considered a woman yet. Although he was very angry, the current gentleman period no longer knew what to say. But Liu knew, and approached him with a smile. Little brother, you should be about the same age as me, then you can't be considered a male. Shut up for me. He gritted his teeth, staring at her eyes full of coldness. Yes. Liu closed her mouth seriously, and she had to save some face for others anyway. He lay on the bed and breathed deeply, as if he had been wronged, and after a while, his beautiful eyes closed suddenly. Just do as the doctor said, wipe. She looked at him quietly, with a victorious smile on her crooked lips. Okay, all night. Liu wiped the gentleman's period with warm water every other hour. The gentleman's period was awkward at the beginning, but when the heat came up again and fell into a state of drowsiness again, he could only be at the mercy of a doll. Fortunately, this persistence finally worked, and by morning, although he was still hot, the heat was not as amazing as in the middle of the night. After staying up all night, Liu really couldn't hold on anymore, so she huddled at the end of the bed, planning to stare for a while and then go to decoct the medicine. But she was so tired that she couldn't control her sleep. During the gentleman's period in light sleep, he inexplicably felt a little aggrieved, and his legs couldn't straighten. Squinting his eyes and looking up, he saw Liu shrinking at his feet like a shrimp, pouting, and sleeping soundly. He looked at it for a long time, blinked his eyes extremely slowly, and then silently moved a little to the side of the bed and fell asleep again. Sweating profusely, when Junzi woke up again, he felt as if he had just been fished out of the water. The sun was shining outside, the sparrows were chirping on the jujube trees, and there was a low conversation between two people in the yard. He couldn't hear it clearly, and his heart was in a trance, as if he was isolated from the world. He didn't like this feeling, he didn't like it. The more unhappy I feel in my heart, the more I can't lie down on this bed. He struggled to get up with his elbows on the edge of the bed, and the wound on his abdomen really protested, and he was so painful that he felt weak. However, this did not stop anything, and after taking a couple of breaths, Junzi Qi sat up in one go. Indifferent eyes fell on the table by the window. He put on his shoes and walked over slowly. His legs were heavy as if they had been filled with lead, but his feet seemed to be stepping on clouds, fluttering, and he always felt that he had not fallen into practice. Walking from the bed to the table, the short distance seemed to have passed for a long time. Picking up the teapot and pouring water, the water in the cup was less than half full, and his wrist had begun to lose its strength. The mood instantly fell to the bottom again, and Junzi put the teapot heavily on the table and reached out to get the teacup. However, the after effects of his wrist weakness immediately appeared, and his fingers trembled so much that he kept calling, and the teacup fell to pieces on the ground. Looking down at these trembling hands, Junzi bit his lip slowly and forcefully. There was a running sound in the yard, and then the door was pushed open, and Liu hurriedly rushed in. What's wrong? Junzi Qi immediately put down his hands, his waist straightened, and his expression was indifferent. Liu's eyes swept over the broken teacup, didn't ask a word, walked forward quickly, and held his arm. Go back to bed first. You really don't want to lie down. I'll find something for you to rely on like this, right? Junzi Qi agreed lowly, and his body couldn't help but lean in the direction of Liu. Liu raised her head in surprise and looked at the side face of the gentleman period in a daze. Junzi Qi lowered his head slightly, looking at his feet, and a little unnatural feeling quietly slipped out of Qing Jun's indifferent expression. Why don't you leave? Right? Oh, let's go. Liu has become accustomed to talking to herself, and the acquiescence in the awkwardness of the gentleman's period. He suddenly became so good, she couldn't adapt to it. Go slowly. Does your stomach still hurt? Somewhat. Oh, 2 quilts were brought from the West House, all piled on the head of the bed. Come on, try it. If it's not enough, I'll go get 2 more pillows. Junzi covered his abdomen and slowly leaned back on the quilt. Liu looked at his expression from the side. Is it comfortable? Junzi Qi didn't speak, only nodded slightly. Liu slowly showed a smile from her aunt. How nice it would be if she had been so obedient earlier. He called warm water to wash his face and rinse his mouth, and moved a stool to put it next to the bed. I'll put the teapot here for you, and drink it yourself when you're thirsty. Junzi Qi lowered his eyes and nodded slightly, looking really well behaved. Liu's mood is getting better and better, and even her courage is getting bigger and bigger. The fat aunt next door just sent a fish. It's so fresh. I'm going to make fish fillet porridge. But before that, you have to drink the medicine obediently. She walked out while nagging, but she didn't notice the young man behind her, who suddenly became indifferent again. After a while, Liu came back with a bowl of black soup, and as soon as she walked to the bed, she met a pair of wary eyes. "What's wrong? What's wrong?" "Forgive her for being stupid, I can't imagine why he changed his face so quickly." "I'm much better, I don't need to take medicine." The fair face is full of rejection and disgust, and the gentleman's period is almost expressing the resistance from the heart with the body language of the whole body. Oh, this is the first time he has said so lich to her. If it weren't for the current situation, Liu would probably want to celebrate. "I know this medicine is hard to drink, and I even want to vomit a little when I decoct it, so, believe me, I can completely understand your mood of not wanting to drink the medicine." Liu blinked, covered her heart, and slowly showed a sincere and helpless look. "However, this medicine is really expensive, and it has already been fried. If it is wasted, it will definitely be struck by lightning, right? Double quotation mark. Don't drink." The young man's appearance when he frowned was particularly eye-catching, but his tone was harsh and cold. "Get out." Liu suddenly missed the groggy appearance of the gentleman's period last night, and it was not too easy to feed him medicine at that time. Just pour it into his mouth. "Really don't drink?" The indifferent look escalated again, and Junzi Qi pursed his lips tightly, as if his whole body was chilling. "Okay, this is what you forced me." Liu also straightened her face, just like him, expressionless. After the harsh words were dropped, she turned around and left with the medicine bowl, and came back after a while, and the thing she was holding in her hand turned into the gourd that used to contain old duck soup. Junzi Qi watched Liu walk in coldly, but she didn't expect that she was so bold that she dared to do it directly. Before he could react, the gourd had already reached his mouth, and she was still holding his chin, forcing him to raise his head and pour the soup directly into his mouth. The bitter juice left along the corners of the lips, making it particularly dazzling on smooth and white skin. Junzi Qi was so angry that the wound on his stomach hurt more and more, so he barely swallowed it and waved his hand to knock the gourd aside. "Are you looking for death?" The young man's eyes were a little red, his eyes were vicious, and his expression was gloomy. Liu subconsciously took a step back while holding the gourd, and after being stunned for a while, she suddenly laughed. "Hey, did you find it? You just threatened verbally, and you didn't want to strangle me like the previous 2 times." Junzi Qi's face froze instantly, his pale pink lips opened slightly, and he tried to make a sound several times but failed. Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Liu restrained a little. "Getting carried away this morning is enough, and it should be stopped in moderation, otherwise it will really force people to be anxious. Isn't it boring?" Casually put the gourd on the stool next to the bed, and she told briskly, "Then I will put this medicine here, you can take care of it yourself. If the wound doesn't hurt, and you really don't want to drink it, no one will force you. Open the window to ventilate, then bring a broom and dustpan to clean up the broken teacups." Liu hummed a song, and quickly cleaned up the whole room. After cleaning up, she naturally asked, "You'll be fine later, I'm going to go out to kill fish and make fish fillet porridge." Junzi was leaning on the bed, closing his eyes to recuperate, and when he heard Liu ask him this, he lifted his eyelids and closed them again. Liu just thought he was sleepy again, didn't say anything, and left the house quietly. After a while, there was a knocking sound in the yard. Junzi opened his eyes and looked out the window. In the yard, Liu was sitting on a pony, holding a big fish under her left hand, and holding a rolling pin in her right hand, beating the fish's head. She started too lightly, and failed to knock the fish unconscious several times in a row, but was bounced all over the water by the big fish. Finally, she gritted her teeth and used her strength, but she almost smashed her finger, but fortunately, she shrank quickly, and after escaping the disaster, she smirked with her. The whole process of killing fish is clumsy and jerky, but she looks so vivid, lively, and cute, especially when she laughs at the end. Her voice is crisp and pleasant, and her smile shines a little dazzlingly. Junzi Qi frowned slightly, lowered his eyes thoughtfully, and tried to ignore the trace of strange emotions that appeared inexplicably in his heart. Liu took out a kitchen knife and began to scrape the scales. Junzi Qi slowly moved to the bedside, put on his shoes, and stood up. When he stood up, his movements seemed to be a little violent, and the wound on his stomach sent a solemn protest to him. he was in so much pain that he subconsciously bent over, and after taking a step forward, he suddenly remembered something and turned his head to look out the window. Liu lowered her head, all her attention was on the kitchen knife, and the expression on her face looked very serious. Junzi Qi slowly breathed a sigh of relief, slowly straightened his waist again, and when he finally finished solving what he wanted to solve and returned to bed, he felt that he was about to collapse. Weakness is certainly one of the factors. The pain also made him unable to ignore. His eyes fell on the gourd containing the medicine next to the bed, and after hesitating for a moment, Junzi Qi finally picked it up obediently. Fish fillet porridge is ready quickly. The stool next to the bed was not enough, so Liu simply dragged the wooden table by the window over. When she was cleaning up the teapot and teacup on the stool, she deliberately picked up the gourd and shook it gently, and the smile that had been hanging on her lips became more and more obvious. Junzi Qi deliberately paid attention to Liu's actions, and when he saw that she was really laughing, a hint of embarrassment flashed in his cold eyes. Liu didn't pay attention to him deliberately, put away the things with a calm expression, and then returned to the kitchen and brought 2 bowls of fish fillet porridge. The taste of porridge is light and sweet, and it tempts people's appetite without a trace. Liu picked up the spoon and stirred, stirring slowly while gently blowing cold. Junzi felt that the aroma of the porridge was more intense, so he picked up a spoon and scraped off a layer of the surface, and couldn't wait to send it to his mouth. Soft, smooth, fresh and delicious. Liu was eating, and her mouth couldn't stop. After all, it was the first time the two of them sat at the same table to eat, and she really didn't want to look awkward because there was no topic. There is still half of the fish fillet left, let's drink fish fillet porridge at night. If you are tired of it, how about I go to the vegetable field and secretly pull a radish back and come back with a cold salad? By the way, there is still a flower garden idle. When you get injured, we can grow vegetables and play together. I think chicken cabbage is good, it can make soup, stir fry, and the growth cycle is short. Oh, by the way, I also keep the fish head. But the tofu has to be booked in advance, otherwise I will have to go to the town to buy it. I plan to order it in the afternoon and make fish head tofu soup tomorrow. Sentence after sentence, the words are very vigorous, saying that it is chatting, but it is actually more like talking to oneself. Junzi Qi drank the porridge silently and listened to all those words word for word. Porridge, unexpectedly delicious. Those words are also unexpectedly good. Once, what he hated the most was someone talking to him. My father has never asked him about his homework, except for what books he reads every day and how long he has practiced boxing. There is no other topic at all. As long as the aunts talk to him, they must have a plan. Even the younger siblings are the same, even if they are afraid of him and jealous of him, they have to run to him under the teaching of their mother relatives to please him. There are so many people in the Jun family, and no one has ever spoken to him without any purpose or intention. Afterward, if it is not necessary, no one dares to say more in front of him. But now, listening to the chatter of the little girl next to him, talking about some ordinary boring trivial things, he was not disgusted at all, and even felt that her voice became more and more pleasant to listen to. Most of the people in the village are self-sufficient, and every family has a few vegetable fields, and if they want to eat some, they will go to their own vegetable fields to pick some up. But if you want to buy meat or tofu, you have to say hello early, and when people go to the town to do business, they set aside it in advance, and when they have time, they can go over and pay for it. Liu took advantage of the lunch break of the gentleman's period to run out and order the tofu to be used the next day, and after getting this done, he went around to the edge of the vegetable field where radishes were planted. Most of the vegetable fields of each household are connected together, and there are a lot of radishes, eggplants, and vegetable seedlings. Saying that she just stole a radish back, it was just a joke. Liu couldn't do such a lowly thing. When ordering tofu, she specially inquired which house planted radishes, and she bought it directly from someone's house. But the human radish is big. The master waved his hand and refused to sell. Let Liu go to the vegetable field to pull it by himself, as much as he wanted, just a few radishes. Who in the villagers is embarrassed to ask for those 1 or 2 copper plates? Liu thanked her, and happily went to the radish big. The master pointed out 2 green radishes in the vegetable field she pointed out, and felt that the matter she had taken on her body was not in vain. In early autumn, green radishes can just start to be picked, extremely crisp and tender, full of moisture. The cold shredded radish in the evening is sweet and sour, particularly appetizing. The gentleman's period is not enough to drink a bowl of fish fillet porridge with shredded radish. Licked his lips, and opened his mouth lightly. Another bowl. Liu smiled. Okay, but let's say in advance that we have to drink medicine after dinner and rest, and we can't play with children's tempers anymore. Junzi Qi lifted his long eyelashes, glanced at Liu with flashing eyes, and a hint of embarrassment gradually appeared on his usually indifferent face. In fact, there was still a little left that I planned to leave for myself to eat, but since you are so flattering, little brother, then it has to be yours. Liu smiled and picked up the empty bowl in front of the gentleman period and walked out. Oh, it's a pity that I deliberately left some more fish fillets. Her voice faded away. Junzi picked up chopsticks and shredded radish into his mouth, lowered his eyes and pondered. This little girl seems to be getting bolder and bolder. Originally weak, after drinking 2 bowls of hot porridge, Junzi soon began to feel drowsy. Liu counted the time, fried the medicine, and let it cool down a little before bringing it into the house. Little brother, get up and drink medicine, she whispered in his ear. Junzi Qi, half of his face was trapped in the pillow, squinted his eyes and glanced at the little girl in front of him, pulled up the quilt, and covered the top of his head all the time. Hey, you can't do this. Liu frowned. A gentleman is hard to chase, you promised. A littering voice came from the quilt. I didn't agree, right? ? No, you just didn't speak. Liu held the bowl in one hand and pinched her waist with the other. Her head was lowered, but her eyebrows couldn't be higher. Our rule here is that if you don't speak, you mean default. Besides, you don't want to sleep until midnight and wake up from a wound, right? After a while, Junzi Qi poked his head out of the quilt, took the medicine bowl in Liu's hand, and poured all the bitter medicinal juice into his stomach with an unhesitating momentum. This is a good boy. Liu smiled and wiped his mouth. Next, do you plan to just wash your face, or get some hot water to wipe your body? Do you still need to ask? Of course, Junzi immediately chose to wash his face with a slightly annoyed face. Liu is not a masochist, since he has chosen it this way, and there is no sign of fever. Of course she can hide if she can. Liu just stepped out of the door with an empty bowl. Junzi Qi immediately lifted the quilt and got out of bed, solved the personal problem with the fastest speed he could reach, and lay back on the bed again. When he got on the bed, sweat broke out on his forehead. But he had to admit that those unpleasant and terrible things still played a role. At least, the wound on his stomach no longer hurt as if it was about to crack. Liu cleaned herself well. It took her a lot of time and was particularly troublesome. But these are all lists, and there is absolutely no room to be lazy again. It was a decoction, a fish killing, and a radish puller, and after a day, she even felt that she could smell her body. When Liu returned to the east room, Junzi Qi had already piled all the bedding used as a backrest at the end of the bed, and he fell asleep wrapped in the quilt. He closed his eyes, but he didn't fall asleep. A fresh smell came to him in his breath, and while he subconsciously held his breath, a soft hand covered his forehead. No, why does it seem like you have a low-grade fever again? It seems that you have to pay attention at night. Junzi Qi heard Liu littering in a low voice, and then the softness on his forehead disappeared, and he was actually a little disappointed. There was a rustling sound at the end of the bed, and Junzi was almost unable to hold it back and had to start breathing again, but his breath was still deliberately light and slow, as if he was in a deep sleep. The end of the bed sank, and after a while, the room was completely calm. Junzi Qi opened his eyes were complicated, and after a while, he straightened his legs and kicked Liu, who was pressing his bedding away, and then closed his eyes peacefully and fell asleep. Liu hardly slept last night, so she dozed off at the end of the bed for a while in the morning, and she was busy for another day during the day today, and finally survived until night, and she didn't want to run around the 2 houses in the middle of the night, so she took up a small space on the bed in the gentleman's period. She almost fell asleep with the pillow in it, and then Junzi kicked her. She felt it, didn't feel the pain, and didn't pay attention to it because she was too sleepy, but after falling asleep, she had a lot of strange dreams. In the middle of the night, Liu woke up twice and touched Junzi Qi's forehead with her hand, but fortunately, the low fever before going to bed has now subsided, replaced by a sweat covering her body. Most people should have experience with fever. Basically, after covering the sweat, it means that the disease has begun to change for the better. Liu completely let go of her heart, so she didn't plan to squeeze with Junzi all the time, quietly touched, and returned to the room on the west side with the quilt. Junzi Qi opened a pair of indifferent eyes and looked at the gently closed door, looking inexplicable. When I woke up the next morning, my spirit was indeed a little better than the day before. After breakfast, Liu put the teapot and water cup on the side of the bed for him. I'll go up the mountain to catch some shrimp and come back. You stay at home alone, no problem, right? Is there any problem with being alone? Of course there will be no problems. Once upon a time, his only pleasure was to be alone, but now, when the little girl in front of him asked this question, Junzi Qi felt inexplicably uncomfortable. He moved his lips and spoke indifferently in Liu's persistent eyes. Open the window, right? Well, of course. Liu turned around and pushed the window open, let out a breath for a while. If the wind is strong, it's best to close the window, but if you don't want to move, remember to wrap the quilt so you don't get cold. Junzi didn't seem to hear Liu nagging. Put the chickens and ducks in the yard, right? Oh, Liu just nodded and couldn't help but be stunned. Hey? This time, Liu made full preparations, deliberately made a catching tool with bamboo poles and gauze, and dug out a basket from the woodshed. The autumn wind blows the leaves, rustling. Liu is in the water, whoosh, whoosh. After half a day's effort, she returned with a full load, just in time to make lunch. Liu stepped into the yard with a small bamboo basket on her back and saw the gentleman's period through the window. He sat on the edge of the bed, holding a teacup in his hands, glanced at her faintly, and quickly turned his gaze to the big rooster who was walking in the yard. Liu suddenly realized, dare to let her release both chickens and ducks, just to appreciate? Putting down the basket, Liu ran to the window and shouted into the room, I'll go out again, and I'll cook when I come back later. Junzi did not respond, and his expressionless face seemed to clearly say, I am unhappy. Liu blinked inexplicably, decided, or hurry up to touch this moldy head, turned around and got into the kitchen and took out 2 large bowls, each with some green shrimp in it. The aunt next door sent a large bowl of shrimp, and sent a big radish. Grandpa sent more than half a bowl. She was very grateful for everyone's kindness, but the favor that should be returned still had to be repaid. When I went home, I took a detour to get a few pieces of tofu that I had ordered earlier, and at noon I could just stew a pot of fish head tofu and shrimp slippery soup. I'm back. After Liu returned home, she threw her things into the kitchen and ran into the house happily to offer treasures. See what I brought you back. She sent a small bamboo cage to Junzi Qi, in which he squatted all the time. This cricket, small Chow Ling Long, is as green as jade, and there is a small half of bright red peppers inserted in the cage. The cricket took a bite of the chili pepper, and its cry was thin and soft, which was quite pleasant. The radish's big master gave it to me. Liu flicked the small cage gently, and the crickets inside immediately screamed even more happily. Big master caught a total of 2, and planned to leave them for his little grandson to play with. See me send shrimp, insist on giving me one, right? Hey, I'll pass the time for you. She handed the cage to Junzi Qi again. I've been stuffy in the house all day these days, and I'm bored to death, right? Junzi Qi was silent, looking at the crickets in the cage with complicated eyes. There was once a person who, in order to please him, got him a brocade sparrow. Red beak, red claws, gray-blue fur, the sound is very good. At that time, he was only 3 years old, and he was naturally happy to see something interesting for the first time, and he couldn't wait to run to his father to show off, wanting to share such a beautiful cry with his father. But his father trampled the jinhuak to death in front of him, and the servant who gave him the jinhuak was also beaten to death with a stick, and the scene of the jinhuak struggling to death was forever engraved in his mind. Since then, he has learned one thing: the people of their Jun family do not need to be happy. Liu stared at Junzi Qi's eyes and looked at them carefully, always feeling that something was wrong with his reaction, but she couldn't tell what was wrong. What's wrong? Her voice was soft and soothing, with a careful tentative, "Don't you like it? How about that? I'd better go back." "No." Junzi Qi lowered his eyes, hiding the complexity under his eyes, and after a while, he raised his hand and pointed to the square stool next to the bed. "Put it there." The low magnetic hoarse voice was as cold as ever. Liu said oh and smiled slowly. "Okay." She put the crickets away. "Then I'm going to cook. How about eating fish head tofu and shrimp crockpot at noon?" Junki was obviously absent-minded, his eyes drifted out of the window, but his eyes were out of focus. I don't know if he heard it clearly, but he did nod his head slightly, and then looked out the window in a daze. "Okay." Liu wrapped the scattered hair around her sideburns behind her ears and smiled slightly. "I won't bother you, I'll cook." The taste of the gentleman's period is a bit tricky, and after a few days, in order to brush her favorability, Liu has to rack her brains almost every day to make delicious food. Junki is still a clean person, and after enduring it for a few days, he really couldn't bear it, so he asked Liu to boil hot water for him, hid in the room by himself, and simply wiped the bath. The injury on his stomach recovered quickly after taking medicine and changing dressings every day, but it was far from reaching the level of not being able to wash his hair when he could bend down, which made him a little crazy. Liu is not a roundworm in the belly of a gentleman, but after getting along these days, basically as long as he has a look, she can also guess the thoughts in his head SOSO, and she can basically guess 8-9 without 10. This is another great opportunity to brush up on favorability. "Little brother, why don't I wash your hair?" Liu smiled gently. Junki stuffed half of the red pepper into the cage of the cricket and glanced at her meaninglessly. His face was calm and indifferent, but the corners of his mouth were pursed for a while and relaxed, erratic. Liu stayed by his side seriously, didn't speak, and just watched him struggle in his heart quietly. After a while, I heard his hoarse and low magnetic voice sound softly, "Yes." Liu blinked and smiled. The conditions are a bit rudimentary, and there are not so many convenient and easy-to-use hair-washing artifacts, so Liu had to choose the easiest way. It happened that the sun was shining today, and Liu moved the small square table back to the yard and prepared 2 basins of warm water in advance. "Little brother, I'm ready, let's go to the yard." The physical strength of the gentleman period has also recovered a lot, and he only needs a little help to walk as usual. Liu held his arm, led him into the yard, and pointed to the small square table. "Just lie here." The gentleman's period did it quietly. His movements were a little dashing and decadent, probably because he had completely given up struggling with the current situation, and he loved it, as long as he could return to a clean and refreshing state. Liu also sat down on the pony next to the square table, gently supported Junzi Qi's neck, and put it on his lap. The weather is sunny, the sun is rising, and the quiet farmhouse courtyard is full of light. Junki closed his eyes, his long eyelashes trembled slightly, the sun shone on his face through the mottled jujube branches and leaves, the white fair skin looked a little transparent, and even the capillaries under the skin could be seen clearly. The soft and weak appearance was painful. Liu poured warm water on his hair one by one, and after it was completely wet, he began to apply hibiscus leaf juice, and then rubbed it gently. She herself has been washing her hair these days, using soap pods, using hibiscus leaf juice, or when she went up the mountain to catch shrimp that day, she saw other young ladies collecting hibiscus leaves on the mountain. The wet hair was very thin and soft, so soft that it wrapped around her fingertips, and after a while it rubbed out a foam with a faint fragrance. When Liu closed his eyes during the gentleman's period, he quietly lowered his head and smelled his hair, and sure enough, it smelled much better than soap pods, and it seemed to be washed cleaner. The gentleman's period was lying calmly on the low square table, but in fact, his whole body fell into a subtle stiff state. There was a soothing pressure from the scalp, and he scratched it gently a few times from time to time, and the place that didn't feel itchy became itchy, and this itchy feeling even spread rapidly to his whole body in a situation where a spark could burn the plains. He wanted to scratch his back, but he had to stay calm and lie here motionless. "This is not washing your hair, it's just torture." Suddenly, a warm stream of water washed over his forehead. Junki subconsciously relaxed a little, and then thought of the sound of horses' hooves outside the courtyard gate. "Nyo, Dad is back." Junki opened his eyes suddenly. just in time to meet Li Yu's equally surprised look. Before the two of them could react, the courtyard door was pushed open, and a man with a pointed hat and a robe strode in. "Nyo, what are you doing?" Li Yu and Junzi Qi withdrew their eyes that stayed on each other, and looked at the visitor in unison, one cold and one shocked, and the expressions on their faces were wonderful. That's how it is in the West House. Li Yu made up a nonsense to his original father, that is, Dong Feihu, as quickly as possible. I was worried that I would say too many mistakes, so she only grasped a few key points. For example, the Junzi Qi family was temporarily separated because they encountered bandits during their travels. For example, when she went to the mountains to catch shrimp, she accidentally picked up the injured Junzi Qi. Another example is that the wound of the gentleman's period is suppurated and infected, and he is almost dead. For example, when she asked the fat ant to help send Junzi Qi to the town's medical center that day, in order to avoid trouble, she recognized Junzi Qi as her cousin. True or false, exaggerated and exaggerated, anyway, the gentleman's period has now been described by her as a fragile and helpless little pitiful. Dong Feihu smoked a pot, and his face was a little red and black because he had been running around all year round, and his expression was serious, and he suddenly stretched out his hand to pick away the flowing sea on Li Yu's forehead, and his face changed. "What's wrong with your forehead?" The sea of flowing water on Li Yu's forehead was sparse, and the complete scar that had not healed was definitely impossible to hide as long as you looked closely. She knew it in her heart and was prepared. "I accidentally slipped when I was catching shrimp and was scraped by a branch next to me." Li Yu shrank her neck, calmly tidied up Lu Hai, and said obediently, "I don't feel lich pain, the wound is not deep, and I have applied medicine, and it is almost healed." Although Dong Feihu is just a rough man, in the point that the girl's face list not leave scars, it is highly consistent with the fat ant. His face is full of disapproval, and the smoke pot knocked on the leg of the table. "Let you take good care of the house at home, you are good, and you have learned to steal fish and shrimp?" Li Yu scratched the tip of her nose speechlessly, and littered in a low voice to defend herself. "How can you steal fish? Those shrimp are also wild." "Don't say it. I'll send you to your grandma's house to accompany you mother. Let you mother take good care of it, and by the way, help you mother do more work." "Hey!" Li Yu's small face collapsed instantly. "Don't dash." Dong Feihu ignored her shouts, stood up, put his hands behind his back, and walked out. Li Yu hurriedly followed, and pulled the corner of Dong Feihu's clothes tightly. Daddy dash stopped in front of Dong Feihu in a big way, accompanied by a smiling face, and clasped his hands in a bow. "Saving a life is better than building a 7th-level pagoda. The little brother's injured eyes will be healed in a few days. You can let him stay at our house for 2 more days. Don't be so anxious to drive him away. And it is inconvenient for people to stay now, and when the injury heals, we just can't keep them even if we want to." Dong Feihu glanced sideways at Li Yu, as if he had seen through her. "Who said I was going to drive him away? Look at you saying that he is so pitiful, and he doesn't care about me in the past. What do you care about?" Li Yu didn't give up. "Isn't it okay to just ask me directly, right? Get up." "I don't. You get up for me." Dong Feihu stretched out his arms, lifted Li Yu who was standing in front of him like a little doll, put it behind him, and took a big step and left. Li Yu stared at Dong Feihu's back. "Luck, the strength is amazing?" Dong Feihu held the elder's shelf and pushed open the door of the east room. The handsome young man stood upright by the window, looking out the window with indifferent and arrogant eyes. Dong Feihu pondered for a moment, turned the cigarette stick in his hand twice, walked slowly to Junzi Qi's side, and looked at him carefully from head to toe with his shrewd eyes. The 12-year-old boy, with a calm face and delicate eyebrows and eyes, although he was only wearing a black suit, a centipede was sewn out with some 2 bright-colored threads near his abdomen. Dong Feihu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He was completely sure that such an ugly sewing method could not be done by the young man in front of him. 9 out of 10 was done by his clumsy silly girl. But it is undeniable that no matter how down and out the young man's dress is, he can't hide his nobility all over his body, and the evil Dong Feihu has been traveling south and north for so many years, although he has not been able to make any big money, but he has seen countless people and things. Separated from your family because you met a mountain bandit? Only their silly girl would believe it. However, I have to say that this kid's appearance is indeed good, and it is no wonder that the little girl at home is so maintained. But understanding is understanding, disgust still has to be disliked. Don't look at this young man. On the surface, he looks cold and harmless, but he definitely has a poisonous stinger in his bones, and once he gets it, he will either die or be injured. Therefore, no matter how extraordinary this young man's life experience is, no matter how rich and noble his family is, it has nothing to do with them. His daughter does not want to climb the dragon and follow the phoenix in the future, but only wants to be safe and smooth, find an honest family in the future, marry happily, give birth to 2 more babies, and live peacefully until 99. Dong Fei, who was already honest, coupled with a simple smile, he became a very friendly appearance. Since things are already like this, of course he can only continue to push the boat with the water, until the young man is injured, send people away safely, and don't get into trouble. After saying a few warm words to Junzi Qi, Dong Fei, who grasped the proportions just right everywhere. Junzi Qi occasionally ignored him and replied to the previous sentence, but most of the time he looked out the window expressionlessly. This person's one-man show is not easy to sing, and Dong Fei, who soon couldn't sing. Don't think too much about everything. Maybe your parents are safe and sound and are looking for you now, or it won't take a few days to find them. Dong Fei, who rolled up the cigarette pot and pinned it to his belt, making a busy look. I still have to go to the town to deliver. You should go back to bed quickly. Lie down. Standing for a long time, it's not good for the wound. He had just walked to the door, and behind him, Junzi Qi opened his mouth lightly. The tea in the pot is cold, replace it with some hot ones. Liu has been guarding the door eavesdropping, and while Dong Fei, who is eagerly concerned about the gentleman's period, she almost made herself nervous into a ball. Therefore, as soon as the voice from Junzi Qi's side came out, she immediately responded loudly, "Hey, coming soon." Dong Fei, who immediately felt his heart tighten. This is really a female college girl selling fruit is about freshness. It's almost the double ninth festival, so this time I specially put in some pears that clear away heat and moisten the lungs. Dong Fei, who was responsible for picking, and Liu helped to put the picked fruits neatly and beautifully into the bamboo basket. While working, Dong Fei, who gave Liu a lesson. This kind of small but fragrant pear is not only crisp and sweet, but also has a well-known name, called the golden pendant. The bamboo baskets used to hold the gold pendants are all custom-made, the appearance and shape are the same, each basket is overweight, and each basket is the same weight. There were 5 or 6 baskets in total, all of which had to be delivered door to door. Dong Fei, who was in a hurry, he had just arrived home, and he hadn't rested for long, and he told him not to get too close to Junzi Qi, and after getting Liu's sincere assurance, he drove the carriage to the town again. There are still several large baskets of sweet pears left in the yard. Liu finally found something that can play its own value, so naturally she didn't want to be lazy, so she simply sat alone in the yard and picked it up. She had observed it before. In fact, most of the fruits brought back by Dong Fei, who have been screened once, not only are they quite large, but the shape and color are also very pleasing. It's a pity that I came back with a carriage, bumpy and wobbly along the way. These fruits will inevitably be a little bumpy, so I have to pick again before reloading the basket to ensure that there is no bad fruit. This is a direct supply boutique route. There were 7 or 8 baskets in it, and Liu was a little dry in the sun. She walked into the house to drink water, and as soon as she picked up the teapot, before she could pour it out, she suddenly couldn't help but litter, "Fool! What kind of water do you drink? Why don't you eat ready-made fruits?" Dong Fei, who told her to eat fruit before, but she wanted to help with more work, so she shirked and said that she would eat it later, and after a while, she forgot about it. I hurriedly took out 2 of the sweet pears I picked out, washed them, peeled them, cut them into slices, and put them on a plate in the house east of the short knife. The gentleman still didn't obediently go to bed and rest, sat by the window, and played with the cage containing crickets. "Come and eat pears," Liu greeted with a smile, and put the beautifully laid fruit plate on the table next to him. "I just tasted a piece, it's sweet and crispy." This is really not what she is talking about. Since Dong Fei, whose fruit business is taking the boutique route, the fruit he picks back is naturally not only beautiful in appearance, but also has to be first class and good. Junzi looked at the neatly cut pear slices, pulled out the red pepper inserted in the cage with an indifferent expression, and pinched it on his fingertips to tease the crickets. Liu lay on the table, her wrists supporting her chin. What's wrong? I shouldn't have messed with you today. Why do you seem to be unhappy again? Junzi still ignored her and didn't even look at her again. Come on, try a piece, Liu flattered, and personally took a piece of fruit and sent it to Junzi Qi's mouth. It's really delicious, just give me face. The cold flesh was stuck to his mouth, and he was about to stuff it directly into his mouth if he advanced it a little further, and his good-looking brows immediately furrowed slightly, and there was inexplicably more disgust in his heart. Take it away. His eyes were already indifferent, and his temperament was even more cold, so he flatly refused with emotion, which was even more frightening than when they first met. Liu was stunned, lowered her eyes, withdrew her hand, and threw the piece of fruit into her mouth. Don't be angry, if you don't eat, I'll just eat it. Picking up the fruit plate and walking out. Behind him, Junzi Qi suddenly let out a short inhalation. Liu stopped, but did not look back. She was indeed a little unhappy, but she always remembered what kind of role Junzi Qi was, so she didn't plan to worry too much. Angry with a future villain? It's not worth it to be angry. Just as Liu was hesitating whether to turn around, Junzi Qi walked straight past her. At this time, Liu had to take care of it. Why can't you go back to bed safely? Go up and wait a while, the injury will be better. Don't be so anxious to run around, okay? Junzi Qi didn't walk fast. Liu followed him in 2 steps, held his arm with one hand, and looked at his expression with his head sideways. Why are you not happy? Tell me, how do I know if you don't say it? I don't know what to do if I make you unhappy because of the same thing next time. Liu was busy chattering here, and Junzi had already walked to the edge of the chicken coop. Do you want to eat chicken today? Liu felt that she probably grasped the key point. Let's eat roast chicken that night? Junzi Qi didn't say a word. His slender fingertips picked open the cricket cage with a few strokes, turned over the bottom of the sky, and the crickets in the cage instantly fell into the chicken coop. Liu was stunned by the sight. The big rooster in the chicken coop made an "oh" sound, pounced on it, and opened its mouth to swallow the cricket that was crying happily. I just want to be clear about one thing. Liu looked at the big rooster that started to walk with its head held high again, and was a little chilled. Is this a cricket's version of killing chickens and scaring monkeys? The gentleman stretches out his left index finger, and the meaning is self-evident. Liu squinted her eyes and leaned over to look. On the white fingertips, a small red dot is particularly obvious. Although it was just a very small, almost negligible wound, but it's damned. Liu nodded her head hard sincerely, and then shook it regretfully. If you dare to bite someone, then it really died unjustly. This cricket, when Liu gave it to the gentleman, he seemed to be unwilling to ask for it, but later, as long as he was awake, the cricket list be in the place where he could reach with an arm, which was enough to prove that he actually liked it very much, but he liked it, which made him unhappy, and he was really unkind, and he didn't even let go of a cricket. Liu suddenly felt that the desire to send the gentleman's period away quickly became more and more urgent. Junzi Qi turned around and left, returned to the house, and closed the door in front of Liu. Liu, who ate the closed-door soup with a fruit plate, didn't feel unhappy at all. Yes, just happy. Although she didn't know what made him unhappy again, at least, her treatment now was much better than that cricket, wasn't it? In the room, the indifferent young man lowered his eyes and his eyes were dark. After a while, he raised his hand, gently traced the ugly lines left by the mending of his clothes with his fingertips, raised his eyes to look out the window, and narrowed his eyes slightly. The setting sun leaves long shadows, and the clouds are dyed orange-red. A warm farmhouse courtyard. Dong Feihu took a large plate of pig's head meat, drank 2 cups of wine, bit a few grains of spicy garlic, ate a large bowl full of 3 fresh noodles, made a cup of tea with satisfaction, picked up the smoke pot and took a sip, and in the meantime, he raised his eyes and looked at the little girl sitting opposite. Well, people are still counting noodles one by one. How to count? Take a look at the people in the room and pick a noodle in a bowl. Dong Feihu really couldn't stand it. Ouch, I've eaten. My face is lumpy. Everyone knows that the kid in the house is good looking, but he can't save some face for him as a father anyway and concentrate on accompanying him to eat this meal. Huh? Li Yu couldn't come back to his senses for a while, huh? Ah, what? Dong Feihu's old face felt embarrassed for her. Where are your eyes? Hurry up and eat. Li Yu blinked, and said oh half a beat late, and absent-mindedly plucked the noodles that had been glued into a pimple in the bowl, but his eyes involuntarily drifted to the window of the east house. In the room, Junzi sat by the window, had already used dinner, had just ground the ink, and was writing something at the moment. It's amazing to look good, and it's as beautiful as a painting wherever you put it on the shelf. He sat upright, with his head slightly lowered, his eyebrows and eyes leisurely, holding a brush in an elegant posture, unhurried, and contentedly scribbling articles on rice paper. Li Yu is not distracted because she is greedy for his appearance, she is really just curious. What is the gentleman's period writing now? Nyo Dong Feihu picked up the smoke pot and knocked on Li Yu's head. He deliberately withheld his strength. In fact, it didn't hurt Lich, but it was also strange and scary to be so sudden. Ouch! Li Yu was taken aback, covered her head, and looked at the opposite side dissatisfiedly. What are you doing? What else are you doing? Dong Feihu shook the corners of his eyes, and pointed to the table with the smoke pot. Eat. Li Yu looked down at the bowl. Hey, can you still eat this bowl of rotten noodles? She was just about to speak, but suddenly felt the hair on her neck stand up. Li Yu didn't turn her head to look, and she could intuitively guess that it must be Junzi Qi who was looking at her. When he thought that the scene of being knocked on the smoke pot just now had been seen by him, Li Yu immediately felt embarrassed, and his cheeks were hot, and he was particularly embarrassed. For a while, I couldn't control how the noodles in the bowl looked. Anyway, there wasn't Lich left, so I immediately finished a few bites, cleaned up the table and washed the dishes. The sky was getting dark, and the large baskets of golden pears piled up in the yard exuded a sweet fragrance. Li Yu carried a large basin of warm water and went into the east room. Dong Feihu, who was leaning on the rocking chair, immediately put the tea bowl in his hand on the small table next to him. Why are you going? As he asked, he got up, leaving only the rocking chair slowly shaking. Li Yu didn't expect that he would have to ask about this. He was slightly stunned, and replied, send water to the little brother, his injuries haven't healed yet, so he has to wash up early and rest early, right? Let me go. Dong Feihu brought the water basin over, and then nodded towards the room on the west side. You also hurry back to the house to rest, over there. There is your father and I will take care of it, right? That. Li Yu wiped her hands on her skirt, looking a little hesitant. If I sleep in that room, where will you sleep tonight? Just looking at Dong Feihu's reaction after he came back, she was sure that Dong Feihu would never let her and Junzi Qi live in the same room at night. In fact, what is it, at their age, what can they do even if they sleep on a bed and cover a quilt? So will Dong Feihu plan to squeeze in the east room with Junzi at night? The two of them are men, and there is definitely no problem in squeezing them casually. But she didn't dare to let Dong Feihu look forward to a room with the gentleman at night. I finally survived safely until now, seeing that the injuries on Junzi Qi's body will heal in a few days, but don't let anything go wrong at this time, and all your previous efforts will be wasted. Your father and I can sleep anywhere, so don't worry about it, hurry back to the house to rest. Dong Feihu began to pick people with a basin of water. Li Yu found that there was no room to bargain with him at all, so he could only choose to wait and see what happened, and when it really didn't work, he would say what was really not possible. Another basin of warm water was fetched and went back to the room to wash, and when she was busy, when she came out to pour water, she found that Dong Feihu had actually built a simple bed in the hall. Li Yu walked out with a basin of water. Dong Feihu entered the west room with his head down, and the two happened to meet together. Dong Feihu immediately asked, why are you coming out again, right? I come out and pour water. Li Yu is no longer able to complain, it is necessary to guard against it so strictly. Dong Feihu said, oh, I'll go into the house to get the quilt. Good. If this is the case, Junzi is in the east room, Li Yu is in the west room, and there is a Dong Feihu in the middle. There are so many pears in the yard, you have to send them out while they are fresh. Dong Feihu lit the lights before dawn and started working. Li Yu heard the movement in the yard and quickly got up to help. When dawn broke, the carriage was already full of baskets. Dong Feihu got into the carriage and picked up the riding whip. Nyo, Dad is going to rush to send all these out today, and he won't come back at noon. Don't be stuffy at home all day. Isn't this the double ninth festival coming? I heard that there will be a drama troupe coming to our village to set up a stage today. You can also go and take a look, and when you come back in the evening, talk to your father about the play. Dong Feihu's mind is really easy to guess, where he wants her to go out to watch a play. He just doesn't want her to look forward to being with the gentleman at all. Liu smiled, casually agreed, wrapped the steamed buns on the stove in cloth, and put them on the carriage. Walk slowly, be careful on the road. The little whip flicked in midair, the wheel began to turn, and the bell hanging around the horse's neck began to shake. Finally sent Dong Feihu away, Liu's whole person was relaxed. She even felt that she had not coped with Dong Feihu's tiredness for half a day in the past few days of taking care of the gentleman. Once, even if it's a past life. In her previous life, she was used to being free. My parents are all empty medium flying people, all year round. They fly all over the world in planes, giving her a lot of living expenses, but the thoughts spent on her are pitiful. When I was a child, there was a time when I especially wanted my parents to be by my side, but when I grew up, this idea gradually disappeared, and I didn't even want a nanny. She especially enjoyed exquisite single life. In her previous life, she was not short of money, she was just playing at work, and recording food videos every night was her interest. So although she only lived alone, she lived a very happy life, and she didn't feel lonely and pitiful at all. It's good now, there is an extra father for no reason. Don't look at her, can enter the play in minutes. Daddy is amiable, but in fact, it is really awkward in my heart. If the gentleman's period is the first object she wants to escape from, then Dong Feihu is definitely the second, and maybe there will be a third and fourth in the future, the original mother and the original brother. But well, to escape or something, she can only think about it in her heart, and she can't make people lose their daughter and sister in minutes because of her awkwardness after serving the noble young master to wash and breakfast, and cleaning the yard a little. Liu carried her small bamboo basket and went out. There is a wild pond in the village, and there are often children who have finished farm work or are idle and bored, squatting by the pond and fishing. The fish sent by the fat at last time was caught by her man in the wild pond, which was much fresher than buying it at the fish stall in the town. Liu also plans to try his luck today. If you are lucky, you will boil fish soup for Junzi Qi at noon. If you're unlucky, it's okay, and the half-pork ribs Dong Feihu brought back from town yesterday. I didn't know before. After Dong Feihu came back, Liu found out that their family also had vegetable fields, but they didn't take care of it as carefully as other farmers, and after sprinkling the seeds, they looked forward to the sky. Liu first went around her vegetable field that Dong Feihu told her. Leeks, greens, cowpeas, cucumbers, there are really a lot of them. First picked 2 cucumbers, then picked a handful of cowpeas, lifted the basket and felt that the weight was almost the same, and then Liu went up to the edge of the wild pond again. She can't fish herself, but she can buy it with a copper plate, just to make it convenient and fresh. Luckily, when Liu arrived at the edge of the wild pond, the one who was fishing alone was already ready to close the stall and rushed to listen to the play. I don't know how long the man has been fishing, but the harvest seems to be good, and the fish baskets hanging on his shoulders look heavy and straight down. Liu took out a copper plate and went to the fish basket to pick up the fish. Today was really lucky, and she saw a few thorny fish at the top and still wagging their tails with their mouths open. The soup is delicious, the soup is snow white, the meat is extremely tender, there are no thorns, how good. With a wave of his little hand, Liu said, there are a few thorny fish, I want them all. The money and goods were clear, and the anglers were in a hurry to listen to the play, for fear of missing the opening, carrying the fishing rod and carrying the fish basket, and walking fast in front. Liu followed slowly, originally not interested in listening to the play, but now he also littered in his heart. Otherwise she also took a second look at it? You don't have to listen to the whole audience, at least you know which song is playing, and when Dong Feihu comes back, she will have an explanation. The stage at the entrance of the village is usually bare, and almost no one will stay here. After the troupe came, the half-man-high stone platform became lively, with gongs and drums, and the horns waved their water sleeves and babbled their voices. Around the stage, all the land that can be occupied is now set up with meza and small stools. On the stage, the singing is in full swing. Under the stage, it is also bustling. Those who collect copper plates and sell snacks are all so busy that their feet don't touch the ground. Liu didn't really plan to sit down and listen to the play. She was busy, she didn't have that time or patience, she just stood on the side and listened to a few words. She looked at the stage vigorously, and suddenly caught a glimpse of the snack vendor coming over, and immediately waved her hand and called people over. The peas are sautéed and topped with a little salt. Peanut sugar is crystal clear and transparent, and it sells a large piece and a large piece. There is also rock sugar gourd, which doesn't matter if it's delicious or not, but it looks good and is very popular. Liu calculated the remaining copper plates in his hand, all spent them, bought some of everything, and planned to take them back to Junzi Qi to eat, brushing up on his favorability. Seeing that she was alone, young, and carrying a full bamboo basket, the vendor kindly led her to find a seat to sit. Liu wanted to refuse to come, but after working for so long in the morning, his ankles and necks were indeed a little sore, so he should find a seat to rest for a while, so he thanked him and followed. The vendor found her a good position, although there was some distance from the stage, but at least it was directly opposite, and there were some big girls and little daughters-in-law sitting around, but the fat powder smell was a little stronger, which made her nose a little itchy. Liu sat down on a small boxy stool, put the bamboo basket at her feet, and licked a bite of rock sugar gourd. Sweet. It's sweet. Even if you don't want to eat the sour hawthorn inside, it's good to just lick the glass like icing on the outside. After sitting for 5 or 6 minutes at most, the small stool was not yet warm, and Liu suddenly felt a little cold on the back of her neck. This feels a bit familiar, but how is it possible? The injury of the gentleman's period is not completely healed. It is impossible not to go out. Even if you go out, you will definitely not come to such a noisy place. Couldn't help but raise her hand and rubbed her neck. Liu comforted herself for a while, but where could she still sit still, holding the candied haws in one hand and lifting the small bamboo basket in the other, getting up and planning to go home. Squeezing out of the crowd, Liu glanced at her inadvertently and was stunned. She was originally sure that she would not appear here in the gentleman's period, cold and black, and her handsome figure was standing under a century-old banyan tree at the entrance of the village, facing the stage, her jaw slightly raised, and her eyes fell on the dense canopy on the top of the tree, as if no one was around. At first, Liu was like a thief caught on the spot, and she panicked in her heart, but after thinking about it, she didn't seem to have done anything sorry for him. Wasn't she just a little late to go back? But she also spent all the copper plates on her body and bought him a lot of snacks. Thinking of this, Liu deliberately raised the rock sugar gourd in her hand high. Anyway, she licked it a little, just a bite. She couldn't see it, and he might not eat it, but there was still a need to please him. I thought you had to rest for a few more days, but I didn't expect you to be able to come out and walk around. Liu walked quickly to Junzi Qi's side, and her cheeks were a little red from the sun with a smile. If I had known, I would have called you to go out together. It's not good to always be stuffy in the house. I still have to come out to bask in the sun. Junzi retracted his gaze and slowly turned his head to look at her. His eyes at this moment were like thousands of miles of ice, and Liu's heart was cold for a moment, feeling as if he was being doused with cold water from head to toe at -40 degrees. Looking at each other, Junzi didn't say anything, turned around coldly, turned around and left. Liu patted her chest and slowed down slightly, and after calming down, she hurriedly carried a small bamboo basket and chased after her with a candied haw. Little brother, so what's wrong? Angry? Well, it seems that he is indeed angry. From left to right, and from right to left, Liu circled around Junzi Qi, carefully observing his face, chattering endlessly. But I really didn't intentionally leave you at home and run out to play alone. I came here just to buy some snacks, and then after buying snacks, I felt a little sore in my feet, so I just sat there and rested for a while. She changed the candied haws to the hand carrying the bamboo basket, freed her hand, stretched out her hand and hooked his little finger, her tone soft and soft. The gentleman seemed to feel something, and threw his arm back. Snap! The back of the little girl's hand next to her was immediately slapped red. Liu endured the pain and remained silent, but there was still an uncomfortable expression on her face. Blowing on the back of her hand, she went to pull him again. This time, Liu learned to be good, simply, the whole person was pasted, and when Junzi Qi shook his arm again without looking back, he took advantage of the situation to turn his arm. The arm crashed into her arms, almost causing her internal injuries. Since she had suffered a loss, Liu didn't plan to be thrown away again, not only wrapped tightly, but also almost hung up the weight of her whole body. Junzi's step stopped suddenly, turned his face sideways, and looked at her with a cold face, his cold eyes full of disgust. Let go, don't let go. Liu is still a little cowardly, but she doesn't know where the confidence comes from. She just feels that the gentleman's period is at most angry, to the extent that her temper is awkward, and she won't do anything to her at all. Look at these things hanging on my arms, I really can't walk, you can pull me. Her expression was aggrieved, and her tone was tactful and soft coquettish. Junzi Qi pursed his lips, his eyes were cold, he just took Liu's hand off his arm, pushed it away, turned his head and left. Liu frowned and got angry for a while, feeling that she didn't want to beat people so lich, so she followed silently. Back home, Liu sent fried peas and peanut candy to Junzi Qi's room, and the skewer of rock sugar gourds that she licked was still too embarrassed to fool around after all. The gentleman was halfway at the head of the bed, leaving her with an indifferent back. Liu put the fried peas and peanut candy on the table and went out. Coming out of the east wing, he was about to cross the threshold of the main room when the sound of something landing came from behind him. Liu turned around and saw that the 2 packs of snacks she bought were lying under the window of the east wing. Liu walked over to pick up the snacks and patted the ash on the outer layer of oil paper. She stood under the window, looked at the closed window, and sighed lowly. Isn't it just a little delay? How angry are you? And throw the food out of the window? Sending the small bamboo basket into the kitchen, the sugar haws in his hand were not willing to be lost. Liu walked back and forth in the small courtyard a few times with his hands behind his back, and suddenly had a whim, and learned the figure on the stage. Xuanyang Riverhead sends off guests at night, maple leaves and reeds autumn shiver while singing. He grabbed the red rock sugar gourd and gestured. In order to make this future villain happy, she really gave up. The body of a teenage girl is still a child's voice, her voice is childish and soft, and Liu herself is a little ashamed when she hears it. The strange thing is that as she sang and sang, the feeling came out, even if the window of the west room was still closed, she could actually enjoy herself. The big strings are noisy like a sudden rain, cough cough cough, it's embarrassing, I can't choke on singing. Liu couldn't afford to lose this person, so her face suddenly burned, she put away her posture, turned her head and ran away. At this moment, the window of the west house opened. Junzi stood at the window, his cold eyes fell on Liu's body. Stop. Liu paused, squeezed out a bitter face behind his back, and soon turned into a shy look, and slowly turned around. Little brother, he said, keep singing. Liu blinked his eyes quickly, cleared his throat again, and used the rock sugar gourd as a microphone. Under the bridge in front of the door, swim past a group of ducks, come and count, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Gentleman's period. If it weren't for the need to prepare lunch, Liu had no doubt that the gentleman would let her give him the children's song of counting ducks over and over again. It is said that when she cooks, her ears seem to be filled with the sound of counting ducks, and he should be about the same. Sure enough, he is a ruthless person, torturing others at the same time, he doesn't even let go of himself. I took 2 cucumbers, fried a plate of hot and sour cowpeas, stewed a pot of sweet and sour pork ribs, and boiled a pot of snow-white fish soup. Liu served 2 bowls of rice on the table, and just sat down, pushing a folded piece of rice paper in front of him. This is what did he write last night? Finally, I didn't have to be curious anymore. Liu didn't say a word of superfluousness, and quickly opened the piece of paper to look at it. A cricket is drawn on the paper, vivid and vivid. On the lower right side of the rice paper, the 3 words gentleman's period are thin and sharp. Liu pondered carefully for a while. This is, do you want me to frame it and sell it in a calligraphy and painting store? Used to offset the food expenses of these days? As she spoke, she laughed embarrassedly. Actually, you don't have to be so polite, you can only use a few copper plates for a day's food expenses. It just seems to be a little smaller, so what, how much do you think this painting can sell? Looking up, Junzi Qi had a gloomy face, his eyes pricked over coldly. Liu was anxious, raised his hand and patted his mouth, and made a soft, snap sound. Wrong. I just said nothing. Junzi Qi pursed his lips and tapped his slender and clean fingertips on the table. This is a token, right? Double quotation mark. Token. Liu innocently opened her eyes wide, looking like she was listening carefully and diligent and inquisitive. What then, right? Double quotation mark. In the future, you can make a wish to me with this token. Really? Liu was surprised and sighed, with a smile in his eyes. This future villain didn't expect to be quite loyal, and actually knew how to repay his kindness. Is it really okay to make any wish? What wishes can come true? If I want to, your wish can come true. Hearing him say this, the smile in Liu's eyes immediately faded. What does it mean that he is willing? Her wish can be realized, and it turns out that there is a discount to repay the favor. But fortunately, she is a contented person. Okay, something is better than nothing. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible for her to take the initiative to find him, so I don't know if he can still think of her after he is developed. However, Liu still folded the rice paper carefully in front of the gentleman's period, stuffed it directly into the placket of his heart, and took 2 more shots properly. Junzi Qi glanced at her meaningfully, his eyes lowered. Hiding the token that may become a life-saving talisman in the future, Liu got up and added a bowl of fish soup to Junzi Qi, and then served the fish on a small plate and dripped vinegar. She was busy with her hands, and her head didn't stop, and she always felt that it was impossible for a gentleman to give her this for no reason. She looked at him take a sip of soup and picked up another piece of fish, as if she was in a good mood at the moment. Little brother, why did you suddenly give me a token? Junzi Qi looked up at her and went to pick up another piece of sweet and sour pork ribs. Liu looked distressed. Shouldn't you plan to leave? But what about your injury? Is it okay already? Didn't you still be able to bend down yesterday? No problem. Junzi Qi looked indifferent, and his tone was also cold, making it clear that he didn't want to talk more. So he is really leaving. Liu was so happy in her heart that she finally didn't have to pretend to be a grandson anymore, but on the surface, her happiness was not visible at all, but she still looked worried and reluctant, littered and lowered her head to pick up food. In this last lunch, Junzi Qi ate extremely carefully and elegantly, and Liu even felt that he was deliberately delaying time. After lunch, I drank another cup of tea and ate a whole pear, and Junzi didn't say a word of goodbye, and walked out of the courtyard by himself. Liu stood at the door of the small courtyard, looking at the slender and bleak back of the gentleman's period, and always felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. In the original work, after Junzi left Huapu village, he appeared in the book when he met the heroine Min Haoyue. That year, he was 16 years old. From the moment he met Min Haoyue, he was equivalent to embarking on a road to death. It wasn't until Min Haoyue finally sat in the long-awaited position, administering justice for heaven and earth, and giving Junzi Qi that cup of poisoned wine to drink. He was only 24. She knew what he would do in the future, but now, she couldn't blame him for the things he hadn't done yet. At least, she might have to try one last time. As for what the final outcome will be, after today, it probably depends on everyone's fate. Gentleman's period. Liu suddenly called out to him loudly. Junzi Qi's steps did not pause at all, although he walked slowly, but he was still firmly in the direction he was looking for. Liu chased after him with her skirt, gave him a big kind hug from behind, and deliberately avoided the wound on his abdomen, and patted him twice on the chest. She was a little short, and her forehead could only rest on his back, and she could clearly feel the stiffness of his body. She said, Junzi period, can I use this wish now? Spring turns to autumn, and in a blink of an eye, 4 years have passed, and it is the double ninth festival of the year. In the past 4 years, every time the night god is quiet, Liu often looks forward to being able to return to the world of the past. Fat house, happy water, Wi-Fi, games, movies, all of which are treasures she can't let go of, but it's a pity that so long has passed, her wish still hasn't been realized. It wasn't until Dong's father and Dong's mother solemnly put her marriage on the agenda that Liu finally gave up her illusions and began to take her life seriously. After all, she is also a 16-year-old girl, and the nickname Nyonyo has become the exclusive name of Dong's mother to call Liu, and Dong's father gave Liu a big name, called Dong Yu. In fact, Dong father originally liked the name Dong Amon, full, everything list be full, the granary is full, the money bag is full, and the meaning is complete, and he himself thinks this name is great anyway. But Liu was not happy, she liked her original name, and after some resolute protest, Dong's father reluctantly accepted the word Dongyu. In other words, if you really want to be more serious, Liu is not very happy like this, and her surname is obviously Li. No matter how many years she has lived here, it is impossible for her to give up the surname Li easily. Because this is the only connection she has with her former life, no matter whether her relationship with her parents over there is deep or shallow. Liu is a small person, very interesting, and has never moved the idea of single-handedly challenging the rules that everyone follows. At most she just wants to do a little bad. But she still needs a helper. This helper can be met but not sought, it depends on her luck today. Today is the Double Ninth Festival, the day when Dong's mother led her to see her engagement partner. But for Liu, she went today just to review the cooperation partner. She never planned to marry anyone and then spend her life together, such an idea, in the previous life, there is no problem 100%, in this life, it has to be roundabout. Her parents in her previous life were open marriages, that is, they maintained family relationships, and each had their own lovers and did not interfere with each other. And this life is the same, even more upright and bright. After she helped the Dong family earn more and more money and her life got better and better, Dong's father also took a concubine into the door. The strange thing is that Dong's mother and the concubine, the two of them live under the same roof, and they can still get along peacefully, which really makes Liu puzzled. So what's the point of such a marriage? What is a man? After all, according to the regulations, if a girl is over 17 years old and has not yet married, the official media will give you a free husband, or don't do it in other people's families. When the girl was 13 or 14 years old, her family began to be busy looking for her husband's family. Liu still relied on being able to help make money, so she was favored by Dong's father and mother until now. There was still a year left, and seeing that her husband, who was distributing free shipping to his home, was about to parachute, she finally came up with this way to hide the sky and cross the sea to secretly cross the sea, and now she lacks someone willing to cooperate with her. Chongyang climbing, chrysanthemum viewing, Jiu Mountain is the most popular place for people. Today, Dong's father, Dong's mother, and the younger brother Dong Lianggong are all here, and only the concubine is left alone to take care of the house. Keeping to oneself, this is probably the reason why the concubine and Dong's mother can always live in peace. Bumpy all the way, the carriage finally came to the foot of Jiu Mountain. Dong Lianggong, who was only 8 years old, couldn't wait for Dong's father to hug him, so he jumped to the ground by himself. At this time, the carriage had not been completely stopped, and this kid, one of them, did not stand still, and fell. This is the precious son who finally got it, Dong Fu screamed, got out of the carriage, and hurriedly picked up the little guy for inspection. Dong's mother was troubled by this little son at home every day, and she was actually quite distressed when she saw him fall, but she didn't rush to help him like Dong's father, but whispered yes. Then he diverted his attention, pulled Liu's wrist and took a closer look at her outfit, and then pressed and straightened the beads for her, feeling that there was really nothing wrong with jumping, so he pulled her out of the carriage together. Along the stone steps, a large family slowly walked up. The dogwood trees on both sides of the mountain road are full of bright red fruits, which are particularly beautiful. Dong Lianggong saw that many people were picking dogwood on the side of the road, and he begged Dong's father to pick a few strings with his own hands. Dong's father doted on him very much, and he was strong, so he lifted his son to his shoulders and sat down. The little man picked for a long time, and finally picked a few strings that he thought were the best, and held them in front of his mother and sister with his hands like treasures. Liu has always been generous to this little brother, and immediately untied his wallet, took out the silver and stuffed it into the little guy's hand. Take it, see what you like, and buy it casually. The little one walked away happily. Dong's mother pulled Liu to her with a helpless face. You also spoil him with your father, and you are about to spoil him to the point of lawlessness, and you will have a toothache if you eat too much candy when you turn back. Dong's father smiled all over his face, leaned over and whispered a word in Dong's mother's ear. Liu perked up her ears for the first time, and didn't have time to hear the first half of the sentence clearly, and only heard a little bit of the second half of the sentence. Reward, go back to the room? Liu seemed to be able to guess a little, and then she saw Dong's mother gently pinching Dong's father's arm angrily, but there was a smile on her face, shyness hidden in her eyes, and her cheeks were stained with a suspicious blush. It's really fun. This is Liu's only evaluation of Dong's father. The first wife and concubine in the family, the concubine, he also loves, his wife, he also loves, and he can actually do not offend both ends, which also requires a little means. Dong's father stared at his son with a big grandfather's style, and Dong's mother picked the best-shaped dogwood and pinned it to Liu's placket. The parents of the Shen family boy went early, which delayed the marriage until today. The family background is a little average, but he is very loyal and honest, willing to be motivated, and he is a good hand at working inside and out. And there are no mothers-in-law and sisters-in-law, and the life will definitely be clean and comfortable. Although these all meet your conditions, after seeing it today, if you still don't like it, don't rush to wrong yourself, let's continue to look for it. There is still a year, we will definitely be able to find the right one. If you like it, you list remember to take away your temperament. Men like well-behaved and obedient girls, and it's easy to scare people away if you have two good ideas. Saying this, Dongli couldn't help but sigh. Although the original daughter was mischievous like a tomboy, she was still soft-tempered, and she still listened to the words of her elders, but she didn't know what's wrong, since she lived in her parents' house for a while a few years ago, and then came back. This girl's temperament has changed a lot, although she has become sensible, can take care of people, her brain is alive, and her ability is greater, but even her temperament has become stronger. It's not that this personality is bad. If she is a man, she list be a person who can do great things. It's a pity that she is a daughter's family. When she was in her parents' house, her parents were spoiled, she could do whatever she wanted, but once she got married, she had to take her husband as the sky, and she had to do whatever her husband said, and there was no room for change. How could she bear it? Dong's mother sighed again when she thought of this. In short, coax people to get your hands first, and everything will be easy when you get married. Don't hold back whatever you do at home, it's not worth holding back. If he dares to dislike you, and his father and mother will make the decision for you. Liu couldn't laugh or cry after hearing these words, nodded and dealt with it. I have to say that although they are not biological mother and daughter, Dong's mother seems to have known her very well in recent years. In fact, she is so scary where she is. When she treats her own family, she is not considerate when she should be posted, and she is well behaved when she should be well behaved. But then again, if Dong's mother knew the true purpose of her coming today, would she be fainted on the spot? The mountain road of Zhiyu Mountain is winding and stretching, although the road is quite long, but fortunately, there are all kinds of small merchants and vendors doing business along the way, which makes this road lich easier to walk and lich more interesting. The family of 4 was walking while shopping, playing, and walking, but they were not in a hurry to rush forward, so that people would think that their girl was older and more anxious to get married. Halfway up the mountain, Dongli saw Wang Matchmaker wearing a big red flower and a jujube red jacket at a glance. Wang Matchmaker was with a young man, holding a handkerchief to drive away the small flying insects in the mountains, while stretching her neck and looking down the mountain. So, at the same time that Dongli saw Wang Matchmaker also saw her. The two women looked at each other, and Wang Matchmaker's face suddenly smiled, and she waved her handkerchief and greeted her in the direction of Dong's mother. Dong's mother's face was a polite and kind smile, but her eyes involuntarily fell on the young man. Such an important day, he actually has the heart to set up a stall? Isn't this not enough attention to this marriage? Wang Matchmaker smiled and greeted Dong's mother, and a pair of shrewd eyes began to spin around Liu's body. 16-year-old Liu has grown into a smart and beautiful girl. She smiled calmly, with a quiet and dignified appearance, and snuggled obediently to Dong's mother. Wang Matchmaker couldn't help but light up slightly. She has been a matchmaker for so many years, and she has seen a lot of beautiful girls, but the one in front of her is not only outstanding, but also has an inexplicable taste, which is particularly attractive and makes people want to take a second look, but it does not make people feel frivolous and flattering. which is really rare. It was a little strange when I asked her to talk about the matchmaker. One was that I couldn't find a rich family, and the other was that I couldn't have too many relatives in the family. Otherwise, with this girl's appearance, even if she was a little older, she would definitely be able to find a husband's family that was many times better than the Shin family. Wang matchmaker put away the doubts in her heart and was about to say some good words in front of Dong's father and mother, but when she turned her head, she found that Dong's father had been pulled to Shin Shu's stall by Dong Lianggong. When Shin Shu was young, his father went out to do business, but he never returned, and later lived with his mother. His mother didn't want Shin Shu to follow his father's old path in the future, so when he was young, he found a master for him and learned a craft. Shin Shu was not very smart, but very diligent. He became a teacher at the age of 13, and after becoming a teacher, he quickly improved the life of his family by relying on the craftsmanship of kneading sugar people with one hand. It's a pity that his mother was already sick from overwork in her early years, and she didn't enjoy a year of happiness, so she went. After Shin Shu lived alone, in order not to let his mother worry about him in another world, he also lived a decent life, but no one helped Zhang Luo in the marriage, which has been delayed until now. The little brother only had sugar in his eyes, so he first took 2 bamboo sticks rolled up maltose thin, stuffed them into his mouth, and chirped. Father Dong saw a lot of things, and saw the ready-made sugar people on the sugar stall, the 3 stars of Fulu Shou, the 8 immortals crossing the sea, and the zodiac signs of different sizes, all of which were vivid, as well as peaches, pears, cabbage, and lotus root, all of which were exactly the same as the real thing. Good craftsmanship. After watching the sugar stall, it's time to look at the people. The young man has thick eyebrows and big eyes, his facial features are correct, he is dressed very neatly, brand new clothes, brand new cloth shoes, although his figure is only medium, not very outstanding, but his waist and back are straight, and he looks quite energetic. Dong's father himself was also a small merchant, and in the young man in front of him, he inexplicably saw some of his shadows. So, even if he didn't feel that Shin Shu was not interested in this marriage like Dong's mother, he didn't think that Shin Shu had climbed their Dong family, had skills, could earn food, had a house, and could accommodate himself. While Dong's father was busy commenting on Shin Shu in his heart, Shin Shu stuffed his head, poured a sugar painting of Yulei Long Men, and stuffed it into Dong Lianggong's hand without saying a word. Shin Shu is honest and upright, doing business on weekdays. His mouth has never been used to blow sugar people, almost speaking. At this time, in front of the future father-in-law, he can't jump out of a word, he can only use a sugar painting to please his future brother-in-law. Dong Lianggong was naturally happy, and Dong's father was even happier. Fish leap over the dragon gate. What a good sign. Their Dong family may really be able to produce a champion. The son was bought by the Shin family boy. It seems that the husband also has a good impression of the Shin family boy. Dong's mother can see clearly in his eyes. The original awkwardness gradually dissipated, and looked Shin Shu up and down for a while. The mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law. The more she looked at it, the more pleasing it became, and she smiled. Yo-yo, come on. Dong's mother led Liu a few steps forward, squeezed her son and her husband away from her husband, and looked at the vivid sugar people and said, "Which one do you like? My mother will buy it for you." Shin Shu's gaze quickly swept across Liu's face, his bronzed skin instantly turned a little red, and he hurriedly said no, as if he felt something was wrong, so he simply lowered his head like a stuffy gourd. The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are anxious. When Wang matchmaker saw that this was not possible, she hurriedly smiled and rounded the scene. Whichever girl likes, just say, "Let him make one for you today, and if there is anything you like tomorrow, let him make it for you again. It's best to be a sugar man to eat every day from now on, keep it, and be as sweet and beautiful as soaking in a sugar jar every day." These words really hit the hearts of the Dong family's parents. Liu smiled and generously asked for a sugar rabbit. Shin Shu made several sugar rabbits in one go. The first one was given to Liu, the second was given to the little brother, the third and fourth were Dong's mother and father, and even the Wang matchmaker had one. This atmosphere naturally became hot. Dong's mother ate the sugar, and her mouth was sweet. In fact, she wanted to know more about the Shin family boy, but she couldn't have a big family crowded in front of this sugar stall all the time. She was thinking about what to do next, Liu went around to the back of the sugar stall and stood side by side with Shu. Dad, Mother, you take your brother and go up. I think this candy pinching man is quite interesting, and I want to see you for a while, and see you in the small pavilion on the top of our mountain. It is not the first time that their family has come to Zhiyu Mountain, and the only small pavilion on the top of the mountain is the place where they have to go in every time they come back, and it will never be wrong to meet there. But whether she thinks the candy pincher is interesting, or the candy pincher is interesting, it's hard to say. Dong Dad and Dong Li are used to Liyu's boldness and assertiveness, but Mrs. Wang couldn't help but be a little surprised, but she was well informed in the end, and after being surprised, there was only joy. If every girl was so generous and active in the future, then she wouldn't have to run all day and break her legs all day long in order to say that it was a marriage. Dong's father and mother led their youngest son to the mountain, and Wang Matchmaker was in a hurry to rush home, planning to have a good dragon boat festival. Now, it's just the two of us left. Liu tilted her head, and when she saw Shu's particularly serious face because of her nervousness, she smiled and curled the corners of her lips. Let's have a good talk. With the words, Shu's bronze face turned even redder. But who would have thought that the business of the candy pincher could be so good? There are many tourists climbing high, and there is an endless stream of guests who come to visit the sugar stalls. Shu's craftsmanship is perfect, and the speed is fast enough, and the sugar stall can actually be crowded with people and line up. In fact, this sugar man, whether to eat or not, has become secondary, and everyone seems to be more interested in the process of Shu's candy man. Liu also likes to watch him squeeze the candy man, and it feels like witnessing the birth of a work of art. Shu was stupid, afraid that saying the wrong thing would make Liu unhappy, and worried that Liu would be bored next to him, so he asked her to help look at the money box. It's just the first time we met, so I'll hand over the economic power to her? Yes, let's agree. Liu smiled sweetly, and her pretty beautiful face was bright and moving. Shu was suddenly a little curious. How could such a beautiful, cute, and sweet girl with such a sweet smile drag on until now that she has not been able to get married? He thought like this, without any malice, but made him a little distressed. He doesn't have the elegance and romance of a scholar, nor does he have the pride and ambition of a martial arts practitioner. He will only pinch a sugar man, and there is only a pair of sugar stalls around him, and 2 tiled houses that are quite passable, and I don't know if such a good-looking girl can look down on him, if he can't look down on him. Even if she has never been able to look down on anyone? When she turns 17, will she have no choice but to wrong herself and accept the arrangement of the official media? Hey, don't be stunned, the guest ordered another pumpkin candy. Shu came back to his senses, and Liu was looking at him with a shallow smile. Don't sell it. He suddenly decided, and turned his head to explain to the guests around the sugar stall. I'm sorry, everyone, today is the double ninth festival, and I have to close the stall early. Yes, everyone can understand the holidays. Although there are some regrets, there are more fun and delicious things on the way up the mountain, and no one wants to ruin the atmosphere of the festival, so it is more serious to leave it here. Liu watched the guests leave one after another. She regretted it even more than them. Are you leaving? Right? ? Well, today is the festival, and we should also go to the heights to enjoy the chrysanthemums. He said we? Liu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she still had a chance today. But what about the stall? Send it home first and then come out? As soon as these words were spoken, Liu suddenly felt a chill in her neck, subconsciously lowered her head, raised her hand and rubbed the back of her neck. This feeling is somewhat familiar and a little unfamiliar. For years ago, when she was with Junzi for more than 10 days, she often felt this way. But 4 years have passed, and the little life is about to fly, and this feeling is a little unfamiliar to her. However, how is it possible? According to the plot in the original work, the 16-year-old Junzi Qi should have been in the capital and began to circle around the heroine Min Haoyue. Little boss, give me a set of 8 immortals to cross the sea. The girl's voice has a delicate charmingly soft taste, and even Liu, who is also a woman, can't help but soften when she hears it. Sorry, the stall is closed, we're leaving. Shu responded in his mouth, and quickly took back all the things on the stall neatly into the drawer. Liu put down her arms and raised her head, a little curious about the appearance of the girl with such a good voice, but she didn't think about it. When she raised her eyes to look, she hadn't seen what the girl looked like, and she was attracted by another person not far behind the girl. Well, her intuition was right. Obviously, her existence has become a flapping butterfly wing, and the plot in the original work has unknowingly deviated from the normal track after 4 years of not seeing him. He is really getting better and better, but the original arrogant and precious energy has faded a lot, but it seems to have washed away the lead, and the temperament of the whole body has become more extraordinary. And among the many tourists who climb high to enjoy chrysanthemums, there is no one more outstanding than him. When Liu looked at him, he was lowering his eyes and turning the finger on his thumb. The ink-colored jade made his fingers particularly white. It seemed that he was aware of Liu's gaze, and Junzi Qi raised his eyes and looked over, and his handsome face was unchanging coldness and indifference. Liu hurriedly shifted her gaze, not even daring to breathe more, and tried her best to make herself look calm enough. In the past 4 years, the face of the gentleman period has not changed lich, but she is different. The 18 changes in the female college are not casual, and now, compared with the age of 12, after all the facial features have grown, her appearance has improved sharply, and even her face shape has changed slightly. Besides, today is still the double ninth festival, and it is the day to see the future marriage partner. Dongli dragged her up early in the morning and spent a lot of time and effort dressing her up. As long as she didn't deliberately think about it, she really might not be able to recognize her. After plucking up her courage, she turned her gaze back again, just in time for the eyebrows and eyes of the gentleman. Unexpectedly, before it was her turn to get nervous again, Junzi Qi looked away with an indifferent face, as if he still felt a little disgusted. Liu, so he really didn't recognize her. It was a little strange. While she was relieved, she was actually a little indignant in her heart. This unconscionable guy treats his savior like this? With a turn of his eyes, Liu looked at the girl who was still entangled with Shinshu. What a beauty! The beauty's face is like a bright moon, her skin is like congealed fat, her eyes are like autumn water, and her red clothes are particularly bright, which makes her charming and delicate, like a blooming hibiscus, so beautiful that people can't take their eyes off. So who is this beauty? Could it be the heroine of the original book, Min Haoyue? Anyway, whether it is true or not, this beauty has obviously never been decided. Don't look at the gentle words that have been talking to Shinshu, but there is a feeling that she will not give up until she achieves her goal. Help this girl do it. Liu approached Shinshu and whispered close to his ear, it's not easy to push out the business that comes to the door. In fact, what she wants to say more is that the person who dares to refuse the gentleman's period. Do you still want your life? As soon as Shinshu heard Liu say this, he immediately nodded honestly, okay, then you wait for me for a while, it will be fine soon. Liu agreed. Yu Guang hurriedly glanced at Junzi Qi, and couldn't help but tell again, do it with your heart, it's still early, and we don't dare to have time. She unknowingly brought Junzi Qi and Xiao Marin into one camp, and she and Shinshu were in another camp. In fact, they did not involve personal feelings at all, but these words hurt Shinshu's ears, but they interpreted more meanings. Shinshu showed a simple smile, hey, I know. Liu stopped talking to him, just waiting for this business to end quickly, and they could also stay away from the gentleman's period sooner. When Shinshu began to pinch the sugar man, Junzi Qi also slowly came to the beauty leisurely. Liu immediately became alert, met his eyes, and saw that his eyes were cold and sharp. Liu's heart was stiff, and she pretended to look away, but her heart was always uncomfortable. In fact, she didn't have to worry about Junzi Qi recognizing her at all, she just didn't want to be recognized by Junzi Qi at this time. Or to put it deeper, she actually doesn't want to be involved in the first half of the relationship with Junzi Qi anymore. After all, she knows his ending, and his ending is very embarrassing. A full set of 8 immortals crossed the sea, naturally to pinch out 8 sugar men. Lu Dongbin, Zhang Guolao, Lan Saiha. Every time Shinshu pinched one, the little servants and maids around Junzi Qi and Mariner held it for their masters, until he Shangu came out, and the beauty took it from the maid's hand and deliberately took it to Junzi Qi to take a look. Junzi Qi put his hands behind his back and glanced at it casually, and the beauty smiled without saying anything bad. Li Yu stood aside expressionlessly, with itchy palms, rubbing on the skirt again and again, always feeling a little panicked in her heart. Finally, the full set of 8 immortals crossing the sea was completed. Junzi seemed to be impatient and turned to leave. The beauty was obviously used to his temperament, and threw his Shangu's sugar man in his hand to the maid, and never looked at it again. The masters are gone, and the little servants and maids naturally can't fall too far behind, but fortunately, one of the little servants still remembers to pay, otherwise Li Yu will have to stop Shu, lest he don't know where to go to ask for it from the gentleman and cause trouble in vain. This time, it was really closed. Shu was familiar with a stall owner who sold wontons, gave him some benefits, asked someone to take care of the stall for him, and agreed that he would come back to pick it up. Let's go up the mountain. Li Yu looked up at the front of the mountain road for a while, and from a distance, he could still see the backs of the gentlemen. And immediately lost his interest in climbing high and admiring chrysanthemums, and even regretted meeting with Dong's father and mother in the pavilion on the top of the mountain. Sighing faintly, she nodded, "Go slowly, I'm a little tired." Shu opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't say a word, but his face turned red. Li Yu felt a little inexplicable, looked at him strangely, and took the lead in walking up the mountain. Since she said she wanted to walk slowly, she really walked very slowly. At this speed, the time for others to climb to the top of the mountain and then go down to the foot of the mountain is probably not enough for her to reach the top of the mountain from this halfway up the mountain. However, Shu beside him followed honestly, without any complaints. So, aside from the previous episodes, so far, Li Yu is quite satisfied with today's blind date. Her footsteps suddenly stopped, turned her head and smiled sweetly at Shu. "It's not easy, now we finally have time to get down to business, right? The sky is clear, the warm wind is blowing, and the dogwood trees on the side of the mountain road are in a variety of forms, and you can see a different scenery with every step." In addition to enjoying the scenery, Li Yu was a little worried that she would meet Junzi Qi again on the top of the mountain. But when she came to the hexagonal pavilion, all the way to the hexagonal pavilion, and saw the tourists sitting next to each other in the pavilion enjoying the shade, she immediately found that her worries were completely unnecessary. For years ago, during the gentleman's period, there was a sudden change in the family and he escaped desperately. The Xie family was rich, but he definitely couldn't bring anything out at that time, otherwise he wouldn't even be so bumpy, and he had to rely on his own hands to draw it. So he had to give a piece of top-notch jade pendant or something. However, for years later, in the gentleman's period, even if he did not follow the plot in the original work, he had obviously gotten rid of the dilemma at that time. Just look at the brocade robe he wore, the jade crown he wore on his head, the finger on his thumb, and the little servant behind him, and the beauty accompanying him. So, how could a rich man like him come to the north side of the mountaintop, a place where ordinary people play? He and his beauty list have gone to the Wangxian Tower on the south side of the mountain. After figuring it out, Li Yu was not apprehensive, but she felt a little aggrieved in her heart. Isn't it just Wangxian Tower, what's so great? Her business with the Dong family only started in the past 2 years, and in another 3 or 5 years, they could also go to Wangxian Tower to drink and enjoy chrysanthemums in the hexagonal pavilion. Dong's mother was chatting and laughing with another woman who looked good. Outside the pavilion, Dong's father was leading his precious son and flying kites with another little girl who looked about the same age as Dong Lianggong. Li Yu climbed the mountain so that her ankles were sore, and after waving to the Dong family father and son with a smile, she walked into the pavilion. Dong Li glanced at Li Yu with a smile, moved to the side, and gave her some seats. Li Yu had just sat down next to Dong's mother when she heard the woman who was joking with Dong's mother. "Yo, what a handsome girl." Dong's mother smiled and took Li Yu's little hand and patted her. "This is my daughter." Between the words, it is inevitable that there will be some pride, but more gratification. The woman smiled and said good luck, picked up the water bag in the bamboo basket and stood up. "You are chatting, I should also go feed my daughter saliva to drink." As soon as the woman left, Dong's mother immediately leaned into Li Yu's ear and asked in a low voice with some eagerness, "Where are people? Scared away by you again?" Li Yu, Shu did run away, but he shouldn't have been scared, he was a big man anyway, and I believe he should still have this little courage. Besides, the conditions she offered can really be regarded as quite generous. Seeing that Liu was silent, Dong Li sighed, showing an expression that she knew would be like this: forget it, that is, look at it pleasing to the eye, there's nothing to pity. Liu smiled and didn't answer. After all, Shu said that he wanted to go back and think about it, and he didn't know if it was true or false. However, the next morning, when Shu came to the door with 2 sugar men, Liu knew that Shu, he agreed. 2 sugar men, one was given to the little brother, and the other Liu kept it for himself. It is very inconvenient at home. Dong's father and mother seemed to be enlightened, leaving the hall for Liu and Shu to talk, but in fact, who can not know that they are eavesdropping outside the house, and the shadows of the two can be seen on the window. Liu directly led Shu out the door and strolled outside. Coming out of Amber Alley, turn right, walk for 5 minutes, and there is a double-arch bridge. Under the bridge is a turquoise river. There are not many pedestrians on the bridge, and under the willow trees beside the bridge, just talking. Liu was about to speak, but was preempted by Shu, who had been holding back for a long time. I still pay the bride price, and I can find someone to write the divorce book first. I agree to all the conditions you mentioned, but I also have a condition. Of course, Liu raised her eyebrows slightly and nodded in agreement. What are your conditions? Write double quotation mark. I don't want the compensation you said, I just want you to give me 3 years. Liu casually broke a willow branch and circled it around her fingertips. 3 years? Yes, just 3 years. Shu's face was full of seriousness, and his eyes were persistent. Within 3 years, I will do my best to be good to you, let you like me and accept me, and at that time, we can be a real husband and wife. What if 3 years have passed and it still doesn't work? If 3 years have passed and it still doesn't work, I'll let you go. Let me go. Liu realized that her thoughts were a little too optimistic before, and she couldn't help but frown slightly. Haven't you figured out what I said yesterday? I don't want to get married, but I need a contract marriage because I need a married status while retaining my freedom to live. You let me go. Will the official media come to the door again? Shu was stunned for a moment, and replied honestly, this I don't know, I haven't encountered this situation. Tisk, it's really troublesome. Liu pursed her lips, and unknowingly circled the willow branch several times and tied a knot. How can there be such a strange rule? Shu saw her every move, and his face darkened. It turns out that he looks down on him so much that he doesn't even want to give him a chance. Are you sure you don't accept my original conditions? Liu was still struggling undeadly. I will give the bride price, I will also bring the dowry, I am also responsible for the family, I only need a married status. If you want to take a concubine, you can cover it all on me. Such a beautiful business, are you sure you won't do it? Shu blushed. Then I won't be a male pet. Don't be so serious. A man stands tall. Okay, I know. Liu has no interest in arguing with him about this kind of thing at all. After 3 years, I don't know what will happen. Why do you think so, Lich? I promise you what you want, give you 3 years. This engagement is like a joke. The first time we met on Chongyang, on the afternoon of the second day of Chongyang, Shu asked Wang matchmaker to come to the door to propose marriage. After that, she is not in a hurry. She can be regarded as a person with a husband's family. As long as she marries before the age of 17, she doesn't have to be angry when any matchmaker comes. It is said that getting married is quite troublesome. The full set of processes including recruitment, name inquiry, naji, taxation, invitation, and wedding, which list be done in the same order, and each one list be time-consuming, laborious and costly. Shu came every day, bringing 2 sugar men every day. As the days passed, the smiles on his face grew more and more, and the excitement became more and more unusual. Liu didn't think much about it, just thinking that he was in good spirits on a happy occasion, and waited for the day when he was married. Natsai also has to choose an auspicious day of the zodiac. Liu got up early in the morning with difficulty, dressed up, and waited in the boudoir in peace. Although the marriage is fake, she has to play a full set of scenes. She doesn't care about herself, but she has to consider the mood of the contract partner anyway. Waiting and waiting, 3/4 of an hour have passed. Father Dong is very particular about these, but he wants to be auspicious for anything, and now he has missed the auspicious time. He is awkward in his heart, so angry that he almost didn't sit still, and he wanted to go out to see what Shinshu was doing, but fortunately he was stopped by Dong's mother, and the concubine went out to investigate through the side door in a low-key manner. By mistake, the concubine had just gone out. Shinshu and Wang matchmaker finally arrived at the door, but somehow, they and the concubine were just working back and forth, and they could actually give a fork. After a night of hard work, today's Shinshu and yesterday's Shinshu are simply like two people. His face was haggard, his chin was covered with green slag, his eyes were dark, and he was a little fluttering when he walked, obviously looking like he hadn't slept all night and had been hit hard. Others are like this. Can you expect the Dong family to have a good face? Wang matchmaker had something in her stomach and it was not good to say anything more at this time, so she first apologized to Dong's father and mother, and then quickly pulled Shinshu together, biting the bullet and moving the adoption gift along with a pair of white geese into the house. Take Dong's father blocked the door of the hall, and a cigarette pot pointed straight at Shinshu's nose. We can't afford to climb high in your Shin family, this family. It's not tied no more. Liu finally couldn't sit still in the room, pushed the door out, did not approach, and after stepping out of the threshold, she stood at the door of the boudoir and looked towards the hall. Shinshu Dao pulled his head, collapsed his shoulders, and stood decadently in the middle of the yard, not daring to look at her at all. Dong Li walked to Liu in a few steps and pulled her arm. Don't worry about it, go back to the house quickly. Liu hugged Dong's mother's arm with her backhand and said in a low voice, ask what's going on first, right? Your father will ask, don't worry about it, go back to the house and stay. As soon as Dong's mother's words fell, the door of the Dong family's courtyard was knocked again. Guessing that the concubine might be back, Dong's mother didn't think much about it, greeted her, and asked her youngest son to open the door. Dong Lianggong took small steps and opened the door upside down. His arms were short, and the courtyard door could only be opened halfway. The person outside the door stretched out his hand and pushed the courtyard door wide open. The little guy subconsciously stepped back. The first to come in was a little guy in gray. The little guy looked very familiar. Liu only glanced at it, and his heart sank. Sure enough, the next one is the person she absolutely never wants to see in this place at this time. Junzi stepped into the courtyard from the sun in a splendid dress, and the warm light shone on him, but it could not dispel the coolness around him. His eyes were even cooler, and his bright gaze glanced faintly at Shinshu, and his handsome face was expressionless. Behind Junzi Qi, there were several small servants, a group of people, who occupied more than half of the yard in an instant. The gray-clad boy who was the first to open the door immediately rushed forward and grabbed Shinshu's shoulder. Good boy, look where you are going. I am willing to gamble and lose, and if I lose, I have to admit it. No matter where you go, you have to talk about this principle. Shinshu was originally holding on to it with only one breath, but now he was completely collapsed, his knees were weak, and he couldn't stand still. You are Dong. Dad looked at Junzi Qi in surprise. You are the Dong's mother looked at Dong's father with a puzzled expression, and asked Liu quietly, does your father know that young master? Liu decisively spoke, I don't know. The little servant thought that it was difficult to hold Shinshu, so he shook him away, took out a piece of rice paper from his arms, and his wrist shook and unfolded. Look, it's all written in black and white here, and you pressed your own handprint. Originally, you only needed to cut off one of your hands, but you actually dared to run and injure our brother. Then it is not a matter of one hand, you have to leave two. What do you say? Willing to gamble and lose? It turns out that he looks honest on the surface, but he is actually a gambler? Dong's father and Dong's mother were all taken aback, and immediately became angry and questioned Wang matchmaker. Hey, I said Mrs. Wang, what the hell is this thing you are looking for? Dong's father took the lead in attacking, and Dong's mother followed. Wang matchmaker, I still call you a matchmaker. But if you don't give us an explanation about this today, you won't want to talk about matchmakers in the future. Wang matchmaker stomped her feet, patted her big legs with both hands and shouted injustice. I didn't inquire about it in advance, and I haven't heard that the Shin family kid loves to gamble. If he is really a gambler, why do I care about his idle business? I think life is too smooth. Misunderstand this list be a misunderstanding. He raised his hand and patted Shinshu's shoulder hard, and urged angrily, don't hurry, tell me what's going on. Suddenly, everyone's eyes were focused on Shinshu's body again. Shinshu sat slumped on the ground, his back arched, his head wished he could lower to his navel. Maybe he was frightened and stupid, maybe he was embarrassed. In short, he was like a stuffy gourd, without saying a word. But that little guy is different, I wish everyone knew what's going on, stretched out his arms, shook the words in his hand and said loudly, it's written in black and white, there is no misunderstanding, this kid is a gambler. After losing all the silver, he still wanted to turn the tables, his eyes were red, and he bet on one hand at the end. Dong's mother frowned and said ouch, so angry that she didn't even want to look at it again, turned her back and covered her heart. Dong's father was so angry that the veins on his neck exploded, and his arm pointed straight out the door. Our Dong family has nothing to do with this kid, let's all go out. When we go out, don't stain our yard. It was this short sentence that Wang matchmaker didn't dare to say a word, rubbed against the wall and slipped away. Please wait a moment. Li Yu's voice was calm, neither arrogant nor impetuous, raised her lowered eyes, and looked at Junzi Qi. Can I say a few words to him alone? Dong's mother hurriedly grabbed Li Yu's arm, frowned and winked desperately at her. Li Yu gently patted the back of her hand and showed a reassuring smile. Dong's father also had a calm face, looking at Li Yu and looking at the gentleman's period and finally looking at Shinshu, thoughtful. Junzi met Li Yu's gaze expressionlessly, with no emotion in his eyes. Li Yu curled the corners of her lips, not laughing, but just remembering the past. If you don't speak, it means acquiescence. The little servant cautiously glanced at Junzi Qi's face, was silent for a moment, and stood behind Junzi Qi with interest while stacking the notes in his hand and stuffing them into his arms. At this moment, even Dong's father and Dong's mother could see that this young master, not speaking, really meant acquiescence. Li Yu gently pulled out the arm that was grabbed by Dong's mother and quickly came to Shinshu's side. He sat down, she stood, he lowered his head, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to get into. She also lowered her head, her eyebrows were solemn, condescending. Can you stand up and take 2 steps, I want to talk to you alone. Shinshu rubbed for a moment before nodding heavily, and when he stood up again, he looked like he was weak, and his back couldn't straighten. He didn't dare to look up, he just glanced at Li Yu in a hurry with the corner of his eye, opened his mouth, and didn't say a word. Li Yu didn't want to see his pitiful appearance, so she turned around and walked outside the courtyard gate. Shinshu dragged his heavy steps and followed. Junzi Qi's cool eyes glanced over, and the little servant immediately stopped in front of Li Yu. Just talk, where are you going? I said a few words to him alone at the door. Li Yu is calm, at first glance, he can resist things, which makes people look at it with special peace of mind. Don't worry, he can't run away, even if he runs, the big deal is that I will compensate for the money he lost. The gentleman did not say yes, nor did he say no. Just like before, if he doesn't speak, everyone will take him as an acquiescence. The little servant stepped aside from Li Yu, and Li Yu did not delay for a moment, holding a long skirt and stepping over the courtyard gate. She and Shinshu were talking in a low voice outside, and they couldn't hear it clearly in the yard. Junzi Qi had no intention of listening at all, and paced a few steps in the yard, condensing his eyebrows and eyes, and sweeping the surrounding scenery. Dong's mother winked at her youngest son, and Dong Lianggong, who had been watching the play with wide eyes next to him, pouted and went back to his own house. At the same time, Dong's mother also walked back to Dong's father, and was about to ask. Dong's father shook his head gently, very slightly, raised his chin towards the door, and quietly pointed in the direction of the gentleman's period. It's him, he moved his lips silently. Dong's mother frowned slightly and thought about it for a moment, and suddenly reacted. It turned out to be him? Li Yu and Shinshu didn't talk for a long time, it was really just a few words. After talking, she returned to the yard, and Shinshu was still following her, and had already given up her plan to escape. Since he can chase here, where else can he escape? Li Yu didn't want to be amorous, but after she learned a little about the whole thing, she really couldn't help but be sentimental. Even if Shinshu is a gambler, with the little money he owes, it is really worth the gentleman's period to come forward in person, and even chase her to her house? Doesn't it feel too coincidental? So she talked to Shinshu, but she didn't dare to talk in front of the gentleman, so she had to ask behind her back. After his mother left him, he could only use this way to relieve his mood and relieve pressure, but according to him, he used to gamble with small money, although he still lost more, but he also felt not so distressed. It wasn't until he proposed to her that his luck suddenly improved, and he would win more and more. Later, his mind became a little more active. If he could make more money with this and handle the marriage more decently, maybe she would be able to impress him. He just didn't expect that his good luck would come to an abrupt end last night. Not only did he lose all the money he had won before, but he also owed a lot, and finally he lost in a hurry, and it became the current situation. In fact, things turned out like this, and he shouldn't have come to pay the lottery today. But if he didn't come, he couldn't explain to Wang matchmaker, and he was reluctant to let go of this marriage, and he struggled for a long time, and even after missing the auspicious time, he still came with the last glimmer of hope for reform, but he didn't expect that those people would actually chase after the Dong family. The authorities were confused by the bystanders, and Liu could analyze from Shinshu's words that he would win every bet he would win. Obviously the other party was baiting him, and once he was hooked, it was time to slaughter. Liu can be said to have no good feelings for gamblers, because her mother in her previous life was also good. Of course, she lost more and won less, but her mother in her previous life was more profitable, and those she lost could only be regarded as drizzle, far from the extent that she could hurt her lissels and bones. This is all her own choice, so she doesn't think that Shinshu is pitiful that he has become like this, as the so-called self-inflicted evil cannot live, but it is a bit too lich to use her own hand to block it. Liu walked to Junzi Qi's side while thinking about it. Dong's mother was afraid that she would take trouble on her, and she was so anxious that she wanted to pull her, but she was pulled by Dong's father again. With such a delay, Liu walked to Junzi Qi's side. Is this possible? The money lost in the gamble, as well as the cost of soup and medicine for injuring people, how lich should it be? Let him come out, just cut off his hand or something. Everyone is asking for money, there is no need to make it so bloody. In case he cuts off his hand, he will lose too lich blood and die. It is not good for you at all. Who will exchange your money, right? Liu pleaded with Junzi Qi kindly. Looking at his expressionless and indifferent face, he felt less and less wonderful. The elegant jade crown shows a warm and soft color in the sun, and his eyebrows and eyes seem to be moistened by moisture, fresh and beautiful. Junzi Qi's eyes were cold, revealing a sense of alienation and indifference. He glanced sideways at Liu, and his tone was sharp and slow. Why? The tone in his words was calm without any ups and downs, but when it fell in Liu's ears, he could taste an awkward taste. So, in fact, he already recognized her that day, right? Now I just came to the door to find someone who is not happy. Liu took a deep breath and sighed helplessly. Have you forgotten? You promised me, my wish? Her wish is to hope that no matter what happens in the future, she will have good intentions and be forgiving and forgiving. She didn't dare to say too lich too deeply, for fear that she would leak it if she wasn't careful, but if Junzi was willing to accept her opinion, it would be somewhat effective. Maybe it can make many people suffer less in his hands, maybe it can push back the time when he kills himself a few years, or maybe better, get rid of his original mortal ending? However, judging from his attitude towards Shinshu, this guy obviously didn't take her advice seriously. Who are you? Junzi Qi raised his eyebrows and spat out two words ruthlessly with a cold face. Liu choked, looked at his beautiful eyes speechlessly, didn't say lich, untied the purse around his waist, took out a small pouch from the purse, and after opening the pouch, he finally took out a well-preserved piece of rice paper. The warm wind blew gently, and the hair next to the sideburns moved with the wind, making his face like a crown of jade, and he was even more handsome. Look, the token you gave me, I always carry it with me. She unfolded the rice paper, for fear that he would not be happy to see it, and deliberately sent it to his eyes. Junzi Qi lowered his eyes and looked at it for a long time, and between his eyebrows and eyes there was a look of sudden realization. So it's you, right? ? Yes, it's me. It's just that several years have passed, and the changes have changed too lich, and I didn't dare to say it when I recognized you that day. Liu couldn't laugh or cry, since he still had to act, then she could only continue to act with him. So, do you remember? My wish? Junzi Qi did not answer, but asked, then do you remember what I said at that time, right? Double quotation mark. Remember, only if you are willing, you will fulfill my wish, Liu sighed in his heart, but why don't you want to? Although it is my wish, but for you, don't do small kindness, when the good karma accumulates to a certain extent, you will definitely have great blessings. Junzi Qi laughed. His smile it makes people shudder. Just when Liu's heart was gradually falling, Junzi Qi suddenly agreed to her proposal just now. Such a sudden surprise, Liu inexplicably felt very uneasy, but she couldn't figure out what the hell Junzi Qi was doing. Could it be that he planned to set one set in person and one set behind his back, and then find Shen Shuqiu to settle accounts after leaving the Dong family? In other words, if Junzi really does this, it can be regarded as in line with his character in the original work, but if he continues to conform to the character design, then his ending will inevitably be exactly the same as in the original work. But this is not Liu's turn to take care of this, all she can do is this, more, not to mention that she doesn't want to care, she doesn't dare to manage, she just dares to think about it, and she can't control anything at all, so why bother to add trouble and ask for trouble? Liu turned around and walked to Shen Shu. Knowing that he could keep his hands, Shen Shu's state at the moment was obviously better, only a little, because at least there was hope of starting over, but when he thought of the gambling debts he owed, his eyes were full of despair. Liu didn't look into his eyes, not wanting to be disturbed by negative emotions. Shen Shu, you know, the matter between us ends here. Of course Shen Shu knows, but if he knows, he will still feel very unwilling if he really wants to face it. He nodded heavily, and he thanked Liu heavily. No, Liu lowered her eyes, rubbed the pebbles under her feet with her embroidered shoes, and looked faint. It's not for you. Junzi Qi slowly turned his head and looked at Liu's back. His expression was cold, his eyebrows were like the bright moon, dazzling and bright but meaningful. You have indeed changed a lot over the years, and your vision is boundless. Since you don't plan to get married, it just so happens that there is a shortage of a chef in my house, so you will do it. Hey! His sudden words were no less effective than a bolt from the blue, and Liu looked at him with horror in his eyes. Don't do it. I'm not short of money, this young master. Our family, you can be regarded as your savior. You don't repay the life-saving grace, how can you let her be a chef for you? When Dong father saw that the situation was wrong, he hurriedly stepped forward. Our Dong family, although it is not a rich and noble family, has no reason to let the daughter serve people, saving my life. So how do you think I can repay you? This was asked after Dong's father's words, but Junzi Qi's eyes stayed on Liu's body, and the meaning of his eyes was unclear. Liu swallowed subconsciously, her tongue was a little disobedient, and she choked and coughed. She covered her mouth here and breathed smoothly, and saw Junzi Qi turn his gaze to look at Dong's father, and said lightly, why don't I ask for her, how about it? For a while, the entire courtyard was silent, and the atmosphere was a little weird, as if the air was stagnant. The handsome eyebrows and eyes stretched out, and the gentleman turned the ink jade finger in his hand, that leisurely and comfortable look, as if talking about what the weather was like today. He looked at the stunned Liu's eyes, paused slightly, and gradually a faint smile appeared between his eyebrows. Don't speak? Liu heard that her heart trembled. If you don't speak, you will acquiesce. Liu felt puzzled. Why did the 2 marriages in a row seem to be a joke? But anyway, they list marry as soon as possible, whether it is Shen Shu or Junzi period. In fact, it is the same to marry anyone, anyway, she treats them as tool people. But she never expected that Dong father would be the first to jump out to oppose it, and then, Dong Li was the second person to jump out, and finally even the little brother Dong Lianggong ran out to join in the fun, and he had to make a fuss and ask Shen Shu to be his brother-in-law. Of course, this little brother who had been completely bought by the sugar man was soon thrown back into the house by Dong father and Dong mother. At this point, even if Liu herself said that this marriage was acceptable, it was useless, but she was pulled aside by Dong's mother to mention her life. Junzi is by no means a good man, he is really good-looking, and good-looking men will deceive people. However, is a gentleman a person who cares about other people's opinions? Before Father Dong had time to say a few words based on reason, his eyes slowly became cold, and his leisurely and easy-to-speak appearance was as fleeting as a meteor, and he turned around and left expressionlessly. Dong's father and Dong's mother were both stunned. and even Dong's father thought that he had succeeded in his struggle, but unexpectedly, the little guy brought by Junzi immediately stepped forward and reached out to grab Liu's arm. Liu practiced self-defense in her previous life, and after changing her body, she has not been abandoned in the past few years and has practiced again. After all, she has often walked around the dock and warehouse in the past 2 years, and it is inevitable that she will encounter 1 or 2 people who are not long-sighted, and it is useless to talk about it, so she can only do it. Therefore, before the little guy's fingertips had time to touch Liu's clothes, she made the first move, and directly twisted the little guy's arm behind him with a backhand. The little guy's fingers were twisted by Liu, his fingers were connected to his heart, it hurt terribly, his knees went soft, and the whole person twisted into a strange shape and squatted down. This is blatantly starting to rob people, can it still be done? Dong Dad immediately picked up the long bench in the yard and was about to take action. Liu took a look, was frightened, hurriedly pushed the little servant in his hand to the side, raised his arm and waved his hand to Father Dong. Don't be impulsive, be merciful, Father Dong. Dong Li? Liu blinked, I seem to have reversed it? Oh, anyway, she hurriedly waved her hand up and down again. Dad, put down the stool first, if you have something to say. Before she could finish her words, suddenly the whole person was lifted, followed by a whirlwind, and she was hung on the shoulders of the gentleman like a doll. Hey dash, this time Liu was really furious, struggling to get up with her hands on his broad and strong back, but she could only lift her head a little. A gentleman who doesn't move his mouth and hands is a villain, do you understand? After scolding, he hurriedly waved his hand to Dong's father and mother. I'm fine, you can rest assured at home, I will solve this matter. Before she finished shouting, she was resisted out of the courtyard gate, and at the same time, her fart thighs were slapped lightly and heavily. The momentum she had bulged up at the beginning suddenly disappeared. How old a person she was actually spanked like a naughty child in broad daylight in public stock. Can there be anything more humiliating than this? Liu's cheeks were flushed, afraid that others would see her face, so she could only hang it honestly, resignedly, like noodles. At this moment, in front of him was the fast-moving ground, and the hem of the gold silk-embroidered clothes rolled in waves, and finally, Liu's eyes fell on his waist with a jade belt. Oh no, I'm going. I don't know if I have the energy to have a thin waist. Before Liu could understand such an esoteric question, the world was spinning again, and she was overturned by the gentleman and stuffed directly into the gorgeous and spacious carriage. At the same time, in the small courtyard of the Dong family, Dong's mother was flustered and tear-eyed, and she rushed up to desperately want to fight hard, but she couldn't even get through the line of defense of the little servants. Shu came back to his senses as if he had just woken up from a dream, and hurriedly helped Dong's mother rush outside. Dong Dad was afraid that Dong Li would hurt him, so he took her arm and dragged the person into his arms and hugged him tightly. Don't be impulsive, didn't you listen to our girl? Stay at home with peace of mind, she will solve it herself. How can I feel at ease? Dong's mother roared angrily, how is she going to solve it? I said too, you really don't have to be like this, our young master will not treat your girl badly. Dong's father's words, the little servant's words, Dong's mother really couldn't listen to them at all. Father Dong had no choice but to litter, so he approached Dong's mother's ear and littered. Really? Dong's mother's eyes were full of tears, and the tip of her nose was red. Father Dong curled his lips, you still don't believe my vision? The little servants brought by the gentleman finally stopped at first glance, and they withdrew faster than anyone else, and they disappeared silently. Your vision? Dong's mother snorted coldly, glared at Dong's father and said dissatisfiedly, if you really have a good eye, why didn't you see that he was a gambler? Shu was embarrassed to be pointed at his nose, and Dong's father raised his eyebrows, why are you still here? What could Shu do? He could only bite the bullet and say sorry, and hurriedly left the Dong family. The weather is gradually getting colder, there is a ginkgo tree in the yard, the fan-shaped leaves have all turned golden color, the autumn wind blows slightly, so many golden fans keep trembling, especially beautiful. Liu sat under the ginkgo tree, the wind picked up, she looked up for a while, the wind stopped, and then she lowered her head to trace the painting in her hand. That day, Junzi resisted her from home, and she thought that he would most likely place her in some remote and quiet courtyard outside. After all, he should already have a Minhaoyue by his side at this time, the woman she saw on the day of the Double Ninth Festival. Unexpectedly, he actually took her back to his house directly, and even placed her in the Jinko courtyard where he lived. The same yard, different rooms. It can be seen that he is not in a hurry to ask for her. How can this sound so shameful? Back to the point, Liu is now only curious, is the woman she saw on the Double Ninth Festival really the heroine of the original book, Minhaoyue? If not, who is that woman? In the original work, there are so many girls that a man like Junzi Qi likes, including many famous noble women, not to mention those women who have been used by him or are willing to be used by him. But until the day Junzi Qi was killed by Minhaoyue's cup of poisoned wine, there was never any woman around him who had ever been close to him. In the original work, Junzi Qi has no love for Minhaoyue, but there seems to be something unspeakable, very secret and depressing in it. This is not clearly written in the original work, but is implicitly hinted at in many details. As for who the gentleman period is keeping his promise to, so he lists stay by Minhaoyue's side to take care of her and assist her. In the main part of the original work, only a mysterious man wearing a cloak appears on rare occasions. However, after the end of the main text of the original work, there is also an extra article about the gentleman's period, about the identity of this mysterious person. I believe there should be an answer in the extra, but unfortunately, she has not had time to watch that extra. When Liu completed this painting, the sun was already setting. She was holding up the customized drawing board and looking at it carefully, seeing where some changes needed to be made, but the drawing board in her hand suddenly disappeared. She tilted her head slightly, and Junzi had already sat down beside her, holding the drawing board in one hand, and gently pressing the light beige drawing paper with his slender and clean fingertips made his skin look particularly white fair. Liu painted the Q version of the villain, and the original form of the villain is naturally the one around him, but I don't know if the one around him can see it. Junzi Qi lowered his eyes and looked at it for a while, and suddenly stretched out an index finger, depicting it along the curve of the Q version of the villain. He looked at the painting. She looked at him. For years ago, the man next to her was just a young man who hadn't grown up, and she didn't know how many times she scolded his stinky brother in her heart. For years later, the boy became a man and actually had the courage to resist the woman whom Liu looked at his handsome and delicate eyebrows with sighs, and his heart was itchy, soft, stupid desire moving. Then, she really moved, quietly leaned over, stretched out her fingertips and pointed a little at the Q version of the villain. Haven't you seen who this is yet? Junzi subconsciously turned his face. The two of them were already very close, and now they were almost about to touch each other, and even each other's breaths were already entangled looking at each other. Junzi Qi saw a mischievous snicker in Liu's eyes, and before he could react, the lips of the two petals were stuck together. Junzi Qi was expressionless and silent, and did not move. Liu quickly straightened up, licked his lips, and smiled proudly with a successful plan. It feels good, she said. Junzi Qi looked at her quietly with a slightly dim eye, and just when Liu was about to see her and close it, he suddenly hugged her small waist and bit her lip petal quite fiercely. His hurt Liu covered her lips and widened her eyes in disbelief. I really wanted to ask him if he was actually a dog, but when she met his cold and uneventful eyes, she held back all the words in her heart, snatched the drawing board back from his hand, and stood up suddenly. I won't play with you, I'll go back to dinner. Liu wanted to leave, but she didn't make it, and Junzi Qi took the lead and blocked her in front of her. Liu took a step back cautiously while holding the drawing board, and then raised her eyes to stare at him. Junzi Qi's face was calm, and in the face of the glaring of the people in front of him, he actually laughed lightly, and there was some inexplicable meaning in his smile. Liu cleared her throat unnaturally, her arms holding the drawing board tightened more and more, and in her chest, the hot heart beat fast and heavily. Fortunately, he usually looks expressionless. If he smiles like this all day long, her little heart may not be able to stand it. Let me say thank you. I ate less at noon, and I'm so hungry now. Junzi Qi didn't respond, stretched out his long arm, pulled Liu in front of him, and pecked lightly on her bitten red lips petals. Liu's eyes widened, and just as he was about to speak, his eldest master seemed to be fine, turned around and left. Liu stood in place holding the drawing board, looking at his slender and straight back, and couldn't help but curl her lips. It is said that the five senses determine the three views, and it seems that she is also not exempt from the vulgarity. Looking like Shinshu, she could only accept a contract marriage and then use money to settle everything. But if you look like a gentleman, she thinks she can. When Liu came to the flower hall, the food on the table was ready, and the maid in charge of serving stood respectfully next to her. She leisurely walked around the house, admiring the bonsai placed in the house one by one, and the gentleman's period was belated. He is changed into the robe he wears at home, and the plain and elegant robe is exceptionally elegant and handsome. Walking calmly towards the table of the eight immortals, seeing that Liu was still rubbing by the window, Junzi said lightly, "Come and sit down, right double quotation mark." "Oh, here it is." Junzi sat down on the chair, and the maids hurriedly sent warm cloths to serve. Liu only has the habit of washing her hands before eating, so she had to be next to him at this time, holding her cheeks in her palms and looking at him patiently, wiping her face first, then wiping her hands, and then rinsing her mouth with tea when she was done. Obviously it's just a series of simple actions that can't be simpler, but from the gentleman's period, it is particularly elegant and atmospheric. Liu looked at it intently, forgetting the reserve that girls should have. How could a person so keen of his not notice? He just ignored her. Picking up a bowl of soup brought by the maid, he tasted a spoonful, and his handsome brows gradually furrowed. Liu watched from the side, and her brows couldn't help but frown slightly. "No way, here we go again?" Junzi put down the soup bowl, took out the handkerchief and gently tucked the corner of his mouth, and then threw the handkerchief on the table. "Don't eat it, use it yourself." The maids serving next to her were almost accustomed to such a drama, and their eyes immediately fell on Liu. Liu put down her hand holding her cheeks, sat upright like a primary school student, her back was straight, and her arms were also placed on the table neatly, and after a second of silence, she raised her hand and asked, "What do you want to eat?" Right double quotation mark. "If you don't have lich appetite, let's have a bowl of wontons." Junzi Qi's expression softened a little, his forehead was light, and he looked at Liu with the teachable eyes of a child. "The skin should be thin, the filling should be sufficient, and it should be sour and spicy." Liu smiled slightly, "Obey." This guy is really very vindicated. Just because she refused to be his cook, he had intermittent convulsions from time to time, either early, noon, or late, probably depending on his mood, or the abundance of time. Anyway, he had to come out like this every day. She may be able to change the fate of some small supporting characters like her, but in the main plot, she really doesn't think she can have such a great ability to tamper with it. So, if you calculate from now on, the lifespan of the gentleman's period is probably less than 8 years in the face of a dying person. She couldn't bear to refuse his willful pickiness, but she was a little willing to let him do it. Liu came to the kitchen and asked several chefs to help pick shrimp threads and peel shrimp shells. Junzi Qi came back from a busy day outside. She should have been hungry, and she didn't want him to wait too long. Although Junzi Qi never makes people see his fatigue, she is a person who has seen the plot, and she knows that Junzi Qi in the original work is actually not as easy as he shows, but he is the kind of character who dies to save face and suffers. Especially it is easy for people to misunderstand that he is a god who will not be tired, will not hurt, and will not have troubles. The chefs are very depressed. Why is the meal tonight not to the taste of the master? However, when depressed is depressed, everyone immediately starts to get busy, and since the food is no longer to taste, it is not good to ask the master to wait for a long time. A gentleman's cold voice suddenly sounded at the door, "You all go out." Liu and the cooks turned their heads at the same time, all stunned. This is really big news. The noble people who have always only sat and waited to eat will actually come to the kitchen? The chef's thoughts are completely different from Liu's. As for what? The food they cook is so bad? The master actually came to kick them out of the kitchen himself? Who in the house doesn't know that their master is never a person who talks twice? Depressed is depressed, grievances are grievances, and the chef still retreated to the door dejectedly after crossing the threshold in the gentleman's period. Liu stared blankly at the prawns jumping in the bucket, and sighed faintly. Yes, she has to do it herself. If you kick them all out, you'll have to wait a while to eat. While speaking, Liu took a thin bamboo skewer, neatly jumped out of a black shrimp line from the tail of the shrimp, and threw the shrimp into the deep plate of blue and white porcelain on the side. Junzi Qi did not stop, went straight to her side, and casually and naturally picked up the shrimp that Liu had just picked. Liu's movement of picking the shrimp line stopped, blinking his eyes, watching his slender and clean fingers deftly and quickly peel off the shrimp shells. The gentleman's period will be peeled shrimp meat in front of Liu's eyes, and the bottom of his eyes has a bright luster. Oh, Liu lowered her head, smiled secretly, and started the work in her hand again. Good job, keep up the good work. How can they cooperate so tacitly? Liu picked a shrimp line, and the gentleman period just finished peeling a shrimp. After a while, the deep mouth plate was filled with a pile of shrimp meat. That's it, Liu poured a basin of water to greet Junzi to wash his hands. Leave it to me next. Junzi washed his hands, but the person didn't leave, took an apple in the kitchen, washed it, leaned on the cupboard against the wall, and ate it one bite at a time. Liu didn't care about him, concentrated on washing the shrimp meat, put it on the table, and began to stomp with a kitchen knife in each hand. Watching Liu struggling to wield two kitchen knives that did not match her wrist, and chopping the shrimp filling with the back of the knife quite rhythmically, Junzi suddenly found out in conscience, approached it, and sent the apple in his hand to Liu's lips. Liu was hungry and trying her best, her mind was empty, there was nothing to think about or not to think about, so she leaned over and took a bite. The red apple is crisp and sweet. Delicious. Liu's eyes were still on the chopping board, but his head leaned towards the gentleman's period again. Take another bite. Junzi handed over the apple again, and Liu took a big bite this time, keeping it in his mouth and chewing it slowly. Round there are two holes missing from the rolling apple, and the two openings are overlapped together, one is his, and the other is hers. Junzi lowered his eyes, returned to the position where he had stayed, and ate the remaining apples cleanly one bite after another. The taste of the gentleman's period is quite erratic. Today he can like hot and sour food, and maybe he won't even touch the slightest spiciness. As for eating more and less at each meal, it is entirely a matter of his mood, so although Liu made a lot of wontons, he only dared to serve a small bowl to taste it, and the rest was all reserved for him. All the original meals in the flower hall were removed, replaced with a few plates of cold plates made by Liu, drizzled with sesame oil, looking verdant, and tasting crispy and raw, very refreshing. Liu put the wontons in front of the gentleman's period, and the rich aroma quickly spread, which directly increased people's appetite. Junzi picked up the soup spoon and looked down. The wonton soup in the white porcelain bowl was clear and translucent, the green chopped green onions floating on the soup noodles, the small chaotic skin soaked in the soup was as thin as paper, and the filling made of fresh shrimp was faintly full of tempting powder. Looking at the rare look of satisfaction on his face, Liu finally breathed a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. Now is different. Junzi is no longer the hungry teenager who was seriously injured and hungry 4 years ago, but now he is gentle when he eats, his posture is elegant, although he is so chewing and swallowing, but the speed is not slow. Liu sent her own small bowl of wontons into her stomach. He has finished 2 bowls over there, and he is waiting for the maid to serve him the 3rd bowl. Liu held a cup of chrysanthemums flower tea was accompanied by him, and the more he ate, the more fragrant he became, and the aunt's smile on her face became more and more intense. Eat, eat, eat more, eat one less meal. The air in the morning is a little humid, and there is a hint of chill. Liu got up early, pushed open the window, took a deep breath of fresh air, and felt refreshed. She has been here for more than 10 days, during which she has some correspondence with the Dong family, but she has never taken a step out of the house, and she is in the yard, garden, and kitchen all day long, enjoying herself. Today is different. A big difference. Junzi actually wanted to take her out to socialize. She was so excited last night that she almost lost sleep, and today she woke up early in the morning, and after waking up, she was very energetic. She usually wanders around the house, and she doesn't need the maid to dress her up, but today is not possible. Just by preparing new clothes for her during the gentleman's period, it can be seen how important today's socializing is, and she can only honestly follow the rules. After breakfast, the maids began to bathe and change her clothes. Of course, she still took care of the bath herself, and the maid took over until she combed her hair. Taohua wiped her long hair with a handkerchief, Osmanthus held a jewelry box next to her to choose jewelry. A gorgeous luo skirt hung on the hanger, a smoker was placed next to the hanger, and the wisps of fragrance drilled out of the smoker one by one. If she originally had a figure of 8-9 points, then under this careful dress, it is a full score plus 10. When he got into the carriage, Peach Blossoms and Osmanthus were by his side. Liu leaned against the car window, quietly teased opened the curtain and looked outside. Outside the carriage, Junzi sat firmly on a black horse with only 4 hooves and snow-white hooves, dressed in jade-colored brocade clothes, golden crowns and black hair, handsome eyebrows, and Jilan jade trees. Sensing Liu's gaze, Junzi Qi strangled the reins and looked sideways. At this time, the sun was just right, and the warm light passed through the gauze curtain, like water splashed on Liu's face, shrouding her delicate face with a layer of light golden light, and the ruby earrings shone in the sun, which made her skin white soft, and her face was incredible. Liu, who was caught on the spot, blushed, hurriedly threw off the curtain, retracted the carriage and left. Junzi lowered his eyes, held the reins in his hand tightly, the corners of his lips were slightly upright, and his expression was extremely rare, soft and clear. Fine wine and food, beauties linger, and men's entertainment, but that's all. Such a scene, Liu has seen a lot in her previous life, and she is also very open-minded. It is impossible to like it or not disgusted, she is just a bystander, and her focus today is only on the body of the gentleman. Liu just didn't expect to see the beauty in red at this dinner. It was the one who accompanied Junzi Qi on the day of the Double Ninth Festival and bought a full set of 8 immortals from Shinshu to cross the sea. Sugar Man. In fact, it is normal to see that beauty, but what is abnormal is that the beauty is actually with another adult at the moment. That Lord Chen seems to be still a VIP at this dinner, which can be easily seen from the flattery of everyone present. Of course, among all of them, it does not include Junzi Qi and Liu himself. And the beauty in red, everyone respects her as Mrs. Chen. Liu obediently sat beside Junzi Qi, obedient and quiet on the surface, but the star of gossip in his heart had already risen. So why can this young and beautiful Mrs. Chen get along with the gentleman's period on the day of the Double Ninth Festival? Doesn't she have to accompany her, pot-bellied, and looks at least a round bigger than her husband's? This Mrs. Chen, forget it, I still prefer to call her the beauty in red. The beauty in red is still dressed in red, more gorgeous and beautiful than the last time. Somehow, Liu always felt that this beauty should have a fiery and unrestrained temperament, but the appearance she showed now was soft and dignified. The beauty in red had good ears and eyes, and felt Liu's curious gaze, beautiful between the eyes flowing. The 2 eyes met, and the beauty and demon smiled faintly at Liu. Liu blinked, smiled gracefully, picked up the wine glass, raised it slightly, and took a sip. The men were joking, and no one noticed the private movements of the 2 little women. After 3 rounds of wine, the shelves held by the men were completely released, and the atmosphere at the banquet naturally became more hot. Liu saw the beauty in red raising her glass in the direction of Junzi Qi and herself. Cousin-in-law, I haven't seen you for many days. Sister, I toast you too. Liu? What cousin? What cousin? What did my cousin say about her? The people at the table had long been curious about Liu, but because Junzi was next to him, he didn't dare to look at it more. Now, the beauty in red toasted, and the big guy's eyes finally had enough reason to look over. The man's gaze, the woman's gaze, so many pairs of eyes all gathered together to look at it carefully. If you change someone who has never seen the world, you may panic and be ashamed, but when Liu was in her previous life, she experienced this kind of occasion a lot, and in this life, she personally did business with Dong's father. How could she be afraid of this kind of thing, let alone feel embarrassed, at most, that is, a little surprised? Junzi Qi casually picked up his wine glass and smiled and said a few words. Although Liu was in the wind chaotic, it didn't mean that she would be stunned. Her brain was flexible, and she immediately picked up the wine glass and said a few compliments. She was measured everywhere, and the words she said made people happy to hear, but they would not hold Lord Chen and the beauty in red too high, and they would not seem that their posture was too low. After the beauty in red finished toasting, she sat back again, half leaning on Master Chen's side, leaning in his ear and not knowing what she said to make Master Chen laugh. Liu put down the wine glass, and her thoughts turned several times in her heart, but after all, she still couldn't hold back, and sat closer to Junzi Qi. These days, I corresponded with Dong's father and Dong's mother, and in the first letter, Dong's father said that the day after she was carried back by Junzi Qi sent someone to send a large box of gold to the Dong family. It's just that this box of gold has no name, it's not a bride price, it's nothing else, it's just a sum of money. Dong's father is a businessman, of course he loves money, but he doesn't accept all the money, so he returned the box of gold on the spot, and reminded her again and again in the letter that if Junzi really wanted to marry her, he would ask him to ask the matchmaker to propose marriage at home. Later, it was she who wrote in the letter that Dong Dad and Dong Li would accept the box of gold, and they reluctantly accepted the large box of gold when it was delivered to the door for the second time. Really, don't accept it for nothing. In the original work, Junzi Qi was killed by Min Haoyue with a cup of poisoned wine, and the tens of thousands of family wealth he saved were naturally confiscated into the warehouse, and then Min Haoyue took part of it out to buy people's hearts, and finally gained fame and fortune. So anyway, this money doesn't necessarily belong to anyone in the end, so why don't you accept it? Of course, Dong and Dong did not give up on the matter of collecting money and asking a gentleman to come to the door to propose marriage, and they still persevered, and they would mention it in every letter afterwards. Liu herself doesn't care about what her name is, as long as she doesn't get her husband who delivers free shipping to her home, she doesn't care whether she mentions it or not, whether she gets married or not. Anyway, in a few years, he will die himself in the gentleman's period, and the result will not always be the same in the end. She even fantasized about how free and happy she would be to be a rich widow in the future, but now, Liu began to feel a little different. When she sat next to Junzi Qi before, she had actually not been able to find her position, and the women present were either Mrs. Chen, or the second lady, the third lady, but she, Junzi Qi, did not deliberately introduce her to others. But now, she has finally found her niche. During the banquet, the ladies, whether pouring wine or cloth dishes, were all busy and serving the gentlemen with all their hearts. Only Liu is still the same as at home: you should eat, drink, watch plays, as long as you remember to keep smiling. But now, she has finally begun to officially identify herself. Since she has become Mrs. Chen's cousin, perhaps she should also do something for the cousin next to her? Rolling his eyes, Liu found that someone who usually loves to eat shrimp has not moved his chopsticks outside. Understand, too clear. She immediately peeled a shrimp and was about to put it in the bowl of the gentleman's period, but suddenly had a bolder idea. Liu quietly pulled the hem of the gentleman's period under the table. Junzi Qi, who was drinking, paused with a delicate wine glass, turned his face sideways, and glanced at her faintly. Liu handed the peeled shrimp to him. Taste? It's quite tender. She thought her skin was thick enough, but she didn't expect her face to start to heat up uncontrollably. The slightly cool gaze moved slowly, from the tender shrimp tail, to the white fingertips, wrists, and then to her wide sleeves on his arms, all the way up, along her rounded shoulders, slender neck, and finally staying on the slightly reddened ears hanging down. She was so uncomfortable that he looked at her, and her wrist began to retract involuntarily. If you don't eat, then I'll eat it myself. The slender wrist was suddenly held gently by someone, his fingertips were dry and slightly cold, and the thin calluses lightly touched her skin, a little itchy. She looked at him, her clear and translucent eyes widened slightly, her pupils reflected the image of him leaning over, opened her mouth, and bit the shrimp tail into her lips. Not bad. He moved his lips slowly, until the shrimp was all in his belly, and then slowly let go of the hand holding her wrist. As soon as she was freed, Liu quickly took her wrist back and gently rubbed the position she had just held by him. She lowered her head, her cheeks were crimson, but the corners of her lips couldn't stop rising slightly. Continue, a light and pleasant voice sounded in his ears again. Liu tilted his head and glanced at Junzi Qi, but he looked calm and unaffected at all. Took good concentration. After drinking at noon, when he went home, Junzi did not ride a horse, but took a carriage with Liu. As for the two little maids who originally rode with Liu, they could only be aggrieved and go outside to squeeze with the coachman. Liu sat by the window boredly, flirting open the gauze curtain and looked outside, and after a while she began to feel bored, and put down the gauze curtain boredly. Junzi beside him leaned on the cushion to rest, holding his head with one hand, his eyes closed lightly, and he looked completely refusing to disturb. But what to do? She really wanted to call him up now to answer the doubts in her heart. After enduring it for a while, Liu really couldn't hold it back, bit her lip, and squeezed to Junzi Qi's side. "Hey, are you awake?" She poked him gently with her elbow. "There is something that is particularly uncomfortable in my heart, I have to tell you." He was as motionless as a mountain, not even his eyelids trembled, only a soft hum. This is already a face-saving thing for her, maybe it's her credit for peeling that plate of shrimp first. Some time ago Liu cleared her throat and said, "It's the day of the Double Ninth Festival, don't you have to climb high to enjoy chrysanthemums? I met a Taoist priest who set up a stall outside Jingtan Temple to tell fortunes, and the Taoist priest told me that I am destined to have a calamity, and this calamity is still related to my future husband." Junzi Qi opened his eyes were cold, and his expression was indifferent. Liu carefully looked at the subtlest expression on his face, but after just one look, she gave up. "Really, do you want to see his thoughts from Junzi Qi's face? This is a completely impossible task. Unless he himself is willing to be seen, how can he tell whether it is true or false?" The Taoist priest said that the calamity that I was destined to cause will be caused by my husband, and it is quite simple to resolve it, as long as you pay attention to avoid the woman who is destined to bring the moon. Liu said a little slowly, after all, they were all freshly written, and they couldn't be said too clearly, and they had to be made up smoothly so that the gentleman couldn't find fault. The Taoist priest said that the woman who was hit with the moon would be noble and glorious in the future, but if we were involved with that woman, not only would we not be able to get any benefits, but we would also end up with a ruined family. That woman list be quite beautiful, and her name list also have the word moon in it. The carriage wobbled. Junzi Qi listened quietly, casually picked up the gauze curtain. People came and went on the street, warm light shone in through the gauze curtain. The handsome face was deeply trapped in this light and shadow, the expression was indifferent, the eyebrows and eyes were alienated, and the cold breath emanating from the whole body made people shudder. "I always thought that Taoist priest was talking nonsense to cheat money, because I originally planned to marry Shin Shu, he is a sugar pincher, how could he meet that kind of woman? But if it were you." Liu realized that her words might be a bit too lich, and decided to make a quick decision. "Hey, do you know a woman who is very beautiful and has the word moon in her name?" Junzi Qi did not answer, but ordered the coachman outside, "Go to Zhuyu Mountain, write double quotation mark." "Hey?" After all, it was all a lie. Liu couldn't help but feel a little flustered, but her face was still very good, and she asked tentatively, "Do you want to find that Taoist priest? Write double quotation mark." "What do you say?" "No, you don't have to go, that Taoist priest hasn't been there all the time, you definitely won't be able to find it today." She laughed and waved her hand. "Forget it, I'll just mention it to you casually, anyway, whether it's true or not, there's no harm in paying attention, right? Write double quotation mark." How can such an important thing be calculated? You always have to ask clearly in person. Yes, that's what it says, but Junzi Qi obviously didn't intend to continue this topic, so he changed to a comfortable posture on the cushion and closed his eyes again. Liu was helpless. "Okay, then let's go, but let's say it first, that Taoist priest is a stall, and he may not be able to find it." She was still struggling to make some foreshadowing at the end, but the gentleman period didn't pay attention to her anymore. Jingtan Temple is on the top of Zhuyu Mountain. Liu accompanied Dong's mother to go there several times, and among the several times, there was indeed one time when she saw such an old Taoist priest who set up a stall and told fortunes outside Jingtan Temple. She also has to have material to make it up, so the Taoist priest is real, the fortune-telling is fake, but the woman with the moon in her name is real, and it is not easy to make mistakes when the true and false are mixed together. But who would have thought that the gentleman's period would attach so little importance to it, and he would actually go to confront others on the spot? Is it difficult? He also saw the Taoist priest who set up a stall outside Jingtan Temple to tell fortunes. Is it difficult to do it? That Taoist priest is indeed a capable person and is very accurate in fortune telling, so he attaches so little importance to it? Liu couldn't figure it out, and shrank aside and trembled. God bless that Taoist priest didn't come out of the stall today, otherwise how could she put this lie on again? There is a spring in Jingtan Temple, and it is said that every year on the night of August 15th, you can drink a sip of spring water, and all diseases can be eliminated. Of course, this legend is unreliable, but many times, people just want to have a psychological effect, and on the night of August 15th, good men and women line up to drink spring water, and on weekdays, the incense of Jingtan Temple is also quite prosperous. Meandering up the mountain road, the mountain breeze brings crisp birdsong. When I climbed to the top of Jiyu Mountain and came to the outside of Jingtan Temple, the things I ate at noon had almost been consumed. Li Yu and Junzi Qi stood at the gate of the temple, watching the many pilgrims, coming and going, in an endless stream. Oh, what a coincidence! Li Yu smiled and raised his finger to a century-old tree outside the temple gate. On the day of the Double Ninth Festival, the Taoist priest was a stall under the tree, but he is not here today, right? Let's go, there's no drama, we obviously don't have enough fate with that Taoist priest. She turned around, almost eager to go back. I want to drink something sweet, how about going to Wangxian Tower? That's right, today's grand dress is really suitable for going to Wangxian Tower. As soon as he took a step forward, his collar was suddenly lifted from behind. Li Yu looked embarrassed, and stared back. What are you doing? Do you want to be so persistent? If you really want to see him, just come back another day. Junzi Qi looked at the 3 gold-painted characters Jingtan Temple on the temple door with a cold expression. Since you are here, it is better to go in and go to the pillar of incense, right? Xiang, okay, Li Yu said with a smile, you go in, I'll wait for you outside. For years ago, she came to this world inexplicably and occupied this body. She didn't know if she was borrowing a corpse to return her soul, but she instinctively didn't dare to step into the pure land of Buddhism. When she accompanied Dong's mother before, Dong Li also led Dong Lianggong in, and she herself was waiting outside the temple gate. But obviously, Junzi Qi is not as talkative as Dong's mother. Li Yu was dragged by him, and she couldn't run away even if she wanted to, so she could only follow resignedly, stepped into the gate of Jingtan Temple, passed through the layers of temples, and came to the door of the main hall with the smell of incense. The sun was shining outside, but the light inside the hall was a little thick. In front of the Buddha statue with kind eyebrows and kind eyes, a bunch of mothers and daughters are kowtowing to ask for signs. Junki and Li Yu are dressed in brocade clothes, and there are maids and servants beside them, so they can't keep a low profile. The beautiful little novice stepped forward and recited Amitabha. In this way, the gentleman donated a lot of sesame oil money. Li Yu nodded with satisfaction next to him. It should be. It is best to come to incense on the 1st and 15th days of each month in the future. Stepping into the main hall, the Buddha's incense is elegant and clear, and the threads are refreshing. Take things as they come. The little novice asked Li Yu what he was asking for. Li Yu pondered slightly, pray for peace. Kneeling down in front of the Buddha, she held the lottery tube and her face was full of piety. I thought silently in my heart for a while, shook the stick lightly, clicked, and a bamboo stick slowly emerged, snapped, and fell to the ground. Li Yu picked up the bamboo skewer and glanced at him beside him out of the corner of his eye. It turns out that when she asked for a lot, he was always standing by her side. The 2 little maids helped Li Yu up, one left and one right, but Li Yu's eyes always stayed on Junzi Qi's body. He was straight, with his hands behind him, his cold and indifferent eyes, always looking at the Buddha statue with kind eyebrows and kind eyes. Li Yu was suddenly a little curious. Do you really believe in Buddhism, or is it just picture peace of mind? Benefactor, how is this sign? The little novice voice recalled Li Yu's attention. Only then did she remember that she hadn't had time to look at the sign she had just asked. Li Yu raised the bamboo stick excitedly and looked at it. Open up the world to make a good relationship, and everything is good on auspicious days, right? Ah, this is a sign, make a good relationship. This clearly means that the girl and the young master are a good match. The excited words of the 2 little maids made Li Yu inexplicably embarrassed. But I ask for peace, Amitabha, the little novice explained. This hexagram is the symbol of Pangu's opening up of the world, everything is auspicious, and the benefactor list have a happy marriage and good health. Anyone who hears such an explanation will only feel satisfied. Liu immediately laughed, then, thanks to the little master's good words after the incense was offered and the sign was untied, the little novice led the group to the side room. A pot of fragrant tea, a plate of fresh fruit. Liu called the peach blossoms and osmanthus flowers and set up the chessboard. She didn't plan to go to Junzi Qi to find abuse, she would rather fight 1 against 2, and by the way, become an enlightenment master. In this way, the 3 stinky chess baskets were fighting indiscriminately on the chessboard, and they could still have fun. Junzi Qi took a scroll of scriptures and read it next to him. His eyebrows were clear and his temperament was elegant, and he couldn't see the slightest indifferent and sharp shadow for a while. Not long after, the little servant brought by the gentleman period passed on the message at the door. "Young master, the abbot is here." Tao Hua hurriedly dropped the chess pieces and stood behind Liu, and Osmanthus went to open the door. The sun was shining outside the house, and the robes of the abbot of Jingtan Temple seemed to be glowing with golden light. The gentleman held a scroll in his hand, his figure like a pine tree, and met the abbot's eyes. Liu stood behind Junzi Qi, and clearly saw that the abbot's face had changed several times. A bad premonition arises spontaneously. Could it be this abbot is also his enemy? But it shouldn't be. In the original work, there is no abbot of Jingtan Temple at all. Ba, the abbot of Jingtan Temple held the Buddha beads and put his hands together. Please listen to the old man's persuasion. Liu's eyebrows jumped, and she hurriedly perked up her ears. The old abbot said, "Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the ground. The night is as cold as water, and the moonlight outside the window is faint and sparse." Liu hugged a pillow on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Things in the day kept spinning in her mind. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the ground. The abbot of Jingtan Temple said this sentence without beginning or end, but he had a very advanced demeanor, but his style of refusing to speak clearly was quite distinct. It's just that she suffered, and she couldn't figure out why the old abbot said such a thing, and he made such a big fuss. If she had known this, she should have made up some nonsense, but now it's good. What I want to know, I didn't put a sentence out, and there was an extra puzzle that I couldn't figure out and guess, which was really uncomfortable. It was really uncomfortable, and the panic in my heart was suffocating, probably because I was thinking too lich, and my brain began to swell and hurt. Liu simply stopped sleeping, got up, put on a piece of clothing casually, and opened the door. In the yard, there is a stone table next to the flower garden, and there is a pot of wine on the stone table. The person sitting next to the stone table was wearing a floral blue and elegant robe, with a white jade belt tied around his waist, and a warm jade hairpin tied with his hair. Hearing the movement of pushing the door, he turned his head slightly and glanced at her faintly. This look was long and cold in the distance. Liu stood at the door and was silent for a moment, and 2 lines of Li Bai's poems involuntarily popped up in her mind. "Among the flowers, I drink alone with a pot of fine wine, without anyone close to me. Raise your cup to invite the bright moon, and the 3 of you face the shadow." Silently reciting this, Liu looked up at the sky. The crescent moon is like a hook, and the moon curves to the left. Forget it, let's not mention the moon, today's matter is basically caused by the moon. Liu silently came to the stone table and sat down. Junzi Qi lifted the wine pot and took a sip, and at the end, he put the wine pot back on the table and slowly pushed it to Liu. Liu leaned against the table with her cheeks in her hands, looked at the white jade wine pot that was pushed in front of her and sighed faintly. Drink to relieve sorrow? Drinking to relieve sorrow is even more sorrowful. Junzi Qi glanced at her coldly, his lips were moist. Don't want to drink, right? Drink, Liu cut the nail, of course I drink, I'm thirsty. Before she finished speaking, she lifted the wine jug, raised her neck, and took a big sip quite boldly, not paying attention, so bold that she couldn't swallow it at all, so she could only puff out her cheeks and divide it into several small mouthfuls before finally swallowing it. There seemed to be a smile in Junzi Qi's eyes, but it was not obvious, and it was fleeting, so he took back the wine jug and drank it by himself. Liu finally breathed better, rubbed the corners of her lips with her thumb, twisted her brows and said, "What's the point of drinking like this? I'll go get some supper." Junzi Qi swallowed the wine and nodded casually. There is a small kitchen in the Jinma courtyard. Before Liu came, the small kitchen was not opened, and after Liu came, in fact, the small kitchen was not used lich, but the seasoning dishes in it were complete and fresh every day. A rain falls and a chill falls. She had just come out of the house for a while, her hands and feet were a little cold, and she especially wanted to eat something hot. It's too late to boil and stew now, and when she gets it right, it is estimated that the wine is almost drunk over there in the gentleman's period. Liu looked around in the small kitchen, cut a large piece of lamb hind leg meat, and washed a large handful of greens. Carrying a basket full of vegetables back to the courtyard, Liu shouted at Junzi Qi from afar, "Help, go to the kitchen and bring out the pot." Both of them don't need anyone to serve them at night. Basically, as soon as it gets dark, the maid and the servants will go to their own house, and they are the only ones left in the Jinma courtyard, and they don't have to worry about disturbing others. The gentleman didn't eat at night, just drank wine, and didn't even eat a few bites of food, so Liu was almost certain that he could definitely move him. Sure enough, as soon as she finished shouting, he got up, came towards her, past her side, and walked towards the small kitchen. Liu placed the dishes on the stone table, and when she looked up again, the gentleman's period had already returned, fast enough. He had a bit of common sense, not only bringing the pot, but also carrying a pot of water. Clear water shabu shabu litten, as long as the litten is fresh, and with dipping sauce, it is delicious no matter how you eat it. It will take a while for the water to boil. Liu took out a kitchen knife slightly larger than a fruit knife, ready to cut the lamb shank into thin slices. In her previous life, she was a food blogger, but the knife skills list not be compared with the real chef, and the lamb shank meat has not been frozen, and after she cut 2 slices, she found that it is impossible to slice thinly, and it is good to be able to cut it into ordinary thickness slices. Junzi was drinking next to her, and after seeing her cut a few slices, he couldn't bear it, and his expression was not very good. "Give it to me, right? Double quotation mark. Huh? No, Liu was afraid of cutting her hand, so she didn't raise her head to look at him. "It's all oil, don't get your hands dirty." Junzi Qi didn't say lich, grabbed Liu's wrist holding the kitchen knife, and with the other hand, he moved the plate containing the lamb shank to himself. Liu knew that he was unhappy, so he instantly coaxed and obediently handed over the kitchen knife. When the gentleman was slicing meat, she sat silently aside, watching the thin slices of litten come out from under his blade, and her delicate eyebrows were raised higher and higher. That she began to lose control of her mouth again. During the day, what does that old abbot mean? The blade quickly cut into the litten, and Junzi Qi glanced at Liu faintly. "That's what it means." Liu, after taking a sip of wine to suppress the shock, Liu, who had been silent for a while, asked without giving up, "So, have you really killed someone?" The blade stopped suddenly. Junzi Qi held the corner of his mouth, looked sideways at her, and asked sadly, "What do you think? Right? Double quotation mark. I think." Liu glanced at the knife in Junzi Qi's hand, swallowed and spat at the mouth, and replied categorically with a breath, "I don't think so, you won't do this kind of thing." There was no emotion on his handsome face, and Junzi Qi snorted softly, "So sure, right? Double quotation mark. Well, that's for sure." Liu nodded heavily, gently pulled his sleeve, and leaned closer to him. "You promised, I believe you." The gentleman did not respond, and started to make litten again. Liu blinked quickly, and the fingers pulling his sleeves clenched tighter and tighter. "What you said, you want me, then from now on, you are my support. I will definitely believe in you, I will only believe in you." The blade stopped again. Junzi Qi turned his face to look at her, his eyes were dark, and the fire of the stars flickered and dimmed in his eyes, as if it would go out at any time, and it seemed to bloom suddenly, which was incomprehensible and frightening. "Believe me?" The beautiful lips opened and closed, and his voice was low and cold. "I believe you won't lie to me, I believe you will abide by our agreement." "Believe in you?" Liu stared at him with deep eyes, word by word, solemn and sincere. "It will definitely be like the lottery I drew today. Everything will be good luck and good health." He hasn't been alive for a few years, so what does it matter if he says more nice things to make him happy? The clear soup in the copper pot began to bubble up, and the night wind was cold, and the rising heat floated around. He was silent and just looked at her quietly. Her long hair hung softly on her shoulders, and her pretty face was not powdered, but she looked well-behaved and cute. She suddenly laughed, with small dimples on her cheeks, leaned up and touched his lips lightly, and the next second she was like a nimble little fish, flying away. I'm going to wash my hands, you list wait for me, don't steal food. He raised his eyebrows slightly, looking at her cheerful back, the heart in his chest, beating strong and powerful. The rain has been falling for several days, dripping and dripping, the sky is heavy, the earth is cloudy, everything is soaked in water, and the moisture is compelling. Liu was too lazy to read, she had drawn enough, and she didn't want to be a female celebrity, but she couldn't be idle, and after walking back and forth in the corridor, she finally remembered to ask Tao Hua and Osmanthus to find her something to pass the time. As soon as the two little girls discussed, they sent the little servant outside to buy a shuttlecock and come back. The pheasant feathers are quite particular about making shuttlecocks. As for whether they can be played well, it depends on the individual. Liu studied for a while in physical education class in elementary school in her last life, and the school still had to take exams, and she had to kick more than 40 times in a row to pass. Although she hasn't touched a shuttlecock in this life for several years, she'll be able to find the feeling again by kicking and kicking. Liu tried to kick a few first, and unfortunately found that it didn't seem to be as easy to find as she imagined. Kicking around, the shuttlecock also flew around, flying out her awkwardness, and she became more and more courageous. Finally, the hard work paid off, and Liu was finally able to kick 30 in a row. Peach Blossom and Osmanthus were watching from the side, even more nervous than Liu, who was kicking the shuttlecock. 32, 33, 34 girl, hold on, it's going to be 40 soon. 38, 39, 40. Liu kicked out with the last kick, a little too hard, the shuttlecock flew high, she subconsciously raised her head, deliberately picked the bead flower, and the ponytail tied with a silk ribbon suddenly scattered. Liu watched the shuttlecock fly to the ground from a distance with regret. Osmanthus hurriedly picked up the blue ribbon that slipped to the ground. Girl, I'll recomb your hair. Tao Hua went to pick up the shuttlecock. The girl just rested for a while, let's use a bowl of bird's nest porridge. Liu sat down by the cloister to wipe her sweat. Just eat here, I want to break the record later. As they were talking, they saw Junzi Qi walking from the other end of the corridor. He had obviously just returned from outside, and he hadn't had time to change his slightly damp clothes. The gold thread is embroidered with flying cranes, the waist is matched with a gold inlaid jade belt, and the golden crown on the head is also particularly chic. Liu hurriedly called out to Tao Hua, send 2 bowls of bird's nest, remember to get another plate of red bean cake. Osmanthus saluted Junzi Qi, took out a delicate and small wooden comb from her purse, stood behind Liu, and combed her hair. Junzi picked up the chicken feather shuttlecock and glanced at it, then dropped it again, and stretched out his hand to Osmanthus, give me the comb, you can go down. Liu raised her gaze in surprise, under her long black and shiny hair, her palm-sized little face, exquisite and exquisite. Junzi took the wooden comb, lightly scratched his thumb on the teeth of the comb, seemed not to be satisfied, and threw the comb aside. Liu watched his every move in a daze, and took all his long hair to the side of his shoulder. I'll it myself. She had just stood up halfway, and the next second she was pressed back by a thick and powerful palm. Do you remember that day you washed my hair? Liu was stunned by Junzi Qi's question, but he quickly came back to his senses. Remember, my father also saw it. She couldn't help but want to laugh when she recalled that time. In fact, she did laugh. You don't know how ugly my father looked when he was lecturing in the room later. The corners of Junzi Qi's mouth pursed slightly, and his eyes fell on her slender neck, and her black and soft hair lay against the white, fair and tender skin, tempting people's fingertips to itch. He lowered his eyebrows and eyes, and his little finger gently hooked his hair. His face has always been ugly to me. Liu smiled even more happily. You really can't blame him for this. When you have a daughter in the future, you should be able to understand my father's mood at that time. The people behind him suddenly lost their movement, and Liu was shocked to realize that what he just said was really not what he should have said. In the original work, Junzi didn't say that he had children, and he never had an intimate relationship with any woman until his death. Of course, it's not because Min Haoyue is like Jade, but he doesn't seem to be interested in women at all. This is probably the reason why he said he wanted her, but he never took action. She didn't have the ability to turn back time, so she could only pretend to be stupid and quickly shut her mouth. She was worried in her heart, and a pair of slender and warm palms penetrated through her hair. Her hair is smooth and slightly cool, her hair is soft, and her fingertips are extremely smooth when combed. Next to me, there is no woman with a moon. His voice was clear and cold, but his tone was unusually gentle. Liu was stunned by this jumping conversation, thinking that he would not answer this question. Why did he suddenly bring it up again now? But listen to what he means. Could it be that he really believes it? Liu was a little ashamed. Really, then I'm relieved. He added, not now, and there will be no in the future. Liu was quiet for a while and responded softly, that's the best. Junzi Qi combed her hair with his fingertips again, and then gathered all the long hair into a bundle, and was about to tie it with a ribbon when the little servant ran to deliver a message. Young master, Mrs. Chen is here, right? ? Let her in. Yes. Liu stood up, and her long hair slipped from the palm of the gentleman's period. He raised his eyes to look at her, his dissatisfied expression unabashed. What are you messing around? Liu was a little aggrieved, and pouted angrily at the beauty in red who came with an umbrella. Mrs. Chen is here. She came to her. What does it have to do with you? His tone was cool, and his eyes were inexplicable. Liu was suddenly speechless. Why is it none of her business? She doesn't plan to make room for them. The beauty in red put away the oil paper umbrella, stepped into the corridor, and took a few steps forward, calling young master while slightly blessing herself. Liu listened from the sidelines. Son? Not a cousin? Junzi Qi looked light, and pressed Liu back to the seat. Don't move. Liu subconsciously glanced at the surprised beauty in red. Oh. He pulled her long hair back up, then wrapped it around her shoulders with a ribbon and tied it in a knot. Liu felt that her hair was tightened, and she subconsciously reached out to touch it, and was gently patted back by Junzi Qi. Don't move, it's a mess. The beauty in red pursed her lips and snickered. Liu had a fever on her face, and stood up from her seat. Are you okay now? Can I go? Junzi said lightly, let them send the bird's nest porridge and cold cakes back to the room to eat, right? ? Got it. Back in the room, halfway through the bird's nest porridge, Liu suddenly came back to her senses. What Mrs. Chen, she is clearly his accomplice, right? What kind of cousin? Obviously deliberately fabricated an identity in order to be able to have open contact, right? So what is she? A shield dedicated to covering him. I want to ask if you will be unhappy if you are used as a shield? Liu really didn't feel anything unhappy. After all, for her, the same is also her shield, and it is also the kind of shield that looks very pleasing to the eye and is very convenient to use. This is the first snow of the year. Snowflakes fell one by one, falling on the treetops, on the roofs, on stone tables, on stone benches, and filling the exquisite small courtyard. Liu stepped on the soup woman and curled up in the bed and slept soundly, when there was suddenly a big movement in the yard. Gudong bang bang click, what's the situation? The robbery is coming to the house. She was awakened and terrified, and she didn't even have time to put on her shoes, so she ran to the courtyard barefoot. The weather was cold at the beginning of the lunar month, she only wore a thin underwear, and stepped on the snow barefoot, and the piercing coolness rushed straight to the top of her head at lightning speed along her toes. Being frozen like this is actually beneficial. She immediately became 100 times more energetic, and her mind was instantly clear. Boom dash, there was a loud noise again in the room of the gentleman's period. Without saying a word, Liu rushed towards his house. There was no light in the gentleman's room, it was pitch black. In that darkness, there was probably a very fierce fight. This is the case in the original work. As a villain, the gentleman's means of pulling hatred are super first class, and he attracts vendettas at every turn. Of course, every vendetta ends in failure. It can be seen that the gentleman's skills are not bad, but from her point of view, eating and drinking from others, using other people's lives, now that people are in trouble, it is really unreasonable not to help. The snowy road was slippery, and Liu ran to the door, pulling her throat and shouting loudly into the room, "Listen to the people inside, I have already called someone, and the large army will arrive soon. If you don't want to die, stop immediately, don't hurt a gentleman's period for a penny." Bang dash. It seems that some porcelain in the house has been smashed to pieces. Li Yu's eyes widened, he gasped and littered, "Yo-oh, this is refusing to listen to persuasion." I pulled 2 cuffs, but it was useless, and as soon as I picked them up, the cuffs slipped down again. Li Yu took 2 steps back, put on a posture, lowered her head, and rushed towards the closed door like a little bull. She slammed into a strong chest. Thanks to her being a little more relaxed, she was mainly worried that the door panel would be too hard, otherwise she would use all her strength to crash over, and she might be able to break a few of this person's ribs. Li Yu raised her 120,000 points of vigilance and looked up. "Oh, it's you." Junzi Qi's face was a little stunned, obviously he didn't expect it to happen like this now. Li Yu misjudged his astonishment into a surprise, surprised that she would risk her life to save him, right? Understand, in fact, don't be too moved, since everyone is a shield for each other, they should help each other. Where's the assassin? You get out of the way and rest for a while, let me deal with them. Li Yu pushed Junzi Qi behind him, and at the same time poked his head into the dark room. Huh? What about assassins? She was paying attention to the movement in the room, wondering if the assassin had been killed by Junzi Qi at this time, otherwise he wouldn't have suddenly opened the door and came out, cold. A warm chest behind her was pressed up, and a pair of strong arms hugged her tightly. Li Yu felt as if she was entangled by a giant python, wrapped very hard, and the force was still tightening inch by inch, squeezing out the breath in her chest slowly but firmly, and the next breath was almost unable to be lifted. Ahem, cough, cough dash. She was strangled to the point of surging her blood and couldn't move her whole body, and she couldn't help but want to roll her eyes. Loosen up a little bit, I already feel your enthusiasm, but it's too hard to bear. Junzi Qi obviously heard something wrong in her tone, and his arms relaxed a little, but he still hugged her and refused to let go, and even bent down, burying his forehead in Li Yu's neck. The sweaty skin was close to her soft hair, and the sporadic cold touch was particularly obvious. Li Yu, even her arms were tightly encircled by him, facing the quiet and dark room. She could vaguely see some chaotic state. She suddenly reacted to why Junzi was so abnormal, but it was better not to react, even if she was almost completely held in Junzi Qi's arms at the moment, but she still felt very scared, very nervous. That her tongue was a little stiff, her toes were numb from the cold, and the cold wind seemed to be constantly looking for this gap, drilling into her body one by one. For the first time, it is inevitable that it will be a little unacceptable, but Li Yu tried to move her arms, but fortunately, at least the elbow part was still free. She tentatively, gently, patted and hugged her arm tightly. Don't be too thought-burdened, if you don't kill him, he will kill you. Even if you sue the government, you can only be regarded as legitimate defense. With a loose shoulder, Li Yu felt that Junzi Qi raised his head. She turned her face slightly sideways, but it wasn't enough to see the appearance of a gentleman. If she could see it, she would find that on that face that had always been handsome and indifferent, there was an extremely rare soft look at this moment. He looked at her hair, and the snowflakes that had not yet melted on her dark black hair were particularly conspicuous. Li Yu felt that the arms hugging her relaxed slightly, and she could finally breathe happily without hindrance, but before she could relax, Li Yu's whole body was suddenly turned in a circle, and she was once again embraced into her arms. Li Yu silently pressed against the warm chest in front of him, silently stood on tiptoe, and stood gently on the top of his foot. Oh, that's nice. It's fair. He didn't wear shoes either, but thankfully, the top of his foot is not as hard as the ground, nor as cold as the ground. Finally feeling a little more comfortable, Li Yu sighed, stayed meekly in his arms, and gently wrapped her hands around his waist. The waist is really thin. It's okay, it's okay. She patted him gently on the back as if coaxing a child. You are safe now. Those bad guys are guilty. Go back to the government to investigate. I will testify for you. Junzi Qi's chin rested on the top of Li Yu's head, and his gaze into the room was cold and desolate, but when his eyes turned back to the fluffy little head in his arms, the ice in his eyes gradually showed signs of melting. Holding her waist, he lifted her up. Li Yu was startled, hurriedly put her hands on his shoulders, looked down at the handsome face that didn't have too much expression, and looked inexplicable. You, what do you want to do? Junzi raised his head, pursed his lips and looked at the delicate little the tip of her nose that was red from the cold on her face, and his arm dragged her big legs, like an adult holding a young child, and strode towards the side room diagonally opposite. Liu was hugged so lich that she couldn't get up and down, she was very insecure, and after being lifted, she left the warm embrace, and when the cold wind blew, she began to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, it was only about 10 steps away from the gentleman's room to her room. And her room is very different from the room in the gentleman's period. The gentleman is not afraid of the cold, and he still refuses to wear a padded jacket even though he has entered the 12th lunar month, let alone light a smoker in the house. Her room not only used a smoker, but also hung a splendid carpet on the wall, and even a thick blanket was spread on the ground, so even if she forgot to close the door when she just ran out, when she came back at this moment, the room was still as warm as spring. Liu was thrown on the bed, and almost immediately hid in the bed that was rolling and crawling. She once read a book, and there was a paragraph in that book that said that after a fierce battle, men would feel a certain feeling in their bodies very strongly. She estimated that this was probably the case now. Although she didn't mind something happening to him, after all, he was too good-looking. I don't know what others were like, anyway, if he took the initiative, she would definitely not be able to resist, but she was afraid there is still a dead man lying in the next room. Shouldn't we deal with that problem first? It's not the time to have fun at all. Stop. Pause. Liu crawled into the bed while trying to persuade Junzi to do what he should do at this moment. I think it is the most correct choice for us to get dressed now, protect the scene, and then immediately send someone to report to the authorities, right? Her voice became quieter and quieter, and her tone was a little mysterious. Or are you going to quietly dispose of the body, and then pretended that this never happened? Of course, Liu prefers the former plan, but in the original work, Junzi seems to have always chosen the latter. Quiet. The voice of the gentleman in the dark is clean and clear. Liu immediately closed her mouth, and then was pulled over again and stuffed into the fluffy and soft quilt. She lay stiffly, intending to accept the reality resignedly, and even thought openly, come on, let the storm come more violently. She is not a weak little flower, she can withstand the ravages of the storm. Junzi Qi lifted the quilt and lay down, and his slender legs immediately touched the hot soup woman. Frowning, he dug Tang Posey out of the bed, but after hesitating for a moment, he stuffed Tang Posey back in. Of course, it was stuffed back to Liu's half. There is only one pillow. The two of them were squeezed together with their heads next to each other, and Liu was so nervous that she couldn't breathe. Junzi Qi stretched out his hand and fished the person into his arms, feeling the stiffness of the person in his arms, so he gently patted her on the back. Relax a little. She drilled into his arms, because she was so embarrassed, so she didn't want him to see her face. Although the room was dark, he couldn't see anything, but she just wanted to hide and think of herself as an ostrich. Before, she was so nervous that she couldn't breathe, but now after hiding, Liu finally relaxed and breathed deeply to replenish some of the missing oxygen in her body. The tip of his nose lingered with his unique taste, refreshing and cold, mixed with the same faint fragrance as hers. Her forehead rested against his heart, and through a thin layer of smooth clothing, she could feel the slightly hot temperature on his body. Liu's cheeks were even hotter, especially her ears. She shrank into his arms even more, her fingertips clasped on his collar, so shy that she wished she could curl up. Junzi Qi's face was out of her sight, and her heart hurt from her, and she couldn't help but show a little helplessness, and gently patted her on the back. I'm very tired. Liu was stunned for a moment, as if she had been poured a basin of ice water on her head, and she herself was a small flame, and after being doused with ice water, she was now dying. Well, she was still misled by that book. Let me ask, who can still have the strength to think about those who have and don't have it after experiencing a desperate struggle, and if they are not paralyzed, they will probably be scared enough to choke, maybe they can't think of anything. After figuring this out, Liu completely relaxed. However, darkness and silence can easily bring out people's deepest desires, so she can't help but say that the current performance of the gentleman's period is really it made her feel a little disappointed. She was supposed to. I always thought he was very powerful. The man beside him was completely quiet, and Liu didn't want to move. curled up in his arms, quietly counting his heartbeat. His heartbeat is very steady, regular, and very reassuring. Counting, her eyelids also began to fight. As for the assassin or something, she believes that she doesn't need to worry about it at all. Maybe tomorrow at dawn, the matter will be quietly solved by others without realizing it. Liu was suddenly awakened by the freeze, rubbing the tip of her itchy nose. She felt as if there was something cold on her head. Opening her eyes that were still a little sour in a daze, Liu saw the familiar bed curtains. That's right, it's her bed curtain. The jade blue satin, now her face is attached to the orchid showing off the stone blue silk threads. And behind the bed curtain, there is a cold and hard wall. Liu slowly frowned and began to think seriously, why would she sleep with her head against the wall? She wanted to turn over. Can't turn it over. It seemed that his head was also held back by something behind him. Liu twisted her eyebrows and turned her head to look. I saw that Junzi Qi was lying in a big shape, and the quilt covered on his body was completely lifted, half of it was hanging on his right leg, and the other fell directly under the bed, and his left foot was stepping on her thigh. Thanks to her, she was sleeping on the inside of the bed, otherwise she would not have been on the wall above her head, but would have been kicked to the ground by him. Liu suddenly felt unwell. Can you still be so shameless? Occupying her bed and sleeping with her as a pillow all night, how dare you kick her? The sky outside had just begun to brighten, and the light in the room was hazy. Liu carefully pushed his leg aside and quietly crawled back to him. She squinted at him, her eyebrows raised high because of the dissatisfaction in her heart. She should give him some color to see, to let him have a long memory. Girls are used to pamper, not to kick. She still remembers what happened a few years ago. He has already kicked her for the second time, so what should she do? How about drawing a big turtle on his face? Liu pursed the corners of her mouth and snickered, stretched out her fingers, and gently poked his cheek. Not to mention, his face is well maintained, poked soft and slippery, and his hands feel amazing. Having made up his mind, Liu bit his lip and got up. She planned to climb over the gentleman's period. But after the actual operation, she found that the difficulty was too high, and she was not sure at all, so she didn't wake him up in the process of climbing out. So Liu immediately changed his strategy, carefully stood up from the bed and stepped out with one foot. He slept in a big font, and the quilt was in the way at the end of the bed, and the only place where she could land was on his waist. After Liu stepped over, he had just stood firm, and when he was about to get out of bed with the last step, Junzi Qi suddenly opened his eyes. He lay there, his eyes clear, just looking at her quietly. Liu was stunned, standing on the bed like a compass, with both feet on his waist. The four eyes met. Liu blinked her eyes quickly and hurriedly explained, I'm in a hurry to go to the hut and I'm afraid of waking you up. I really don't want to do anything to you. Junzi lay there, staring at her intently, unresponsive to her explanation. Liu swallowed and spat out, simply jumped out of bed with her eyes closed, and rushed behind the screen to get dressed. This time, she didn't forget to wear shoes. When she got dressed, her heart was beating fast. It's so dangerous. Fortunately, he's awake now. If he doesn't wake up until she starts drawing turtles, then she really can't wash away by jumping into the yellow river. The house was warm, and Liu added an extra thin jacket than the gentleman's period, and if he went for a walk in the garden, he would put on an extra hairy cloak. She got dressed, gathered her long hair and walked out from behind the screen. The gentleman had already gotten up, sitting barefoot on the edge of the bed, with his arms on his knees, and his head bowed and pinched his eyebrows. Liu was embarrassed to lean next to him again, walked to the dressing table and sat down, lowered her eyebrows to make her eyes, picked up a comb to comb her hair. Did you not sleep well last night and have a headache? Right? ? It's not in the way. He responded lightly, then got up and walked outside. Liu hurriedly followed, not even bothering to put down the comb. Hey, you're still barefoot. The yard was covered with snow, and the snowflakes were still dancing in midair. At this time, it was not yet the usual time for them to get up, and the maids and servants had not yet come to serve, and the snow in the yard had not been swept away. Junzi Qi was obviously only wearing a thin satin dress, but he didn't seem to know the cold at all, and walked straight to his own house, and the soft snow was stepped on by him one after another. Liu followed the footprints he left behind, and came to the door of his room in a few steps. Junzi Qi went in directly, but she hesitated at the door for a moment, and finally couldn't resist her curiosity, and she had the courage to cross the threshold carefully. After returning to the room, Junzi Qi went straight back to the inner room to change his clothes, completely turning a blind eye to the mess on the ground. Liu was very cautious, she didn't dare to touch anything, she just looked at the broken furniture, antiques, vases, etc. on the ground and felt a little distressed. The battle situation last night seemed to be quite intense, basically everything that could be moved in the house was turned over, and not even a single one was intact. This room, hee. If you want to live in it, you have to redecorate it again, but since people have already died, it is obvious that Junzi will not live in this courtyard again. Liu couldn't help but feel a little sad. It's a pity how lit she likes her current room. If Junzi moves away, she will be alone, and she definitely won't dare to live in this courtyard anymore. Her cranky kung fu has already looked at the whole house. No, where is the assassin? Run away? No, the house has been destroyed like this, why is there no blood at all? Liu became more and more confused, and the more confused she became, the more she felt cold in her heart. There are no assassins. The gentleman agreed to change his clothes and came out of the back room. The regular clothes worn at home, the peacock blue kaftan is tied with a slightly lighter belt, and the black hair is only slightly taken care of with a little fat jade hairpin, and the whole person looks elegant and handsome. How can there be no assassin? Liu looked back at him, thinking he was joking, and couldn't help but tugged at the corners of his mouth. Don't comfort me, if it weren't for the assassin's work, this room wouldn't be able to be smashed and played by yourself, right? Junzi Qi did not respond, casually picked up a broken vase on the ground, looked at it twice, and threw it back indifferently. Click dash the vase that had already fallen to the bottom was directly broken in half this time. Did you really smash it yourself? Liu saw it out of the corner of her eye. That vase was worth the expenses of other well-off families for several years. She was not stingy, she just felt that she shouldn't spoil things like this. Why? It's nothing, I had a nightmare, and I felt uncomfortable. Junzi's face didn't have lich expression, and his tone was even more undulating. Liu was stunned, took a long breath to calm down, and gestured to him. You can do it, you really can do it if there is no assassin. You will say it long ago. Did you know that I was worried all night? Are you really worried all night? That's not it. Do you know that you drool after falling asleep? Nonsense, how could I dash? Liu's voice stopped abruptly, and after curling the corners of her mouth, she scolded back confidently. Look, I cried worriedly last night. Junzi looked at her steadily, and suddenly chuckled. This smile seemed to open a secret door. Laughing lowly, laughing heartily, he actually laughed out of control. This was the first time Liu saw him laughing so unburdenedly and relaxedly, and she was stunned. Although she thought he was really good when he smiled, she couldn't help but litter. Xiaxiaxiaco, what's so funny? The big pieces of snowflakes are still falling down. Liu put one hand in the warm sleeve cage, held an umbrella in the other, and walked from east to west in the garden with the snow like broken glass slag, and from west to winter. No, I can't help it, I still have to ask. Back in the Jinma courtyard, the servants in the gentleman's room went in and out, busy moving new furniture from the warehouse to the house. Liu saw that the door of her house was also open, her mind moved, her feet turned, and sure enough, she found him in her room. In the warm room, the whole set of tea sets was put out, sandalwood was swirling in the incense burner, and the people sitting on the side were elegant, but their eyebrows were cold and cold. Liu crossed the threshold, took off the big fur cloak outside, threw away the plush sleeve cage, and came to the table to sit down lightly. The gentleman slowly set up the green tea cup, lifted the chic teapot, and slowly poured into the tea soup. After walking in the snow for a long time, she inhaled a lot of cold air in her stomach. Liu was not polite to him, and as soon as the cup was filled, she reached out and took it. What did you dream about last night that actually made you lose your temper so lich? Her tone was light and fast, more casual than her usual chatter. But in fact, at this moment, she was panicked. Junzi Qi poured himself a cup of tea, put down the teapot, and took a sip before raising his eyes to look opposite. On the opposite side, Liu held the teacup in both hands, and her eyes also looked at the teacup, a small cup of tea boiled in snow water, asking her to drink the appearance of a fairy wine. "It's not a big deal," he replied softly. If she hadn't seen with her own eyes the power of his temper this morning, like a hurricane passing, she might have believed it. But what if you don't believe it? He really refused to say it. Liu was really not surprised at all. The reason why he asked was just to have an attitude of giving it a try. He didn't say if you don't say it, don't say it. She can't force him to say it with a knife. Looking at the teacup that had been drunk clean, Liu tugged at the corners of her mouth and laughed, put the teacup back on the table, and pushed it in front of Junzi Qi. "It's delicious, have another cup." Junzi pushed the teapot in Liu's direction. "Pour it yourself." Liu finally raised her eyes and glared at him, puffed out her cheeks and said dissatisfiedly, "Stingy." In fact, according to Liu's current idea, she wants to pick up the teapot and drink directly. Such a small teacup, a cup and a sip. It's okay to pass the time when you're bored, it's just grinding when you're really thirsty. But in front of the gentleman's period, she hadn't practiced such a thick-skinned person, so she could only resign herself to lifting the teapot over and drink it slowly one by one. When I drank the third cup last night, I dreamed that I had always regarded me as a relative, but she treated me as an enemy. In my dream, I have been doing my best to help her, but in the end, she stabbed me in the back. You say, if it were you, would you be angry? Liu was stunned, although her expression didn't look very exaggerated, but she forgot that she was pouring tea. Junzi Qi looked at the tea soup that kept overflowing from the teacup, and suddenly smiled softly. "Why are you so surprised? Have you ever had strange dreams?" The snow finally stopped, and the courtyard was covered in silver. Liu stood in front of the window for a long time, but she couldn't give her heart. "Odd, it's really strange. The dream of last night in the gentleman's period, could it be a precognitive dream? Who will be the one he regards as a relative? Min Haoyue? What does it mean for him to regard Min Haoyue as a relative? And that mysterious man, who is it?" Liu was bored standing at the window, and swung to the study like a wandering soul. In fact, strictly speaking, it is not a study, but a separate corner of her house, with only a row of bookshelves and a desk. When she was bored, she would draw on this desk. As for the books on the bookshelf, they were not bought by her, but were prepared by the servants during the gentleman's period, just to prevent the bookshelves from being empty and unsightly, so they were all decorations. Liu swayed to the desk, sat down with a fart and stayed for a long time, only to find that she hadn't even mentioned her pen. She swayed from the desk to the edge of the bookshelf again. This time she remembered to pull out a book from the shelf and read it, but turned over several pages, but her eyes never fell on the page. After such a long time, of course she has not gained anything at all. At the moment, she already has two new speculations. First, that mysterious man is actually Junzi Qi's biological father, and Min Haoyue is his half-sister. Second, that mysterious person may also be the mother of the gentleman. Because in the text of the original work, the birth mother of the gentleman's period did not appear, and the Jun family only had a group of aunts, and the position of the eldest lady was never ceded. In this way, Min Haoyue may be the half-sister of the gentleman. As for whether the truth aspect of the facts is the first or the second, or the third that she couldn't think of, it doesn't really matter anymore. The point of the fact is that Junzi treated Min Haoyue as a relative to take care of and assist. He paid so much for her, did all the bad things for her, but in the end he was poisoned by her as an enemy. If this is what Junzi dreamed about last night, then he was so angry that he smashed the house, which is understandable. Liu absent-mindedly closed the book, stuffed it back into the bookshelf, and as soon as she turned around, she crashed into someone's arms. Oh! Liu was startled, and instinctively stretched out her hand to push, but this push pushed her out of someone's arms, but she accidentally crashed into the bookshelf behind her. Her reaction was a little too big. The bookshelves that were quite stable were shaken by her a few times, and she just stuffed them back, but in fact, the books were not stuffed at all, and they fell on the carpet with a liffled pop. Liu lowered her head following the voice, and in the corner of her eye, a figure oppressed her, and before she could react, her whole person was circled. Junzi Qi put his hands on the bookshelf, Liu was trapped between this small square inch, pretty beautiful little face was a look of fear that could not be hidden. People are scared to death, do you know? She raised her hand angrily and slapped Junzi Qi's chest. The place was small, she couldn't use force, and the soft continuous movements had no deterrent effect at all, but seemed to be coquettish, but her expression and voice were still quite bluffing. Why are you standing behind and not making a sound? The gentleman expected her for a while, although his expression was indifferent, his eyes were quite meaningful. Stepping back, widening the distance between the two, he asked in a flat tone, "You have been in a state of distraction. Why? Frightened by the dream I had? It can't be regarded as a completely central matter, but it's not far off." Liu felt a little numb on her scalp, patted her chest, and after stabilizing her emotions, she said half concealed and half confessed, "What's so scary about your dreams? I'm scared by your violent tendencies. No one can smash the house in a nightmare. What if one day," she raised her neck and raised her eyebrows, unconsciously lengthening her tone, "in case I accidentally offend you one day, you can't tear me apart." Junki seemed to be smiling, and he didn't fall for Liu's fool, then. "Don't mess with me. That's it? That's the answer?" Liu is quite regretful. Since childhood, they have both slept in the same bed. Let's say a few nice words, and I will die if I soothe her apprehension. She bypassed the gentleman's period and sat down at the table, took out her previous paintings to admire, and didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. In the silent late night, the regular knocking on the door was harsh and abrupt. Liu got up from the bed with great difficulty, lit the lamp, staggered lazily to the door like sleepwalking, opened the door, looked at the neatly dressed Junzi Qi, couldn't help but cover his mouth and yawn. "Why haven't you slept so late?" Junki pulled Liu's hand down from the door and entered the house. "I'm hungry, get up and cook supper. Right? Late night snack? Right now?" Liu drooped, pulling his head. He followed him into the house. "What time is it? Right? About 10 o'clock. Liu closed her eyes, raised her neck, and tried her best to silently calculate in her heart. It is about 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. On this cold day, in the middle of the night, 3 order a ghost's late night snack. I was tossed by him last night and didn't sleep well. This is still addictive, right? This time, she didn't plan to get used to him anymore. It's time to endure it, and it will be dawn in a while." Sleeping fragrantly, suddenly woke up. This wake up is not generally uncomfortable. Liu wants to lose his temper and is too lazy to lose, and a little wants to cry, but he is too lazy to cry, swaying softly, walking to Junzi Qi's side, holding his arm and turning him around, pushing him to the door. "Will I cook breakfast tomorrow? Can I make you whatever you want to eat? Now I want to sleep. The door is over there. Walk slowly and don't send." After pushing forward a few steps, she didn't bother to push, squinted her eyes and climbed onto the bed, pulled the quilt to cover it, and as soon as her head touched the pillow, her consciousness began to haze again. It didn't take long, it was just 10 seconds of effort. Liu sensed something in a daze, and opened her dry eyes again. I saw Junki standing by the bed, slowly untying belt. His gaze hung slightly, his long eyelashes cast a dense shadow under his eyes, his slender fingers, well-defined joints, dexterous movements, and without a trace of hesitation, he took off his coat after untying his belt. This picture is too. Liu ran away no matter how many sleepy bugs there were at this time, pulling the quilt to cover half of her face, leaving only a pair of big watery eyes flickering outside. "You tonight? Do you want to sleep with me again?" Junki sat down on the edge of the bed, and Liu subconsciously rolled into the bed. After rolling, she was a little annoyed. How unthirsty was she to take such an initiative? But you can't blame her all, she has lived for 2 lifetimes, and she hasn't done anything yet, so it's completely understandable to have a little reverie. Junki pulled off the quilt and lay down. His expression was calm and natural, as if this was originally his room and his bed. Liu decided to save some of her image, turned her back, and gave him the only pillow, and she was about to stick to the wall, just like last night. "I'm afraid that you will run back and forth and catch a cold, so I will give you half of the bed. Don't think too lich." "Well, I was too hungry to sleep, I didn't bother to go back. Just wait for you to get up and cook. Don't think too lich." Liu let out a sigh in her heart, took a deep breath, and closed her eyes. "Fall asleep, and get up when you wake up to cook for you. Recalling the tragic situation in the morning, she pulled the quilt tightly again and clamped it with her arm, which made her feel a lot more at ease. Within a few seconds, the person behind him suddenly came up, and there was an extra strong arm around his waist. Liu suddenly opened her eyes. The lights on the bedside had been turned off, and she was on the inside of the bed, and it was dark in front of her. For a while, she didn't know what to say or do, and she always felt that he was weird and incomprehensible. I don't know if it's because of the anger Shin, the body of the gentleman period has always been so hot. It was like this last night, and it is still like this tonight. Her whole body was held in his arms, and her whole body became hot after a while. There was no need to wait for him to fall asleep before lifting the quilt. Liu himself kicked his legs first and kicked out the soup woman who was covering his feet. She was moving around and sleeping restlessly, but the person behind her seemed to be fine, not making a sound or moving, and her breath was very calm, which made people wonder whether he had fallen asleep as soon as he lay down, right? Liu's drowsiness had already been noisy anyway. She opened her eyes in the dark, waited quietly for a while before quietly turning her head. Her eyes had adapted to the darkness and could see the outline in front of her, and the two of them were almost stuck together, so they could see more clearly. He closed his eyes. His handsome face was silent, as if he had fallen asleep, and of course it was not ruled out that he was pretending again. Liu pursed her lips, and slowly turned around in his arms with a small margin. He still didn't move, and his breath didn't change at all. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise. She snickered silently, and then became bolder, unabashedly, looking at him up close, from the forehead to the chin, from the eyebrows to the mouth. Every place was very careful, and the more she looked, the more she felt happy. Such a good-looking face. I can only look at it for another 8 years. It is a pity to think about it. If it can be maintained better, maybe it won't become a loose and greasy uncle after 16 years. Liu was not sleepy. She opened her eyes wide and looked at it for a long time, and the more she looked, the more she felt a little greedy. It's not that he hasn't kissed, and he is probably really asleep at this time, so she secretly kissed him to satisfy his cravings. It shouldn't be a big deal. Gently and cautiously, Liu pressed her lips to it, afraid of waking him up. At first, she only dared to touch it gently. There has been no movement on his side, obedient and well-behaved like a beautiful doll. Gradually, she became bolder, and she treated his lips as lollipops, thinking they tasted fragrant and sweet. Perhaps human nature is like this. Once you become bold, it is difficult to control it and not get carried away. She was like a greedy little beast, blindly asking for it, completely unaware that her arms had been wrapped around his neck, hooking his neck, inserting her fingers between his hair, circle after circle, wrapping his hair around her fingertips. The arms around the waist suddenly tightened. Liu was taken aback, suddenly opened her eyes, and saw the eyes that were close at hand shining in the darkness. She has been in her life. No, she has probably never been so ashamed in her 2 lives. It's okay to steal food, but you are still caught stealing food? Liu could almost foresee how red her face was now, but fortunately, the lights were out now, otherwise she would probably have to dig a hole in the ground immediately. She let go of his hair that was wrapped around her fingertips, raised her hand to gently cover his eyes, and turned back into the greedy little guy, pressing his lips and concentrating. Outside the house, the cold wind is steep. Inside the house, spring is full of joy, and the air seems to be filled with a sweet smell. His eyes covered by soft palms closed gently, and he was indulging himself while letting her go. It's too hard. He has worked too hard in the past few years. In the daytime, he is still him, he is alive. But every night, he is no longer him, he is a ghost, an even more evil ghost haunted by evil spirits. Before she could react, her initiative was plundered. Liu was stunned, and with a blink of an eye, the world was turned upside down, and she became a suppressed, weak little pitiful. All her breath was plundered by him, and her breath was full of his own smell. His breath was heavy, his body was heavier, and the strength in his hands could almost crush her wrists. Liu closed her eyes, although she felt that he was a little too rough, and of course it hurt a little, but she didn't want to remind him or interrupt him at all. She couldn't tell what kind of emotions were at work, but she inexplicably felt that if she refused this time, he would definitely not force her, he would definitely be like what was written in the original book, until he died, he would be just a lonely person. Move here and live with me. Just when she felt that she was about to melt, Liu heard him say this in her ear. His voice was already hoarse, with a few suppressed gasps. This one, she has to think about this, the difference between sleeping for one night once in a while and sleeping together all the time is too big, she is not ready for it. Liu hesitated slightly, and Junzi was already deeply dissatisfied, and covered her waist with his big palm and squeezed it hard. "Ah, move, 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 don't pinch me," she hurriedly expressed her position, followed closely, and was kissed on the forehead, and although the hand pinching her waist did not let go, it did not have the power to threaten, but just hugged it in vain. Junzi turned over and lay down, hugged her in his arms like a pillow, and buried his whole face between her neck. Liu waited patiently and waited, but only waited, and his breathing gradually calmed down, very calm, very calm. Liu stretched out her hand in disbelief, pushed Junzi Qi's head away from her shoulder, and even approached to take a look. He actually fell asleep again? Peeling her off like a rice dumpling, is it just to hold it comfortably? Liu couldn't laugh or cry, and he didn't have the strength and mood to toss any more, so he eased his hand, pressed his head back on his shoulder, and even deliberately patted him twice. "Sleep, sleep, remember not to kick the quilt at night." However, it turned out that Liu's special advice before going to bed was useless at all. The next morning, she was kicked off the bed by Junzi Qi and woke up when Liu got up from the ground. The whole person was stunned. And Junzi Qi was obviously awakened by the movement of her falling to the ground. He sat up suddenly, and looked at Liu standing by the bed in a daze. His white fair complexion turned red instantly at a speed that was visible to the flesh eyes. Scream pulled a quilt halfway next to the bed to cover the gentleman's head and over the shoulder fall through the gentleman period out of bed with a quilt. The whole process is as smooth as a flowing cloud. This is the first time Liu has lost his temper during the serious 800-year-old gentleman period. In fact, she regretted it a little after losing her temper. According to her observations for 2 days in a row, the gentleman's period may not be a simple problem of poor sleep, but a kind of self-protection after he fell into a deep sleep. After all, a person like him is absolutely sensitive and suspicious in his personality, otherwise it is impossible to do all the bad things as said in the original work, but he can save the day every time. Moreover, if you want to throw her sleeping on the side of the bed directly under the bed, it is not something that can be done simply by sleepwalking. No matter what, it has to be sleepwalking, and it is right to hit it with one blow, otherwise it will really be considered that her self-defense skills are practiced in vain. If you think like this, it can be explained. He may really want her to accompany him when he is awake, but once he falls asleep, he will instinctively refuse anyone's approach, and automatically and spontaneously take action to deal with all the potential dangers around him. And she is the object of being disposed of in the past 2 days. Perhaps, he was just kicking her to the side or under the bed in his sleep, and he might have been merciful. As for the issue of clothes, after all, she was the one who did it first last night, and even if she wanted to be angry, she should be angry with him for giving up halfway. Not what else, but regret is regret. She will never go to find him to reconcile first anyway. She can't afford to lose that person. As for the gentleman's period, it is not bad if he doesn't come to her trouble, and it is absolutely impossible to have the word sorry in his dictionary. After thinking about it, it seems that there is only a Cold War. First the Cold War, and then let time take away all the unpleasant memories between them, and maybe one day, they will naturally reconcile. Liu had breakfast and lunch alone, calm and normal. With Peach Blossom and Osmanthus, after playing a game of chess, they began to feel sleepy and went to bed to make up for a nap. I didn't sleep well for 2 nights in a row, and this nap took a long time to make up, and I got up lazily in the evening and went around the garden to get some air. The red plums in the yard bloomed, looking extremely beautiful between the silver and white, and when you get a little closer, there is a dark fragrance. I was a little excited, and I wanted to fold one and take it back and put it in the vase. But her heart was beating, and she really wanted her to do it, but she was reluctant to destroy the beauty of nature. The snow has stopped, but the ground is still a little slippery. Wearing a thick woolen cloak and holding a plush sleeve cage, he slowly returned to the Jinma courtyard, and Liu habitually glanced at the gentleman's house. The door was closed, and his little servant was not there, so it seemed that he hadn't come back yet. In the morning, she threw her off the bed and left angrily, and she didn't come back after almost a day, and she seemed to be very angry. Liu breathed a sigh of relief and walked to his house boredom. As soon as I opened the door, I saw that the room was full of various boxes, large and small, and the scene was really spectacular. Liu was silent for a moment, and went out to call Tao Hua and Osmanthus, who were doing needlework in the ear room. Of course, the two maids couldn't know what happened early in the morning, but how could they not see the awkwardness between the two masters? The two of them were waiting for Liu to ask, and hurriedly added oil and vinegar to say a lot of good things for Junzi Qi, saying that the things in the brocade box, big and small, were specially bought by Junzi Qi today. Liu didn't hold a grudge against Junzi Qi. How could she be unhappy when she suddenly received so many things, and happily went back to the room to open the box. There are several pure gold collars, several gorgeous phoenix hairpins. As for bracelets and rings, she has no time to count, and a full set of gemstone bead flowers, a box full of pearls, all kinds of good rouge gouache. After reading these, the brocade box is only less than half open. Liu couldn't help but smack her tongue. She just couldn't use so many things with a few more heads and arms. Moreover, in just over a month after moving in, what she wore and used had already been changed for her from head to toe, and everything was not lacking, and everything was good. So these Liu thought about it for a while, brought pen, ink, paper and inkstone, registered all the things, and merged all the things slightly, and finally only left 7 or 8 boxes full of large brocade boxes, which were stored in the house for the time being, and then made plans when they were in the first month. After all this, dinner time was delayed. It's still Liu dining alone. The weather was cold, so she specially asked the kitchen to prepare a warm pot and scald a pot of wine. Eating and drinking by oneself in a warm pot, I didn't feel lonely at all, but I had a different taste. The nap break at noon was a bit long, and she was still in high spirits before eating, planning to take a hot bath after dinner. Unexpectedly, just after dinner, my eyelids were heavy as if I had been filled with lead, and I felt like I couldn't even hang my head on my neck, so I just wanted to lie down and sleep at night. It was dark blue, and the moon quietly climbed up the treetops. The hidden window was quietly opened, and a vigorous figure quietly climbed into the window, came to the bedside, pushed the sleeping person to the inside of the bed, and then lifted the quilt and got in. The next day is Laba festival. Counting up, I haven't seen the shadow of the gentleman's period for 2 or 3 days. It is normal for him not to be at home often, so Liu didn't think much about it, got up early and changed into plain clothes, planning to go out to meet Dong's father and mother. On the first day, Dong's father asked someone to bring a letter. It's not a big deal, just to inform Liu that this year is still the same as in previous years. Go to Jingtan Temple to drink laba porridge together. Dong's father and Dong's mother both believe in this. It is always said that the laba porridge cooked at home is different from that in the temple, although the ingredients for cooking porridge are similar, but in the temple, it is called Buddha porridge, and you can get stained with Buddha Qi when you drink it. Liu left the 2 girls behind, only planning to go to the appointment by herself. Walking to the gate of the mansion, I met an acquaintance. It was the little guy who wanted to arrest her on the day Junzi Qi carried her back from the Dong family, but she twisted his arm back. From that day on, this little servant was demoted from a servant to a concierge. Liu and Junzi Qi had seen him when they went out together, and they heard someone calling him by name. Xiaozhu, open the door. Xiaozhu came out of the concierge and stopped at the door with an embarrassed face. Girl, the young master has ordered you not to go out by yourself. Liu was strange. Her performance during this period was not good enough, except for the house is the house, although at least half of the reason was that she was too lazy to go out. Why? Why didn't I hear him mention this? Right? Double quotation mark. This, the little one, is not clear, otherwise ask the 2 sisters of Peach Blossoms and Osmanthus beside you. Liu raised her head, looked at the sky and took a deep breath. No need to ask, both of them know that I am going out, and they didn't say that your son won't let you, right? Double quotation mark. This little one is really unclear. Xiaozhu accompanied the smiling face. Otherwise, girl, wait a little longer, today is Laba festival. The young master went out early in the morning, Maybe he will come back after finishing his errands at noon. He'll come back when he comes back. I'm not with him all the way. Liu lost her patience. Open the door, I'm in a hurry. Xiaozhu wanted to cry a little. Girl, don't embarrass the little one, okay? So he is determined to stop it. Liu laughed. No matter how you looked at it, she was a little malicious. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you. In the end, she still lived in this house without clarity, and when she was not with Junzi, she didn't want people to think that she had a lot of things to do, so she didn't let anyone prepare a carriage for her. When she went out, Liu seized the time to hire a warm sedan. When she arrived at the foot of Jiyu Mountain, although she made an appointment to see her at the gate of Jingtan Temple, she still deliberately looked to see if there was a figure of Dong's father and mother, but she didn't see it, so she took a warm sedan chair to the top of the mountain. You should have sung it when you were a child. Children, don't be greedy. After Laba is the new year. The importance of the annual Laba festival can be seen. The good men and women who came to receive Laba porridge lined up a long winding queue that stretched from the inside of the temple to the outside of the temple gate. Liu had seen this kind of battle a few years ago, so she was very calm at the moment. She deliberately stood on a high place, looked around, and soon found the figure of Dong's father and mother with Dong Lianggong in the crowd, and their family of 3 was standing beside them, and their posture was slightly inferior to Dong's mother, but they were better than the young and well-behaved concubine. Liu squeezed through the crowd to the Dong family, although there was usually a lot of correspondence, but in nearly 2 months, this was the only meeting. She didn't want the Dong family to have too much contact with Junzi Qi, so she specially reminded them to send a message to contact them if they had anything, and it was best not to come over to visit. As soon as Dongli saw Liu, she took her hand and asked her how she was doing with tearful eyes. Dong's father looked at Liu's outfit without saying a word, and the more he looked at it, the more his face eased, and soon he changed to a relieved smile. In his early years, he often sent fruits to large families, and he could be regarded as having seen the world. Although Liu is dressed quite plainly today, the clothes she wears, the hairpins she wears on her head, and the pearls hanging on her ears are all much better than what he has seen before. Looking at her obviously rounded circle, honey peach-like face, and the smart look between her eyebrows and eyes, no matter how you look at it, she looks like she is living a very moist life. The little brother took Liu's hand and kept asking her to buy candy to eat. The concubine was taciturn, and when she saw Liu, she just smiled warmly, and at the same time tightened Dong Lianggong's wrist, for fear that he would run away in the crowd. Everyone walked forward along the line in an orderly manner, although the waiting time was quite long, but it felt like time passed quickly, talking and laughing, and when they stretched their necks and looked forward between talking and laughing, they found that they had actually followed the flow of people to the front a lot. Dongli pulled Liu and whispered. The large box of gold sent by Junzi Qi to the Dong family, whether it was a bride price or not, since she had abducted her daughter home, then she took the flowers. Half spent and half left. The half spent was replaced with a store, and when he got married, he added it to Liu's dowry. The remaining half was still reserved for Liu in case of emergency. Frankly speaking, Liu was indeed a little surprised by Dong's mother's arrangement. In addition to being surprised, I was more moved. After all, there is a little brother in the family, and she thinks that Dongli will keep the money for Dong Lianggong to use when she grows up and marries her daughter-in-law. Just when Liu was moved, Dong's mother's topic went back to the topic they had been thinking about. My good daughter, tell my mother the truth, is he willing to marry you? Why is it still now? Dong's mother's tone was a little hesitant, and after looking around cautiously, she still swallowed the words behind her. Liu knew that he would definitely not be able to hide this time, so he lowered his voice and replied, Don't worry, I will definitely marry him, but he has been busy recently, and he has to do it after the new year. It's still the old saying, she doesn't mind whether she gets married or not, but it's not a simple question, she doesn't mind. This kiss still has to be 10%, otherwise when she is 17 years old, her name is still hanging on the official media, and people send her a man without asking, how will she solve it? Then you have to control yourself, don't rely on men for everything, otherwise it will be us women who will suffer in the end. Dong's mother pinched the back of Liu's hand hard, staring at her eyes with a sense of alertness. Do you understand what my mother means? What else can I not understand? Between men and women, isn't it just a little thing? However, Liu actually has a slightly different view of Dong's mother's words. Dong's mother thinks that women suffer in this matter, but she feels that men seem to suffer a little more. After all, the strength is all from others, of course. There list be a very important prerequisite in the middle, that is, women list know how to protect themselves. Don't get a child for a moment of joy, unless you are really sure that you are willing to spend your life together. Then you will suffer and harm your child, and you will be irresponsible. Liu didn't dare to say these words to Dong's mother, so she nodded neatly. I understand, don't worry. There are not so many seats in the dining hall, and people who receive laba porridge, even if they are standing in the corner and eating, feel happy. Their family was lucky, and after receiving the porridge, they came out of the team, and a long wooden bench under the base of the wall just came out of the air. Unfortunately, there was not enough space for 5 people. Dong's father asked Dong's mother to sit and eat with her son and daughter, and he and his concubine could stand. The concubine had no objection, smiled slightly, walked to the side, and lowered her head to drink porridge. Liu looked at Father Dong's belly, which had become rounded, and pressed Father Dong on the bench without saying a word. Sit down, it's not too tiring to stand for so long, right? ? What's so tiring about this? I want to do it back then. The hero doesn't mention the courage of the year. Sit down quickly, my porridge is going to be cold. Liu lowered her head and took a breath, and instantly bent her eyes. It's so sweet, right? ? Oh, yes, Father Dong's eyes lit up and he said with a smile, I'll try it too. There were also a lot of people who came to drink laba porridge, and their whole family did not dare to stay in Jingtan Temple after drinking laba porridge, and were soon squeezed out of the temple gate along the flow of people. Dong's father dragged his youngest son to open the way in front. The concubine lowered her head and followed behind the father and son. Dong's mother pulled Liu by her side. Liu was holding a food box in her hand. The box was a soup cup specially prepared by Dong's mother, and the cup contained the laba porridge she had just received in the temple. Today is the laba festival. There is no need to specifically order. The chefs in the house will definitely cook laba porridge, so Liu didn't think lich about anything else at all. But Dong's mother paid more attention and deliberately asked Liu to pack the laba porridge in the temple back for Junzi Qi to eat, so that he could also be stained with Buddha energy. Liu must admit this, she is indeed not as thoughtful as Dong's mother, and she gladly obeys. Finally squeezed out of Jingtan Temple, even Dong's father, who wanted to go back to the year from time to time, felt a little unbearable, and asked Dong's mother for advice. Otherwise hire a few soft sedan chairs and sit down the mountain comfortably, right? Dong's mother watched Dong's father's belly get round day by day, and she usually urged him to do the activity when he was at home. Don't lie down on the wicker chair as soon as he came back, and a pot of wine and half a pound of pig's head meat would consume most of the day's effort. But today, as soon as Dong's father opened her mouth, she agreed, and even specially asked Dong's father to hire an extra soft sedan for his concubine. A concubine is a concubine, where is there a qualification to be on an equal footing with a wife? Father Dong was stunned for a moment, and glanced at the concubine who was standing quietly aside. I saw that the shy and happy look on the concubine's face could not be hidden. Dong's father understood instantly, and a smile appeared on his face, which had begun to grow wrinkles. Liu saw clearly from the side, silently holding Dong's mother's hand. Her early hard work made her hands no longer tender, but still soft. She actually couldn't figure out how Dongli nodded so easily in the first place, as simple as eating and drinking. However, at this moment, it seems that Dong's mother list not have any resentment in her heart, otherwise why would she let the pregnant concubine go up the mountain with them? But although she harbored resentment, the kindness in her heart was still there. Otherwise she would not have deliberately reminded her to let Dong's father also hire a certain soft sedan for her concubine. Liu couldn't imagine how entangled and complicated Dong's mother should be at this moment. She was helpless, she sighed, but she couldn't do anything. This is the sadness of all women in this world. Before Dong's mother herself wants to change, this is not something she can intervene in. She can only be glad that she does not completely belong to this world. This big family, the old and the young, plus a pregnant woman, there is only a young and middle-aged laborer like Liu. She doesn't hire a soft sedan. Who will hire it? On the Laba festival, there are many palanquin bearers waiting outside the temple to solicit business, but there are also many people who go up the mountain to drink porridge. After drinking a wave and leaving, after a year of busy work, everyone is quite willing to spend money, and the bearers carrying the soft sedan chair are almost so busy that they have no time to rest, and they have to grab a soft sedan chair. Liu was quick-eyed, casually pulled a sedan chair, and quickly spoke, "I'll pay double the price. How about you help me find 4 more sedan chairs, right? Double quotation mark. All 5 sedan chairs are double the price? Give it all, as long as you find all the people." There are not many round heads who take the initiative to raise the price, and there is no reason for the sedan chair driver not to agree. A soft sedan chair is carried by 2 people, and these 2 people immediately went to arrange separately. Liu breathed a sigh of relief, smiled and turned around to beckon to Dong's father and mother. Not far away, someone suddenly shouted loudly, 5 taels of silver alone, come to the sedan chair, first come, first served. This sound, how does it sound so familiar? 5 taels of silver, for the bearers who sold their coolies, it was really a big investment. Liu's face slowly became weird, and when he turned his head to look, he saw that all the bearers had gathered around a little servant in gray. The gray-clad boy laughed at Liu while dealing with the sedan chair bearer, raised his hand and pointed in the other direction. Liu looked in the direction. "Oh, how the gentleman's period has arrived. That kid Xiaozhu." The complaint was quite fast. Junzi was dressed in a golden silk flowing cloud-patterned dark brocade robe, with a golden crown and black hair, just standing there casually, and there was an indescribable pleasing to the eye. His expression was indifferent, the corners of his lips were slightly raised, and his already handsome face showed a seductive taste. However, he didn't seem to be laughing. If he had to explain this expression, it would be about, "Are you proudly arresting her?" Liu gave up the struggle almost immediately and came to his side obediently. "Look, this is laba porridge specially packed for you by my mother. Please give me some face." She spoke quickly, her lips petals hardly moved. She stretched out her hand to hook Junzi's little finger and shook it left and right, and smiled and nodded to Dong's father and mother. "It doesn't matter what you do when you go back. Don't tell me that I can't get off the stage in front of my parents." Dong Dad and Dong Li never thought that Junzi Qi would actually be able to chase after him. What does it mean? Are you afraid that they will take this opportunity to hide the girl? If you really want to hide it, it should be done. Who asked others to take it back, but didn't come to the door to propose marriage? Dong's father and Dong's mother exchanged a look that only each other understood, and then, Dong's father led the whole family over. The smile on Liu's face became stronger, and she hurriedly took Junzi's hand again. "You're here." Dong Dad took out his father-in-law style, his stomach was high. "Come and pick up our family?" Junzi Qi said yes lightly, and then said, "I've been a little busy these days," snubbing her and making her angry. He glanced sideways at Liu. That look, he understood. Liu understood, others definitely didn't understand, so, "I came here to make amends." Liu was stunned on the spot. Is it so easy to talk and so face-saving? This answer, whether true or false, Dong father was quite satisfied with it anyway. After nodding in satisfaction, he still said a few words symbolically. "Men, of course, you have to put your career first. How can you spin around your wife and children all day long?" Liu got into Dong's mother's arms and laughed with her shyly face for a while, and then fooled the stubble. Under heavy rewards, their list be brave men. Originally, it was to grab the sedan chair, but as soon as the silver was shot, it became the sedan chair drivers to grab business. The group went down the mountain in a soft sedan, and the Jun family's carriage had already stopped at the foot of Jiyu Mountain. Although the carriage was spacious, it was impossible for so many people to squeeze in and sit all at once. Dong's father didn't want to embarrass Liu, so he asked her to go back with Junzi first, and they planned to lead Dong Lianggong to cut a few new clothes. Dong's mother was not happy. It was easy to see her once, at least she had to have a meal together. Just for this, Father Dong and Mother Dong go back and forth, you argue happily with each other, and no one else interjects. Liu smiled helplessly and embarrassedly, biting the bullet and trying to mediate, but as a result, Dong's father asked her to stay aside, and Dong's mother asked her to talk about it later, she really couldn't do anything about it, and secretly pulled the cuffs of the gentleman's period behind Dong's father's back. The meaning is already quite obvious. Good-looking people have privileges, you are good-looking, you go up. Junzi Qi looked indifferent, raised his long eyebrows slightly, and said slowly, I have a silk shop at home, so why go to another house to buy it? Liu opened her eyes wide and looked at Junzi Qi. The dispute between Dong's father and Dong's mother also stopped immediately, and the two of them turned their eyes in unison. Junzi Qi's lips are red and his teeth are white, his eyes are full of playful smiles, his voice is clear, and he speaks beautifully, one mother-in-law and one father-in-law, and it doesn't take lich to arrange the whole family clearly. In the original work, the wealth accumulated in just over 20 years during the gentleman's period can be described as rich enough to rival the country. And now although he is only 16 years old, he already has a lot of property. Of course, this is what Liu only found out later. Let's just say that now, he really gave the Dong family enough face, the carriage pick up and drop off, the cost was all-inclusive, and he patiently accompanied the Dong family to have a meal in the most prestigious Fumin building, completely blocked the Dong family's mouth, bought the Dong family's heart, so that they could no longer doubt, he wanted to marry the Dong family girl's heart. As for Liu, the feeling of being flattered doubled and doubled. If he hadn't known that he was used to acting, he would have almost thought how lich he really loved her. After finally sending the Dong family home and settling down, Liu felt more tired than after a whole day of physical work, so she slowly climbed into the carriage, leaned into the cushion, and breathed a long sigh of relief. The gentleman's period is behind her. As soon as others came in, Liu immediately regained her spirits, gave up the most central position, and moved to the side to sit down in an orderly manner. I'm sorry to trouble you today, I will definitely prepare a big table of good wine and food to thank you when I get back. Eating people's mouths is short, taking people's hands is short, she drags her family to eat and take, it is really unreasonable not to say thank you, but this does not mean that she has forgotten another thing. But before that, can you explain what it means not to let me go out alone? Liu's whole body fell into the thick cushion, crossing Erlang's legs and wrapping her arms around her chest. Junzi Qi raised his eyebrows coolly, saw her shaking knees, stretched out his hand expressionlessly, pulled down her upturned legs, and asked in a cold voice, why are you not obedient, right double quotation mark. Huh? Liu twisted her body, her left and right legs fell off, Erlang's legs rose again, and she asked inexplicably, what are you disobedient to? Junzi didn't speak immediately, as if he was on top of her, and pushed down the leg she had just raised. Liu was pushed by him to the point where he was uncomfortable. If you have something to say, don't do anything, can you sit with a rack all afternoon, and you still don't want people to relax? Otherwise, the two of us will change seats, you can sit here, and there will be a lot of space over there for me to lie down for a while. She just said it casually, and she didn't expect Junzi to really switch seats with her. In fact, Junzi Qi really didn't pay attention to her, and sat there as steady as Mount Tai. Pounding his legs with his left hand and rubbing his waist with his right hand, Liu realized the meaning of Junzi Qi's words just now. Wait a minute, she frowned and asked Junzi Qi, I said why did you make such a stupid arrangement, knowing that Xiaozhu couldn't stop me at all, and asked him to stop me. In fact, you didn't expect him to stop me at all, you just want to test whether I will listen to you and stay at home obediently, right? Junzi Qi sat between the cushions, looking at her indifferently. His voice was as clear as a bead falling on a jade plate a moment ago, and he was still a little chill at this moment. It's not too stupid, I can figure it out. These words made Liu unhappy to hear this, and she couldn't help but snort coldly as if she was angry. I just live in your house, and I'm not your pet, why do you ask me to listen to you? What kind of test are you doing? Are you childish or naive? All boring? She looked indifferent on the surface, but in her heart she was stared at by the silent gentleman, and when she turned her words, her attitude softened, she licked her lips and said, but for the benefit of your performance in front of my family today, I also decided to give you a little face. Junzi Qi still didn't say a word, raised his eyebrows, and had a listening attitude. You just want me to listen to you, yes, but while listening to you, I can't give up the right to express different opinions. Why don't you just do it like this in the future? She cleared her throat and continued, in the future, if you want me to do anything again, just explain it to me directly. She laughed at this point. Of course, it's best to explain why you want me to do it at the same time. If what you say is reasonable, I will listen to you. But if you say something wrong, then follow my way. What do you think? After Liu finished speaking, he rolled his eyes and quietly looked at Junqi's expression. On Junqi's cold face, nothing could be seen. But since he didn't open his mouth to object, then she pretended to be his acquiescence. It was already dark outside, it was cold, and every household closed its doors early. The road was empty, and the wheels were rolling fast. When Liu got out of the carriage behind Junzi Qi, she remembered that she hadn't eaten the laba porridge that had been on the car yet. Junzi Qi was waiting for her by the carriage, and when he saw her stepping on a small stool and landing safely, he turned around and left. Liu could see that he was still holding his breath in his heart. But think about it, they all chased all the way to Jingtan Temple, and they list be very angry, and they couldn't even wait for her to come back, and they deliberately followed the past to find trouble, but as a result, the trouble was not found, and they took silver, and accompanied them for most of the day, so it was strange not to hold their breath. The two of them stepped on the moonlight one after another and returned to the Jinma courtyard. Junqi went straight back to the house. Liu carried the food box, and first went to the small kitchen to reheat the laba porridge brought back from Jingtan Temple. When she pushed open the door with the hot laba porridge, the person sitting on the soft collapse with her legs crossed raised her head and glanced at her lightly. There were several lamps everywhere in the room, but he only lit one on the side of the soft bed, and the light was dim and faint. Liu put laba porridge on the table next to him first, and then lit all the lights in the room one by one, then strolled to the soft couch and glanced at the chessboard in front of Junzi Qi. On the crisscrossed chessboard, there are few white pieces and many black pieces. It's interesting to play chess alone? He responded casually, and a white piece from his fingertips fell on the chessboard. Although Liu is not proficient, she has taken an interest class in her previous life. Oh the sunspot is dead. Junqi had no words, as if he had lost interest, and casually pushed the chess pieces on the chessboard. Liu chuckled next to him. What are you doing? Could it be that Heizhi is yourself, and Baizi is your illusory good friend, right? ? Black and white, it's not me, he said indifferently, and when he got up and collapsed, he casually pointed to a bag of things on the table. Open that one and eat it together. Okay. The things she bought during the gentleman's period were never bad, so even though she was not hungry at all, she couldn't help but be greedy and agreed. Unwrapped and wrapped, it is filled with fragrant chrysanthemums flour cake, crystal clear, and wolfberries and petals are clearly visible. Liu stretched out his hand to get it, but the back of his hand was gently patted by Junzi Qi. Wash your hands first, right? ? I just washed my hands in the kitchen littered. She still went to wash her hands, but the speed was a little faster than usual, and after coming back, she immediately picked up a piece of chrysanthemum. The flour cake took a bite. It's delicious. Junqi was attracted by her, but he still drank laba porridge spoonful by spoon, and didn't touch the chrysanthemum flour cake. Liu ate 3 pieces in one breath, and when he saw that he still didn't touch the chrysanthemum flour cake, his curious eyes began to turn on his face. Don't you eat, right? ? Since I like it so lich, his words paused here, and after a while, he looked at Liu's curious eyes and spoke again. These are all yours, right? ? No, I'm not hungry, I can't eat lich. Liu laughed, picked up a piece and handed it to his lips. Come on, you can taste it too, it tastes really good. Junzi Qi raised his head subconsciously, his eyes met Liu's shining eyes, and if he wanted to refuse, he swallowed it back into his stomach after all. He opened his mouth and quietly ate the chrysanthemum flour cake slowly, during which it was inevitable that his lips' petals touched her fingertips. His black and bright eyes drooped, and he deflected his face without a trace, not looking at Liu's smiling face. Liu is not a wooden person, of course she felt it. I felt a little panicked and itchy. But on second thought, they have already exchanged saliva, such a small situation, it's a ball. She asked with a generous smile. It's delicious. The tip of the tongue licked his lips, and Junzi Qi frowned slightly. It's not sweet enough, right? Double quotation mark. How come? Li Yu immediately ate another piece. The chrysanthemum flour cake melts in the mouth, the lips and teeth are fragrant, and the tip of the tongue is full of sweet taste. She looked at the laba porridge that Junzi Qi was slowly stirring. I know, it's not that the chrysanthemum the flour cake is not sweet enough, it's that the bowl of laba porridge you just ate is too sweet, and there is a gap when you compare. The gentleman looked indifferent and did not comment. Li Yu held her chin and shook her head. What a pity, right? Double quotation mark. It's okay. Junzi slowly drank the porridge. You can eat it. Li Yu smiled. Then I'm welcome. I don't know if it's too tired to run around and toss during the day. Chrysanthemum the flour cake has only eaten more than half. Li Yu began to feel a little unbearable. Her body was heavy, and even her eyelids started to fight. You eat slowly. I'm going back to wash and sleep first. Waving her hand at Junzi Qi, she didn't know how she floated back. As soon as Li Yu left, Junzi Qi also lost his appetite, so he asked people to pack up all their things, take a bath, turn off all the lights, and sit alone in the dark. After a long time, the servants returned to their rooms, and the courtyard outside the house was completely quiet. Junzi stood up, wearing only a thin underwear, opened the door, walked through the exquisite and chic courtyard, and came to the door of Li Yu's room. He stood outside the door for a while, and the room was quiet. Then, he climbed over the window and entered the house and quietly came to the bedside. Junzi Qi lowered his eyes, hid the complex emotions under his eyes, and leaned down, slowly picked up the sleeping Li Yu and put it on the inside of the bed. He lifted the quilt, lay down quietly, looked at the curtain above his head, listened to the shallow breathing in his ears, and quickly closed his eyes. It was a night without dreams. I don't know how long I slept, but Junzi Qi suddenly woke up from his deep sleep. After waking up, he immediately reached out to his side. I touched it, and I felt empty. He sighed and turned over to look under the bed. Sure enough, Li Yu was cooked to the ground by him again. Although the room was warm enough and the carpet on the ground was thick enough, looking at her small, curled up into a ball, he still felt a little annoyed. He shouldn't have eaten that piece of pastry, otherwise he wouldn't have slept so deeply until now that he found out, and he didn't know how long she had been sleeping on the ground. He carried her back to the bed, hugged her tightly in his arms, and her cold little feet were deliberately wrapped between her legs. Her head was pressed against his chest, and his chin was next to the top of her head. Her hair was thin and soft, and the fluffy rubbing against his chin made the itchy feeling go straight into people's hearts. After a while, Junzi stepped back slightly, widened the distance between the two, and then lowered his head. His fingertips picked up her chin, and he looked at her eyes meaninglessly, slowly approaching each other, their breaths entangled with each other, but they stopped at the moment when they were about to touch their lips. Just like that, quietly, stubbornly, and stalemate for a while, the temperature on his body had already warmed up her body again. He lowered his head, his forehead against hers, and slowly pushed her out of his arms with his arms. The gentleman's period, which had long been sleepless, left, quietly, just like when he came, when the brightest star in the sky appeared. A sneeze woke Li Yu up, followed by a very obvious soreness in the lower abdomen. The moment she just woke up, the feeling of her whole body was really bad. But no matter how bad it is, there is no way, you have to get up, and if you continue to rely on it like this, the result will only get worse and worse. Enduring the uncomfortable symptoms such as stomach pain, back pain, and nasal congestion that she couldn't breathe, Li Yu got out of bed, first dealt with the first priority, and then hummed off the dirty underwear, changed into a clean one, and deliberately put on a slightly thicker jacket. She dug out the soup woman who still had some residual heat from the quilt, covered her stomach, and finally felt as if she had returned some blood, so she finally freed her hand to check the sheets. Fortunately, it's just a little dirty, you can't see it if you don't look closely, and it won't be so embarrassing if you take it to wash. Li Yu completely wilted this time. The kind that wilts once a month. If there is still a third life, she really hopes that she can become the kind of race that does not wilt once a month. Peach Blossoms and Osmanthus go to work on time. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Li Yu show. Her face was pale, and she was lying half dead on the edge of the bed. They are all women, so naturally they all have a tacit understanding. After hugging the hot hand stove, stepping on the warm foot stove, and pouring a large bowl of brown sugar water, Liu felt as if he was alive again. Outside the window, the bare flower branches trembled gently in the cold wind, and the sun hid in the light gray clouds as if it was afraid of the cold. Liu lived in a warm house like spring, like a lazy cat, and refused to move. I didn't go out to eat breakfast with the gentleman, so I drank some warm fresh mushroom porridge in my own house. It's strange to say, I used to feel a little uncomfortable every time I started, but generally when I rest until noon, the degree of back pain and stomach pain will be reduced. This time, she was wilted all day long, and her back pain and stomach pain were also good and bad, coupled with nasal congestion and dizziness. She leaned listlessly on the beauty couch, didn't want to read, didn't want to draw, didn't want to do anything, just wanted to take a nap, because she was stunned, and those uncomfortable feelings could be slightly alleviated. During dinner in the evening, Junzi Qi came to see her, probably out of friendship, who lived in the same yard. Liu still has no appetite, just let him eat by himself, don't worry about her, because he has no energy, and he doesn't deliberately cater to his emotions as usual. Junzi Qi obviously didn't like her cold appearance, but because he was ashamed and couldn't speak, he sent someone to invite a doctor to Liu after returning angrily. However, when the doctor with a handful of goatee came to diagnose her pulse, Liu's whole body was confused. Even if you want to invite a doctor, you should at least say hello to her in advance. How to do it now? Could it be that she told the doctor that she was an ant and her stomach hurt a little, so she asked the doctor to prescribe a few painkillers? Doctor Goat, who took Liu's pulse, and didn't mention the matter of the eldest ant. Of course, Liu himself would not mention it. After the matter was over, the doctor solemnly prescribed a prescription for treating wind and cold. Of course Liu knew that she had a little cold. It was probably because my aunt was weak when she came, and she accidentally stepped on the quilt at night and caught a cold. But she also knew in her heart, such a little cold, there was no need to take any medicine at all, drink more hot water, rest more, and it would be better in a few days. However, the current situation is that everyone is busy with her little cold. She wants to be willful but embarrassed to be willful, in line with the principle of being responsible for her own body. When the black and unpleasant soup was brought to her, she still pinched her nose and barely drank 2 sips. It's just 2 mouthfuls, no more. If there are any more, she will really vomit. After drinking the medicine, Tao Hua hurriedly brought her sweet and sour preserves. Liu ate it, but felt that it had little effect, and the preserved fruit could only change the taste in her mouth, but it couldn't make her stomach more comfortable. After washing up early and going to bed, Osmanthus brought a bowl of late-night snacks. Liu leaned on the side of the bed with the quilt, a little surprised. I have no appetite all day, and I didn't let you prepare a late-night snack, right? ? It's the young master. Hohat was smiling, 7 points of happiness and 3 points of envy in her smile. The young master saw that you didn't eat anything at night, so he deliberately asked the kitchen to cook porridge for you, right? ? Give it to me. Liu also curled up slightly, the corners of her lips curled up. She stretched out her hand to take the warm porridge bowl, and said, I'll clean up tomorrow morning, you go back to rest. Tao Hua and Osmanthus saluted and quietly exited the room. Liu leaned on the bed and slowly drank the hot porridge. The ingredients in the porridge are all boiled, fragrant and delicious, and it really took a lot of effort. It's a pity that she was so unwell today that she couldn't drink it after just a few sips. Putting the porridge bowl back on the table, pouring another cup of tea to rinse her mouth, Liu lay back on the bed and felt that the whole person was relaxed. Tonight's moon was not braver than the sun, and after climbing to the treetops, it jumped into the depths of the clouds. Liu fell asleep groggily, vaguely feeling that her body suddenly soared into the air, as if she had floated to the clouds, but soon fell back into reality. I was still very sleepy, but I had some sense of the outside world. She felt someone holding her in her arms, and she seemed to be able to hear the man's heartbeat. Such a situation has also occurred occasionally, which is what people call a ghost pressing the bed. But I didn't feel anything to be afraid of. Just wake up. Li Yuzhuo was struggling, and several times, she felt that she was so good that he was exclusive tidying up was jumping, but after a while, she found that she was still trapped in a half-dream and half-awake. This situation was repeated several times, and Liu finally moved suddenly. Bang, her head hit something hard and it hurt. She also heard someone whispering something beside her. She couldn't hear what the man said, but she could tell that it was the voice of a gentleman. Liu quickly woke up from her pre-groggy head, covered her head that was hit and hurt, and looked at the guy next to her who was also covering her chin with tears in her eyes. Junzi was hit hard, his eyes were shining with gold stars, his entire jaw was sore and numb, and he almost bit his tongue. Suddenly heard Liu ask in astonishment, "Junzi Qi, how could you be in my bed?" The door was tightly locked. Liu put her hands on her waist and thought about it, and decisively climbed into the house from the window. Since he can turn over her window, what can't she do? When I entered the house, I felt a little hairy in my heart in the face of the coldness of the room. Wanted to light the lamp, but after hesitating for a moment, she finally gave up and walked into the inner room in the dark. Junzi sat on the edge of the bed, arched, his arms on his knees, his hands holding his face, and his long hair scattered behind him. The moonlight shines through the thin window paper penetrating his body, outlining a dull outline. Liu was stunned for a moment. She never thought that the omnipotent villain in the original work would one day have such a helpless appearance. She wrapped the cloak on her body tightly, approached lightly, and asked in a soft and helpless voice, "Tell me, what's going on? Just with your figure, what kind of woman do you want? Why do you have to do something like turning the window in the middle of the night? So there must be some reason, right? Let's talk about it. As long as it's not some kind of unspeakable strange habit of yours, I can accept it." His hands fell from his face decadently, and Junzi raised his head unusually slowly, a little tired between his eyebrows and more irritable. "There is no reason, this is my habit. I like to give you medicine, let you sleep like dead, and then climb over the window in the middle of the night and climb into your bed." He actually said that? He actually drugged her? I'm so sorry, she didn't even know. Although the second half of the sentence is obviously deliberately angry, if all the content is connected, it really sounds quite annoying. Liu laughed angrily. "It takes so much effort, just to throw me off the bed in the middle of the night?" His lips opened and closed like cherry blossom petals, and his tone contained self-deprecation. "It feels good." Liu couldn't help but twitch the corners of her mouth. "Can you stop being beaten so lich?" Junzi looked away and ignored her. He didn't pick up her stubble, making her feel like she had punched the cotton, and she couldn't use her strength and was very aggrieved. One sat and was silent, the other stood, silent. The two were relatively speechless and awkward for a long time, and in the end, it was Liu who took the lead in breaking the silence and sighed faintly. Reaching out, she hooked his neck, pulled him to him, and gently hugged his head. Junzi's cheek was pressed against Liu's stomach, very soft and warm, silent. He did not resist. "Seriously, no kidding," she gently followed his hair, enjoying the feeling of slipping through her fingers a little bit. "Is it another nightmare or something else? Say it, and feel a little more comfortable." He said nothing, raised his arms, wrapped his arms around her waist, and pulled her closer to him. She let him hold her and said easily, "How about I start first?" His head moved between the crooks of her arms, and his whole face sank into her soft belly. She heard him snort liffled and couldn't help but laugh. "Actually, you don't need to give me medicine, your body is very warm, much easier to use than Mrs. Tang on such a cold day. In fact, I am quite happy to sleep with you, as long as you don't move and throw me out of bed." The liffled voice quickly squeezed out from the folded clothing, "Is it just that you want to sleep with me in winter?" Her laughter became more and more relaxed and cheerful. "If you can have the function of warming in winter and cool in summer, there is no problem in summer." Just finished saying this, Liu suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, don't pinch me, it's dead." She was screaming and writhing there, making it difficult for him to hold her. Junzi Qi simply let go of his hand, tilted his head to expose his face, and the expression on his face was indifferent. "I've been having nightmares, right? All the time?" Liu stopped messing around, and asked with a serious face, "What has always been the method? Is it every day? Have nightmares every day?" "Every day." Are you sure you're not kidding? Ouch, oh, I know, I'll shut up, you continue. Junzi Qi pursed his lips, sat up straight, retreated from the crook of Liyu's arm, pulled her to his lap again, and asked her to sit down. He lowered his eyes, not knowing where he was looking. Every night, as long as I close my eyes, I have nightmares, and when I sleep with you, I don't. Right? Double quotation mark. This explanation is really concise and clear. Her arms wrapped around his neck, leaned back, wanting to see what kind of expression was on his face at the moment. So I'm just a nightmare shielder, right? Double quotation mark. Huh? Junzi raised his head, his dark eyes glowing in the night. Oh, I'm sorry, I actually want to ask, have you ever tried it with someone else? For example, the little maid around you, have you ever tried to let them accompany you when you sleep? She finally saw his face clearly. However, the expression on his face was not very good looking, and as she talked more and more, his face became more and more ugly. Liyu is a very interesting person, and she never has the cheek to get to the bottom of the matter, and immediately changed the subject. Okay, no, you're not such a casual person, how can you just sleep with someone else, right? Junzi seemed to be satisfied with her interest, his cold eyes gradually eased, and there was a sense of recognition between his eyebrows. Then this matter is too easy to solve, move your bed to my room as well, let's put the two beds together, you sleep on your half, I will never take a step beyond the thunder pool. So you don't have nightmares anymore, and I don't have to be kicked and kicked by you every night, is it the best of both worlds? She was smiling, her smile innocent and bright. However, her smile made him feel a little uncomfortable. Junzi, don't open his face, don't be so troublesome, I can control myself, right? Double quotation mark. Are you sure? He hesitated for a moment, although it's not possible for the time being. Liu smiled and nodded, not bad, yes, he was an honest good boy. But this problem won't exist anytime soon. Liu blinked, so before this problem doesn't exist, can I tie you up with a rope first when we sleep? Gentlemen's period, after going around in circles, they still slept in the same bed. But unlike before, he slept in her room. Of course, this is only temporary. Before Junzi transformed his room to be as warm as Liyu's house, Liu had the final say on where to sleep. Junzi Qi lay behind Liu, his arm was pulled by her as a pillow, his palm was pulled over by her to warm her stomach, the temperature in his arms gradually rose, the tip of his nose lingered with a familiar fragrance, her existence penetrated into his skin, flowed all over his limbs, and finally converged in his heart. 2 days ago, although he could also lie beside her, hold her in his arms, and gain peace, those were all short-lived, he stole them, and he could not experience this feeling of peace of mind at this moment. Only at this time can he feel like a person, a living person who no longer needs to be entangled by evil spirits. How long has it been since I felt like this? After he did it all over again after sleeping in the same position for a long time, it was a little uncomfortable. Liu couldn't help it, and turned over in the arms of the gentleman. As if she had sensed something, she opened her eyes, raised her head slightly, and found that Junzi was still asleep. In order to make it easier to get up at night, before going to bed, she deliberately left a weak lotus lamp in the corner. In the faint light, he was looking at her, his eyes focused. If it were before today, she might have been excited 99.9% of the time, but now, her heart is like still water. Liu smiled slightly, raised her hand and gently patted Junzi Qi's arm, as if coaxing a child to sleep. Patting and patting, she slowly closed her eyes, not putting others to sleep, but trapping herself again. Junzi Qi saw a blush pressed out of Liu's cheek, and subconsciously stretched out his thumb and rubbed it on the blush. His movements were very light, bringing bursts of itching. Liu grunted, raised his hand to cover his cheeks, and also pressed his fingers. He had to be honest, the back of his hand was a feint of her body temperature. After a while, he closed his eyes, sank his face into the pillow, and had no dreams all night. Redecorating the house is not a thing at all for the gentleman's period. In just one day, his house was also covered with carpets, and even on the side of the bed, which was the top priority, and several layers of plush blankets transported from Fanbang were specially laid out. Every night, the smoker in the house also burned warmer, and it seemed that he was not very confident in himself. After surviving the days when her aunt came to visit relatives, Liyu's cold was almost better. After eating early in the morning, Liu put on a big fur cloak, hugged a plush hand warmer, and prepared to go for a walk in the garden. She had been stuffy in the house for several days, and if she didn't go out to breathe, she felt that she was about to get moldy. In the house, Junzi rarely did not go out, and began to play chess with himself again. There was a golden beast incense burner burning next to it, but it did not make tea, only a cup of warm water. Liu suddenly remembered that Junzi Qi was very fond of tea. As long as he was at home, he would definitely have a pot of fragrant tea at hand. Even if he went out, his little servant would inevitably bring a full set of tea sets with him, so that he could drink at any time. Therefore, she has always felt that Junzi is not only very addicted to drinking tea, but also extremely picky. But in recent days, it has been a little abnormal, this tea addiction. He said he quit, like a quick knife cutting through the mess, quitting simply and neatly. Originally, he said that he would have nightmares every night when he closed his eyes, and she only thought he was exaggerating, listening to half of it and believing half of it, but now it seems that maybe there is not much exaggeration in his words. He kept drinking tea like before, not because of tea addiction, but to refresh himself and force him to reduce sleep. Of course, this is just speculation. After all, not everyone can't sleep after drinking tea. It's just that she herself is like this, so she usually doesn't dare to drink too much at all, for fear that she won't be able to sleep at night. Liu turned his steps and came to Junzi Qi's side, and gently bumped his arm in the hand warmer against his body. "Hey, would you like to go for a walk in the garden together? There is a red plum tree in the garden, which is beautiful." Junzi Qi pinched Heizi's fingertips for a while, didn't even give her a look, and spat out 2 words coldly, "No." At night, when I needed someone to, I hugged them tightly, but now it's daytime, I don't need anyone, it's so cold, I don't even want to walk with others. Liu sighed long, turned around, and walked out the door angrily. None of the men are good things, and they don't recognize people when they get out of bed. Gentlemen's period. Seeing that Liu stepped out of the threshold and was about to disappear in front of his eyes, he lost the chess pieces in his hand and said lightly, "What is there to visit in the garden? It is better to go to the street to visit, and by the way, buy some New Year's goods. Your family should also send some New Year's gifts." When she walked out, she swayed and ran back, and when she ran back, Liu in a big furry cloak was like a big butterfly with snow-white, fluffy wings spread. "It's really diff." She flew to the side of the gentleman, pretty Li Xiao. Her face was full of smiles. "Hurry up. Get up quickly, go early, and come back early." It really doesn't matter at all whether she buys things or not, but being able to lead such a handsome man shopping, how nostalgic it is. What really excites her is this Junzi didn't seem to be infected by the emotions of the people around him at all, and his expression was still indifferent and cold, but when the corner of his eye swept over her, there was a bit of tenderness hidden in his eyes. When shopping, isn't the focus on the word shopping? So the carriage doesn't have to be necessary, just bring a few people to follow, because Junzi never likes strangers to be too close to him. Go out. The servants were scattered around, that is, they were responsible for clearing the road, and cleverly separated the distance between pedestrians on the road and them. Junzi Qi walked in front, dressed in brocade clothes and jade belts. His face was like a bright moon, and the golden crown on his forehead made his eyebrows and eyes more charming and handsome. For the first time, he also put on a white fur cloak and went out today. It was Liu who deliberately pestered him to change it, and it happened to be similar to the one on her. Liu slowly followed Junzi leisurely, with a pretty face. The eyebrows and eyes were smiling, holding a gray rabbit fur hand warmer in her arms, and after walking a few steps, she had to stop at the roadside stall for a while to see if there were any novelties. She likes to have fun like this, but the gentleman period is a straight man's thinking. In his eyes, it is probably just walking all the way along the road, only those famous stores can get into his eyes, and next to it, taking a second look is a waste of time. After stopping and waiting for Liu several times in a row, Junzi Qi was really impatient, turned around, walked to Liu's side, grabbed her wrist and left. He dragged her, looking forward to himself, striding forward. She was dragged by him, her tender lotus-colored skirt fluttering under her cloak, and her delicate warm boots looming. If it was another time, maybe she would have followed his wishes, but today is different. Today it was agreed that he accompanied her out shopping. She is the master, he is the second, shouldn't it follow her preferences? Liu was unhappy, twisted his wrist, shook off his big palm, and pouted his cheeks and made an awkward fuss. The gentleman's step stopped, deflected his gaze, his expression was indifferent, and his eyes were cold. Liu smiled again in an instant, and took the initiative to stuff her hot little hand into his dry palm. Don't go so fast, people like to look at the stalls on the side of the road, right? What good things can be from the roadside stalls? It doesn't have to be a good thing, what I want is what I like. Her voice was soft, with a seductive and sweet taste, and the hand nestled in his palm also scratched gently. Gentleman's period, she smiled and waited for his response. He looked at her quietly for a long time, took her little hand, and walked forward again. But this time, his steps were steady and slow, and every time he passed a small stall, his steps seemed to slow down for a moment. While walking, Liu bought a bunch of rock sugar gourds. She likes such crystal clear red colors, very lich, and she always feels particularly festive. You can taste it for me first, see if it's sweet or not. She handed the candied haws to the mouth of the gentleman, and her eyes smiled like crescent moons, and even the dimples on her cheeks were visible. Junzi Qi glanced at her coolly, and he looked at her as if he was looking at a full sun. What's wrong? Liu blinked, aggrieved. No need to taste it, it list be sour. He had never heard of hawthorn that was not sour. Liu was quite disappointed. Then it's okay, let's go. As she spoke, she put her hand back in his palm. Everything is so natural, as if such an action has been repeated thousands of times. Junzi Qi lowered his eyes, led her forward slowly, and pondered for a moment. I remember when you went to Wangxian Tower to eat something sweet. Do you want to go now, right? Hey, gentleman's period. Junzi Qi turned his head following the sound, and saw Liu suddenly stand on tiptoe and kiss him. He only had time to see her unusually red and soft lips petals, and then tasted a trace of sweetness. There was a smile in her eyes that the plan had succeeded. How is it? Is it sour? Liu stepped back, licking her lips unfinished. I don't know who ate the bright red just now, and her lips petals are even more moist. The whole person was stunned there. He knew that she had always been bold, but he didn't expect that she could be bold enough to dare to take advantage of him in broad daylight. There were too many emotions hidden in his dark eyes, and he followed her movements and subconsciously tasted his lips. The sweetness of the silk once again permeated between his lips and teeth, and he found that he was not at all annoyed by her boldness, or even I like it quite a bit. The gentleman's expression was restrained, and his indifferent gaze turned to the surroundings. The little maids all turned their backs and scattered around the two of them, blocking the view of passers-by as much as possible. What happened just now may or may not have been seen. But what about him? Sometimes, it's just a coincidence. The two of them were shopping here, and they never expected to meet Shinshu. In other words, the stall of the sugar kneader is still so popular, and sure enough, people with skills can eat wherever they go. But last time on Jiyu Mountain, most of them were adults leading their children and a large family beside them, and there were more people to buy. This time on the noisy streets, Shinshu, who was surrounded by a bunch of children of all ages and a half, although it looked like a child king, but unfortunately there were more people to see and fewer people to buy. Despite this, Shinshu's condition looks pretty good. He was wearing a half-new padded jacket and washed clean. His complexion cannot be regarded as red, but he does not look like a down-and-out ghost burdened with huge debts. In fact, if you see it, you can see it. Liu doesn't have much idea about Shinshu. It's just a partner who once wanted to cooperate, but failed to succeed, at most because of gambling. He had less affection for Shinshu, but it was far from annoying, because it was not worth bothering him at all. But what is obvious is that Shinshu is still haunted by the past, although he saw that Junzi Qi was also by Liu's side, but he still relied on the fact that he was on the street at this moment, and there were many spectators next to his stall, so he had the courage to shout to Liu. Liu is not the kind of person who is not kind, even if it is just a nod of friendship. After all, people have taken the initiative to call you, so what can you do if you go over to say hello? Depend on? Alone? Whole? Reason? She didn't mean to impose her ideas on anyone, so she only planned to go by herself, or let Junki wait for her in place. You wait for me here, and I'll go over and say a few words. She said hello to Junzi Qi in a low voice, and just wanted to pull out the hand in Junzi Qi's palm out, but he pinched it tightly. Liu tilted her head and glanced at Junzi Qi. What's going on? She can't even say a word to others? Junki didn't get along with Liu's eyes, nor was he as unkind as she thought, so he took her hand and walked to the sugar stall. Shinshu's expression was a little stiff, but he still tenaciously tugged at the corners of his mouth, showing a smiling face. In order to avoid embarrassment, Liu decided to strike first. It's been good lately. She raised the corners of her lips and looked at the children in a circle with a smile. The sugar man's business is still so booming. Shinshu looked at Liu's glamorous body, and couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. It's okay, boss, where is my little bunny? Right away. Well, the two of them just said hello, and the little guests couldn't wait. But that's good, there's no need to continue the awkward chat. Liu said empathetically, you are busy first, and we will talk another day when we are free, and we will go there for a stroll. Shinshu is the kind of person who is a little grinding, and he stopped talking for a long time. Seeing that Liu had been led by Junzi Qi to turn around, he seemed to have made up his mind, and shouted loudly, Miss Dong, what? Liu turned her head in surprise. I have something to say I want to tell you. Well, you say. Here no, it's not very convenient. Shinshu secretly glanced at the gentleman beside Liu, and his voice became lower and lower.